Hey, Geraldine, are you there? Hello. I can't hear anything. I don't know why. Geraldine, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very good.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning, everyone. All right, so let's get the chat going. And thank you so much for putting in your just running a little bit, few couple minutes late for technical issues, but we are live. And I am going to check here our little live to make sure we are good. All right, here we go. This is it. Very good. All right, so without further ado, let us introduce Joan. I'm going to put it here. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Wisdom Conference. So this is a 3-day event where we are having lectures, workshops, and vendors virtual all on a platform. Kind of a new concept. This is the first time that we're trying this out. And today our very first speaker is Joan Rose Staffen, who will be talking to us about her work, how to dowse. Joan, welcome. Please introduce yourself and take it away.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone for being here, and especially Geraldine, who is just an amazing lady. And she works on so many different levels. And isn't that what we all want to do, right? Uh, while we were having technical issues, I was clearing uh, Geraldine, I was clearing everyone who was coming and all the other presenters. And I clear with a pendulum, which I'm hoping to help everyone with. I'm just wondering if you could raise your hand or your virtual hand of how many people already douse with a pendulum. So you can just raise your hand or you can raise one of those little yellow hands. Okay, so it looks like how many people have their pendulums with them? I always forget to tell people, do people have pendulums with them today? Just raise your hand if you do. If you don't, go like this. No? Okay. So, well, the great thing about this is this will be recorded, so you can always go back and watch the video. And also, I have a video on my website, joanrosestaffen.com, that tells you many of the same things. So if for some reason you can't do this today, know there's other resources. But I just want to say that dowsing came into my life about 22 years ago. I had been on a spiritual path for a while. I had worked in the Unity Prayer Room in Missouri. I had used tarot cards. I had taken psychic healing classes from the Berkeley Psychic Institute in San Francisco. It was a teacher from that program. So I was a little bit on the path, but when I found dowsing, I was amazed by it. To me, dowsing is somewhat like, it's like one of these little instruments that it's great because you can put it in your pocket, you can use it anywhere, you can use it at the store, but mainly I use it in my meditation practice. I'll write out 5 questions I might have about issues that are going on in my life. And then after I've meditated, grounded, and centered, I ask questions and I receive answers. The second thing I use is I've written 3 books on pendulum dowsing. This is the 3rd one, the Book of Pendulum Healing. And it is really amazing because it has 30 intuitive pendulum charts in it. And you can virtually do a whole reading about yourself, covering any issues you might have For instance, your physical body, your ethereal body, what your life stressors are. You can go into what your thoughts are, what your feelings are, self-care, healing arts, even death and letting go. So when I started using a pendulum, I was at a real low time in my life. My husband, James, he was only 47. He died of brain cancer. And I had done an incredible amount of therapy. I just did everything to make it through. I had 2 small children at the time, and I was also running a high-tech marketing company with big clients like Apple and Novell and Oracle. So I had a lot on my plate, and I realized I wasn't healing. Like I had a hole in my soul. So someone turned me on to a gal named Shakti Wilson, and she taught spiritual response therapy, which is a program using the pendulum and the charts. And they're based now in Washington, the state of Washington. And through their system, which is related to hypnotherapy and unity principles, because the minister, Robert Dexler, was a unity minister. So you do deep healing through that. And that's how I came to use the pendulum. The first time I ever used it, I was shocked. I had a little pendulum. I went to the workshop. There was 30 people there. Oh my God. Everyone learned how to use it. And within like 15 minutes, we were off and running. And then I took courses, and I became a trained consultant in spiritual response therapy. But there was nothing for life. There, you dealt with your spiritual issues, but you hadn't dealt with your life. And so that's when I wrote Divination and Joy, which was about your life, Divination and Action, which is about your business life, because I was a businesswoman at the time. And then the most recent one, the book of Pendulum Healing. And it's exciting to know that I have one coming out on creativity, because through this process I healed, and then I became a painter. That's one of my paintings. And so I feel like when you heal, and when you heal on multiple levels, all of a sudden your creativity is awakened. Like, what are you going to do with all this energy now? Now you have to create and share your creativity with the world. And that can be on a lot of different levels. So before we begin actually learning how to use the pendulum, we're going to do a grounding, clearing meditation, because when you're grounded and you're cleared, then you'll be able to learn how to dowse very easily. And I'm just looking at the questions. Can you buy a pendulum yourself? My mom keeps saying you can. It has to be gifted. There's a lot of superstitions about pendulums, and rightly so. People get very attached to their pendulums. There was a French doctor who tested over 1,000 pendulums. And what he found was the pendulum that you like, that you hold in your hand, that resonates with you, is the best pendulum. So you can keep it really simple. You can go to a crystal store and find them in New Age stores. And you can find them online. It's harder online because you're not there in your person. So you're not in person. But sometimes I must admit, it's just super fun, because if you go into a New Age store, they'll have all these pendulums dangling. And what happens when I go in, all the pendulums start moving. And they all want to come home with me. And I get really excited about that, but of course I have to kind of keep my buying down. But something will happen, and something will move to help you pick out a pendulum. It can be the color, it can be the crystal. It's just lots of They're in themselves. I'll have to say this, that I just want to make this very clear. The real power of dowsing is, of course, within your own self, right? You are the channel. The pendulum is a tool that will tell you, give you answers about inner guidance. So remember, it is through connecting with your high self and being grounded on the earth that you will get the best answers, because it comes through you and then you can basically use it. So let's go ahead and and I'll just say, no, you can buy your own pendulum. It doesn't have to be gifted. That would be a really hard way for us to all get pendulums. So you can just buy your own pendulum and see what resonates with your heart. And I'll just say one more little story that's kind of funny. Is I had a girlfriend who she bought 2 pendulums at different times, but the pendulums liked each other so much that when she put them in the same little bag, they always entwined with each other. So one was male, one was female energy, and they always entwined. And so she had to keep them separate. But then when she would hold them up, they would actually do this little dance together. And so they can have, crystals have little spirits in them. And most pendulums have crystals in them. So just know that they're alive in a different way, but it's very cute. So let's go ahead and do our meditation. So if you can, put your feet on the ground and relax, get in a comfortable sitting position. If you feel like it, take a couple deep breaths, close your eyes, and feel yourself on the earth. You're a human being having a spiritual experience, but we have to be grounded to manifest our dreams, because if we're not grounded, how are we going to have this physical experience? So send little roots from the bottom of your feet to the center of the earth, connecting with Divine Mother. Know that Divine Mother's all excited to see all of you here. She's giving you each a hug, virtual hugs, and she's applauding you. So we're going to just bring up Divine Mother's energy, green and gold, up through your feet, out to your toes, into your ankles, legs, knees, thighs, into your pelvic region, and then we're sending down 2 tap roots from your first and second chakra to the center of the earth, again connecting with Divine Mother, bringing up her beautiful green and gold healing energy that touches every cell, every organ, every bone in your body. Know that Divine Mother, well, for you is only good, and it's abundant goodness. So we're bringing up the energy up through our backs, to our spine, into the core of our body, into our hearts, lungs, chest. Green and gold healing energy into our shoulders, down our arms, into our hands, into our fingers, and then back up again into our shoulders, neck, head, spilling over, clearing, cleansing, healing. And we're showering you from above. And I'm just going to clear everyone's chakras. So we'll start at the first chakra, base of the spine. We just see a beautiful earth red color. And we open to the Earth Mother, to all her goodness, her grace, her love. And then our second chakra is sexuality and creativity, and usually a orange color. And we're opening that. And then our power chakra, like a bright sun in the core of our body. And just breathe into that. You can put your right hand on your power chakra, left hand on your heart, just clearing everyone's hearts. And the angels of light and love are just clearing them front, back, taking out any arrows of misfortune, clearing, cleansing, healing. And then your throat chakra, we're clearing that so you speak your own truth, so you are connected with your high self. Your third eye, very beautiful. I always see people's third eyes as different colors, and then the back. And then top of your head, connected with source and your higher power with your high self. And when you are connected, that is what is most important with pendulum dowsing, is that you're connected with your high self, your higher power, God, Goddess. And I work with the angels of light and love and the archangels. And then we're just opening our minds and our hearts, knowing it's really easy to learn how to dowse. It's like dowsing is a gift from spirit. So we know our own truth, especially kind of in this age of misinformation. It's so important to know our own truth for ourselves. So just feel your toes and feet on the ground. We're going to shower you with white light. We're putting you all in healing bubbles of love. And take a deep breath, and let's come out of that and feel the presence of your high self. And now we're going to learn how to dowse. And as I said, some people came in a little bit late. We're working with our pendulum. So if you have a pendulum, it's really good to, just use a short string. You can hold it like this. And what we're doing is right now I'm giving you the yes signal, which is 2. When you nod your head, you always say yes. So it mirrors the head signal. And then our no signal goes across the body, just like we just say, no, no way. So when people first learn the yes, no signal, they might take a week to practice it, and you practice it on everything, like you can practice it on your vitamins. I brought my vitamins, just a couple of them here. And so here's my wellness. I believe in this magic stuff. So should I take wellness today? Yes. Then I can ask it, how many? I just go 1, 2, 2, just 2 wellness. Okay. And then everyone's been, I don't know if you guys are all taking your vitamin D, right? To boost your immune system. So I'm getting, yes, take a vitamin D. How many do I need? 1. I'm getting 1. Okay. So that's how, but some people take like a week to really practice yes and no. It's fun because you can do it like this morning. Before I started, I pulled a crystal, and this was the crystal. It's a blue stone. I think it's angelica or something like that. Anyway, blue is the color of the throat chakra. So I kind of, I know that already, but I have a big bowl of crystals right here. I don't know if you can see them. So you can just use a pendulum, which one is good for me. And you can see that everything, this is interesting, it's giving me the heart one, a heart one. So you can use it just for simple things like vitamins, food, crystals, for all your healing modalities. And you just ask, is this good for me? Yes. And then the no signal can be like this. When it doesn't move, I always just think that means not at this time, right? And now I'm gonna, that third signal, I was just trying to think if I should go to the charts yet, but I'm gonna teach you the third signal. We're doing pretty good. It's 9:29. This is speed dowsing, by the way. Sometimes I take a whole day to teach this class. So you guys are very quick students, right? Okay, so the clearing signal is just the pendulum moving in a clockwise direction. And it, as it moves clockwise, it is clearing energy. As we all know, we are first energy and then we are physical, right? And so we can, with the pendulum, we can clear ourselves, our family members, our house, our car. We can clear everything in our life. It is really amazing. After you learn the clearing signal, and I have charts on what needs to be cleared, you'll be amazed because you'll start clearing everything in your life, and you'll start feeling the difference between a cleared life and a life that is not cleared. For instance, when sometimes, when I go out into the world and for some reason people aren't very nice at the bank, or it's just one of those off days, you can feel it, right? And then I come home and I realize I've got somebody else's energy on me or with me. I just clear myself. And then I clear my house. Sometimes I clear my car. If your car is kind of acting funny, just clear your car first. I don't know about you guys. Do you guys talk to your car like I do? Do you thank your car? They get us a lot of places. So anyway, you can clear every aspect of your life, and it really is amazing. There was a gal in Santa Cruz County that after she learned how to clear, she cleared all the teenagers in the whole county. That made me cry, because if anyone needs clearing, it's teenagers. And I also, when I first learned to clear, my kids were like 10 and 12. And so I cleared them all the way through the teenage years. So now I want to go to the charts. I'll show you. I hope you all found the charts. They were on the website, and they're at the top of this chat. So you might want to download this. The first one is from I don't know if you can see it, but the first set of charts is from the book of Pendulum Healing. There are 30 charts in the back of this book for your use, right? And the second group of charts is from this upcoming book that will be published June 2022. So it will be coming out this upcoming June. So now I'm going to attempt to share my screen. And, I guess, Geraldine, you need to do that. It says,
Yeah, let me do that for you. Hold on a second.
okay.
Let me send you.
Let's see if we can. But in the meantime.
All right, go ahead, Joan.
So let's share screen. And here we go. Share. Okay, I hope you can all see this. This is the little packet that you can download. And this first, I'm going to scroll to the checklist for intuitive pendulum and healing and creativity reading. So in this book, it also teaches you, so a lot of you are probably healers, it also teaches you how to give yourself and other people readings. And when I read this over just a little while ago, after I had created it probably a month or two ago, I thought, well, I should just do this all the time. Create sacred space. When you divine, I have a candle here. Perhaps light a candle say an affirmation, invocation, prayer to ask for spiritual help. So we'll do that now. And it can be so simple as, it can be as simple as help. And you can say it out loud or just to yourself. You say, and I just say, in the name and through the power, I ask for spiritual help. I always get a little nervous before I give any talk, and I ask the angels of light and love if they would come join us today. And they crack me up. They always say, we're here already, we're waiting. I have a loft, so 18-foot ceilings, and then there's this little loft up there. And so they always sit right above me. So they're sitting right above me on the loft. And, you can say an affirmation, whatever way that works best for you. You calm yourself, center and ground. We already did that. Using your permission. This is kind of a beautiful, this is the British way. You ask, can I, may I, should I? It's kind of a shortcut. Can I dowse? May I dowse? Should I dowse? So say, for instance, you're dowsing for someone that doesn't know you're dowsing for them. You always have to ask their permission and heed their boundaries. One of the things that happens, especially when you first start dowsing, but it happens to me sometimes, but it's good to trust your dowsing the first time, avoid frivolous questions. Sometimes your pendulum won't work because your pendulum knows that you're asking a frivolous question. And so check your questions, make sure your questions are very specific. And because sometimes if they're not, dowsing really, they are answering the question that you're actually asking. It's good to write down your questions, and then it's good to journal about all this, because you'll be finding you're going through a transformative experience just picking up a pendulum. So journaling is great, asking the questions, keeping track of your own growth through that way. Really, like when I douse for 5 or 6 hours at a conference, I'm amazed at how tired I am afterwards. But really, when you think about it, you're working with these celestial energies. So I really, especially in the beginning, just douse for an hour or two. Don't overdo it. If things aren't making sense, if something happens and you get scared, I always call on the Archangel Michael. I also work with Mary and Jesus, who are just tremendous, probably the world's foremost healers. And respect your limits. Clear yourself, give thanks to your spiritual helpers, give yourself the gift of time to learn, grow, and transform. And I love this last one. And this came from, I found this through another dowser. I like this last one, remain humble. That means, be right-sized, for yourself and others. And so the first, I don't want anyone to get overwhelmed, but this is the table of charts in the book of healing. And this names all the healing charts that are actually in the book itself. Today, we're just going to go over a few of the charts that are found in the book. This one's yes, no, and clearing. So we already learned how to use this chart. Use how to say yes and no, and how to clear ourselves without a chart. But when I'm asking very important questions, still I use this chart. So as you can see, if you had it flat in front of you, as I do, I've got a paper version here, and you'll be printing this out. You can see that. And you lay it flat, and you put your pendulum in the center. And when I'm asking yes, it goes just like we learned it, nodding yes, yes, yes. And then when it stops, that means you've gotten your answer. And then we do the no. And you notice that I'm not really moving my hand. And for some, this will start slow. For others, it will be much quicker. And then the clearing signal going in a clockwise direction. And it's kind of funny. Some people go, what happens when the pendulum just starts moving all over the place and it's not doing what you're saying, wanting it to do? It reminds me of a little dog. So you and your pendulum are attuning with each other. You're getting to know each other. And so you have to be strict. You just tell your pendulum, I want you to do these signals. Yes, no, and clearing. And then sometimes when you're doing a clearing signal, it might go backwards. Well, I always think that's when you need a thorough cleansing. So it'll go backwards for a while, and then it will start going forwards. And then when it stops, you know that that the clearing has ended. Now, one time I was clearing a hospital in Marin County, and it was for a friend because there was a patient who was being bothered by all these discarnate ghost forms in the hospital who got stuck in the hospital. So I sat outside the hospital and I started clearing the whole hospital. Well, there was busloads of spirits. I saw these spirits hopping on the bus and being taken to the light. But I would have had to sit there probably all day to really clear the whole hospital. So what I did was I just asked the archangels and the angels of light and love to clear the hospital and to continue the clearing. Somehow they need our asking. We have to ask to activate what they can do. So we're like the facilitators between heaven and earth. So clearing, very powerful, so powerful. So the next chart, it's a little more complicated. I see we only have 41 minutes, but I'll go through it time and percent. Sometimes we want to know when something is going to happen. Now, you always have to know that when you're working with time, especially on the celestial realm, they have a whole different time sense than we do. So everything is relative, okay? And you also have to remember the power for changing anything is in ourselves, right? So if we change, then it also changes timelines. And of course, that holds true for everybody else too, that they also can change. So on this chart, you hold it at the base of, this one doesn't have it. You hold it at the base right above the word percentage, and you ask, how long will this need to take place? So it might be, when will this take place? Days, weeks, months, or years? And then past, present, and future. That's just, say you have an issue with your mother. Was that in the past? Is that in the present? Or is it that can it actually be the future, which also can influence the present? Because on another level, there is no time. There is just now, but past, present, and future all impact each other. And then on the outer realm, this is digits to help you. So the 10 can represent a 1, a 10, or 100, right? Or 1,000. So you might ask, how many days? And it might go to 4, and you would say, is that 40? Is that 4 days? Or is it 40? And it will say, no, it's 4 days. So you have to somewhat use your intuition. Otherwise, the chart would have been gotten way too complicated. So you have to use your intuition with this chart. Now, this is a fun chart, the next one, because it's asking, I'm always curious who I'm working with. And so I'll ask, what spiritual guides am I working with this morning? And it says spirit, a little bit ego. I'll have to clear that. I put that on the chart. So just to keep me front. And the archangels, and interesting, Mary Magdalene. So I always get touched. So all of those people are working through me right now and with me. And so when you are doing your spiritual work, you can actually you get an idea of who you're actually working with. You put your pendulum over the top of the triangle, and then your pendulum will move like this. It's moving to spirit. Then you can you can actually put your pendulum over the word spirit, and because words in themselves have power, then you can feel the energy of the words. Really fun stuff. And once you'll just start getting excited about all these charts. This one is on the chakras. I use this to figure out which chakra might need clearing or deeper clearing. I also have put on here grounding, high self, feet, and hands. So we also have chakras on our hands, and we have them on our feet. So it's really good to obviously keep that clear. I have high self there because that's the important thing, that you connect with your high self, higher power, and they'll help you clear. And then, of course, we ground so that we get the correct answers and that we're actually here on Earth. Life stressors. Life stressors probably cause, when I looked up the information of it for this book, life stressors are probably responsible for 85 to 95% of all our healing issues. So this is an extremely important chart, because if you can figure out what your stresses are, then you can reduce those stresses, right? And your healing issues will naturally decrease. When I was running a high-tech marketing company, it was 2002. I don't know if you all remember. Some of you weren't on the plan. I don't know. It's a long time ago, 20 years ago. But there was 2001, of course, was, we had the Twin Towers in New York were collapsed. Then we had, in California, we had an energy crisis. We had, there was a dot-com crisis. All the dot-com companies went out of business. It totally affected my high-tech business. Even the large companies like Novell had a crash, right? Because all their work was eaten up by Microsoft. So my company was going through all these changes, and I was so stressed out. I felt like I was having these little mini episodes, but I never went to the doctor. I just knew that I had to downsize. I knew I had to downsize, and that's when my company went virtual. We're one of the first virtual companies. Everyone went home, and we all worked from our own home. And actually, it was funny because I think everyone was happier. We all worked really hard, but then we didn't have all the inner office things going on all the time, but we would get together for meetings. So I downsized. I got stress out of my life, and that's kind of an ongoing process. Then we have blocks to healing. Just because we've been, so we're in this human body, but we've had multiple lives before. So sometimes we're healing from past life issues. Sometimes we have no idea what else is going on, but this chart helps you figure out what the blocks are, because when you remove the blocks, hey, healing can happen. So this is kind of based a lot on Carolyn Miss's work. And so I would refer you to her for deeper learning about blocks to healing. And this probably unforgiveness is one of the biggest blocks to healing. Work on your forgiveness, let it go, come into, your love, come into love, and that helps a lot. I've had a lot of unworthiness, just false beliefs, holding on to the past life traumas. I've cleared everything. I have a gal I work with, she's wonderful. I've cleared, I don't know, we've cleared like 300 lives. So anyway, once you start this process, you just keep going with it. And then here's a chart on self-care. Like, okay, so sometimes you just don't really know what you need. And this chart will help you find what will help you in the moment. And sometimes it's just nice to read this chart anyway. It has so many good things on here. I'm always, my answer to everything is to go on a vacation. I like going on vacations, but I read a lot. I eat healthy food. From what from all my research for the book of Pendulum Healing, really what I found out is if you exercise, if you eat well, if you have some way to release your feelings, you can heal, if you, and if you can forgive yourself and others, that is a lot of it. I'm part of 12-step meetings. I'm a recovered alcoholic. I've also recovered codependent. I, had a little bit of an eating problem, and so I just really, it's a continuing process. It's not going to happen overnight. You didn't get sick overnight. Issues might not have, they took time to develop. But the other thing, sometimes it is just through doing a meditation and something changes, something shifts. So never, ever give up. This is, sometimes you have to ask the help of others. So here it tells you, go to the chiropractor, go see a shaman, go to, sometimes it is necessary to have surgery. And I worked a bit with the healing codes. I really love that. And there's more information about all of this, of course, in my book. I believe in being well, like I know everyone else does. And it's something we can work on. The power of healing is within us. The second thing I just want to briefly show you the healing charts. I'm going to try to find that real quick right here. Okay. Let's see. I'll share that. This one I've been working on for a while. I'm going to, let's see. Here it is. Share. Okay, so this is my upcoming book coming out in June. I'm excited about this one because after you heal, what do you do with your life? This one's all about having a creative life. Again, you can find these charts, download them, and practice with your pendulum. I put in the checklist again, just so you can tap into this before you start your sessions. And then one of the things I really, this got out of order. Let's see. Let me go back to this is out of order, but that's okay. Here, the intuitive creativity charts. you can see in this book, you'll learn how to clear negative beliefs, how to let go of creative blocks, how to spark creativity. Then you can look into what would be good for you: digital arts, home arts, literary arts, etc. And then I even have some business in here. I was a businesswoman, I told you that. So it's a quick chapter on how to start your own business in art. There's a chapter in the book actually talking about multiple income streams, marketing, ideas, social media, and then of course, after you get answers from pendulum dowsing, it's really great to create an action plan. And so then I put in some charts here that you can look. And as I said, this book is in process. I'm not sure if you can pre-order this book yet, but I guess it is in October 2021. But this was kind of the love of my heart, because as I said, I also became an artist after all of this. I started spontaneously painting. I ended up living in an intentional arts community, and the journey continues. So I know that was a real quick, that was very quick. And I know we have a few minutes for questions. So Geraldine, are you here?
Yes, absolutely. That was wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thank you
So,
so much. So, a quick question from the audience in regards to how we do the pendulum dowsing. And the
mhm,
question is how do we deal with emotions when we are using our intuition in dowsing?
mhm. Well, when you're like going through a crisis, that is not really a good time to douse, because your emotions will interfere with dowsing. But that is a great time to call your best friend who you have taught to douse. So when you're going through crisis situations, you should call on another dowser to douse for you. Uh, there is in the healing book, there is a way to clear emotions. And sometimes we don't even know what we're feeling, because emotions can be layered and overlapping. So the chart will tell you, I'm angry, I'm frustrated, um, I'm hurt, I'm sad. And then you can work with those emotions through writing in your journal, calling a good friend, clearing it with your pendulum. But if you have any big questions to ask, you should call a dowsing friend when you're feeling very upset. Great question.
That's an amazing answer. Thank you so much. And another question, what if we can't find the movement that tells us yes or no? What if the response is confusing and it's not very clear?
Well, it is a process. So you have to learn how to train your pendulum. And that is part of the process of learning how to dowse. And there really is a workshop in here that tells you, uh, you have to kind of clear your beliefs about dowsing. You have to, you have to ask higher power to help you douse. If you work with angels, ask your angels to help you. And you will find that over time, you'll see a little bit of movement, and then it will start moving, and then it will start like really moving, and you'll just get all excited about it. So I just want to mention I have another little video on my website, joanrosestaffen.com, on the book of pendulum healing. And so you can also uh, learn how to douse through that and the book. And I know there's other YouTube videos. So uh, keep at it. It's a great tool. Thanks.
And one last quick question from the audience from Frank Smith. Can we make our own pendulum? If
Oh, yes,
so, how does that
definitely.
work?
Definitely. When you first start dowsing, especially with charts, it's really good to have a point on your pendulum so that your pendulum will be pointing to the words. Uh, a lot of people put a lot of different crystals on the chain also, but especially if you're learning to dowse, I think it's really good to just keep it really simple. So you have a pendulum, you have a chain, and most pendulums are about this long. Some people just use their necklaces. You can use your keys to dowse, but I think it's nicer to use a pendulum. So anyway.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Joan. That was a wonderful presentation, and I'm sure we have learned so much about pendulum work. And your website again, where can we connect with you, get
It's
readings with you, and will you have a table for us? Are you going to be at your table for the next 30 minutes answering questions?
yes, I have to help getting there.
No problem. No problem. We'll help you with that
Okay.
on the back end. But if anybody who has questions for Joan or wants to connect with her, they can connect at her table. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
That was
Thank
so much
you.
fun, and I was excited to help kick off this conference. Great job,
It's
Geraldine.
an
Thank you.
honor. Thank you so much for doing that for us. Very good. Well, up next we have Nadi Hanna. And Nadi is going to be discussing a little bit about geometry and crop circles, which is really, really interesting. The name of her presentation is called Accessing the Light Codes of Crop Circles. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Nadi in. If you can unmute yourself, Nadi. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Geraldine and everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hear you
Oh,
perfect.
fabulous. Technology is working today.
It is, thankfully.
Yeah, yeah.
Will you be presenting a PowerPoint or?
I will. I will.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm going to make you co host
Okay.
and take it away.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Great. It is wonderful to be here, and I have to say, Joan, I just learned so much because I've been dowsing for a while, and I never thought about having a dowsing friend, and I've tried in emergency situations, and it doesn't work. so so I'm gonna call my dowsing buddy next time.
Good.
So wonderful. I it's just a thrill to be here and to be at the beginning of what's coming. And I'm just changing my view here. It went away for me. Um, Great. So I was thinking about, how do the crop circles connect with a wisdom conference, right? What's the relationship? And what seems to be clear to me is that the crop circles are here to activate our innate intelligence, both individually and collectively. And so that's the sense of wisdom and, tapping into our own internal process, our own system, capacities, and genius, and really activating the aspects of ourselves that have been laying dormant that really contribute to our wisdom and our intelligence. So I'm going to give you a little overview of today, and it just feels so fast to try to cram this into 45 minutes, but I'll try to leave some time at the end of the presentation. So my vision is to go over the three main approaches to crop circles. One is the 3D, 2D, fascinating biophysical anomalies. Talk a little bit about the creation process, how they're made, who makes them, although that's quite a large subject. And we'll explore some of the empirical data that we love. Humans love evidence. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then I'm going to bridge into some of the more esoteric aspects of consciousness and incredible spontaneous healing aspects of the crop circles. They have what we would consider magic and can perform miracles when really Those are just sophisticated technologies that are activating systems that we aren't aware of yet. Some of us are, and the more sensitive you are, the more subtle systems you can become aware of. Wherever you're at, the crop circles are going to amplify your reality. And because they are so neutral and so based in the universal language of math and geometry, they are open to interpretation. So there isn't one right or wrong way. And it will become evident that I am incredibly biased and full in the belief of the crop circles being made by advanced civilizations, and that the really sophisticated technologies are far beyond the capacity of what humans know right now. So we'll spend a little time in the middle with the more sort of the next level of what the crop circles have to offer in terms of activation. And then we're going to go into the super esoteric levels of multidimensional activation and tapping into our DNA, and really the extraordinary connection between consciousness and the collective of, the human experience, how they influence both individually and collectively. And we'll talk a little bit about the technologies of light and sound codes that are created and crafted specifically by members of the Galactic Federation, and how our different advanced civilizations and star family are involved in the process for humanity, for our collective awakening. I find it endlessly fascinating. I invite you to explore more on your own if you are inspired. This information can be incredibly activating, and typically it can create a bit of an obsession if you're hooked by them, if you have an activation. So just know that if you have a compulsion to continue learning about the crop circles, I highly recommend it, because it is an activation. You are tapping into the larger parts of yourself, your higher wisdom that we all long to connect with. Take a little sip of water. So the overview is that I'm going to jump right into a rolling montage of crop circles. I'm going to be talking in the background. I have some fascinating information, but it's really fine if you tune me out entirely. You won't remember any of the information. It's really interesting. But where the real magic is just in looking at them. They are encoded with an incredibly multifaceted, multidimensional way of influencing our subtle systems, our psyche, and our complete energy body. So I'm going to put the circles on, and the invitation is really to breathe them in, almost as though you're going into a meditation, and see what arises when you're watching each crop circle. There can be lots of different experiences. You could have bliss states, you could fall asleep, you could have physical agitation, you could start yawning uncontrollably. So just know that whatever you're experiencing is perfect, and each circle will roll through after a minute. So whatever your experience is, it'll pass, and we'll go on to the next circle. So this is a powerful experience. I want everybody to put your psychic seatbelts on. It's very easy to underestimate the crop circles, and if you participate in the meditation of just looking at the crop circles, you will leave this workshop altered, and different aspects of yourself will have been activated. And you want to keep an eye out for vivid dreams, or feeling a little bit fuzzy just right after seeing the crop circles, or keeping an eye out for synchronicities. The crop circles are communicating in extraordinary ways, and so just opening your consciousness to that potential is innately, it's organically a shift, and connecting you with the wisdom of your knowing, and your higher intelligence, your wisdom. Lastly, I'm going to get right into the PowerPoint, but know that this is an energetic transmission. I just want to be clear. I think I've said all of that, but if you can, attempt to leave the linear, leave the cognitive attempt to figure them out. We have that desire. We love the empirical data, and yet there are multiple levels that are happening. So the more we can breathe and just find your curious place, the deeper the experience can go. So I'm going to get right into this. I want to add one last piece. I keep saying that. I want to add one last piece, which is my relationship to the crop circles and why I'm so passionate about sharing the information. I had an activation about 10 years ago. I was exposed to crop circles, and they lay dormant in my psyche for about 7 years. I wasn't sort of connected to the process. And then in 2017, I saw one, and that was it. I became obsessed, and I wanted to draw them. I wanted them around me all the time. I plastered them all over the walls. And what I really wanted was the alignments that I wasn't quite connected to, but I just knew I felt on some level. I wouldn't articulate it as that. I just wanted to be around them and have that feeling. So if that happens to you, it's normal. And that experience led to my evolution. It led to my expansion, and my expansion like sort of forced my hand. I had to start talking about them. I had to go out in public and teach and share the information. So I know firsthand that the crop circles have led to my expansion, have led to my evolution, and have allowed me to align my system with my wisdom, with my intelligence. And that's where I share from. And that's why I am so passionate about this subject, is because I believe that our individual alignments really contributes to the collective alignment, harmonic cohesion, and that's the thing that can lead us to our collective liberation, our collective evolution, and the success of the human species, right? This is a big deal to look at crop circles. There's a lot on the line. So, I know the Wisdom Conference is so wonderful because everything in this, all of the wonderful speakers are in service of activating our multidimensional selves, and in the purpose of knowing that is the greatest offering that we have, is to tap our own wisdom. I think that's it. I'm going to shift right over into the PowerPoint, and I'm going to go into the empirical 3D information, and then I'll pop back on. We'll take a little bit of a break. Just a visual break from the crop circles. We'll segue into the next level of esoteric, and then we'll go into some more circles, take a little visual break, and go into the really far out stuff, which is where I live, and it's what I love. Okay, so here we go. Hopefully this just does it right. I'm always, just fingers crossed no matter what with the technology. I'm going to go into my, never goes away. Let's see, screen share, there we go. There it is. Okay. So again, the invitation is almost to put me in the background. And if you want, you could even minimize the sidebar where you have little images of people and me, and you can reduce it all the way so that it's just a little line. I encourage you to go full screen and really take in the crop circles. And again, notice whatever you're experiencing and just allow for it, breathe through it. And I'm not going to be sharing with you which farm or which county in England or where in the world or what kind of crop it is or when it was made, because those are details that are too complex to track, and I really want to give the broader experience energetically of the circles. That's my bias. So to talk a little bit about the circles, just some basics about when they're made and how they're made is a huge conversation. So we'll put that one on the side. This is the one that I saw actually in 2017 that just sprung the door open. There was no going back. And so the crop circles happen all over the world, but they are concentrated in the southern counties of England. And that is a fascinating conversation that I just keep learning more and more about. I'm gonna pause before going into that and cover a couple of details. So they are made all over the world. They happen during the crop season while there's crops in summertime and growing, and they have this wonderful, they're like temporary temples. They appear and then they go when the crops are mowed down. And oftentimes, the technology used in the making of the genuine circles, because there are man-made circles, there are government-made circles. In the genuine circles, where you feel the electrostatic charge, where you have a physical, energetic experience of the crop circles, whether you're there or not, those circles, the technology can alter the crystalline structure of the soil. They have the ability to increase the nutrition value, increase the propagation of the seeds, right? There's an influence in the crop that is extraordinary and measurable. There have been people working with the crop circles for decades who knew that evidence would be important. And so they've done really controlled studies of the crops out of the circles, the crops inside the circles. And I really encourage everybody to look into the research. It's very fun, very substantiating. And one of the really fancy terms for the kind of curious things that happen in the crop circles, that one just flipped really fast. That one just didn't want to be seen. That was curious. One of the phenomenon, when you see the empirical data, a great way to refer to that is biophysical anomalies. It's the changes in the environment that come from the technologies. And that's a really fun way when you're trying to talk to other people and explain the remarkable nature of them. You can call it biophysical anomalies. And those are the measurable aspects of the circles. Like, for example, if you go and dowse in the crop circles, you will find underlying geometries. They emerge to show us the patterns under the circles that are not necessarily visually evident to us. There are studies showing the electromagnetic shifts in the crop circles and the electrostatic charge that remains in the circles. We now have the ability, we didn't before, we just knew we felt good. We now have the ability to measure the fact that there are sonic frequencies in the crop circles. We didn't have that ability before. We had no suspicion. But they are made, the genuine circles are made by technologies of light and sound. And it involves all sorts of cool science that we'll kind of barely touch on. But hopefully I'm going to give you enough that you really want to go learn more. That's my plan. So tons of phenomenon where in genuine crop circles, the technology used keeps the crop alive. It doesn't damage anything. And so the crops are harvestable. And you can imagine as the formations happen in fields of farmers, there's all sorts of conversations about, crop circle enthusiasts versus the farmers and this relationship of the natural, the England culturally as well as geologically and spiritually, I guess. Lastly, the location of the crop circles. This is fascinating that some of them are going faster than others. I'm really curious about that. That's a great thing to mention, is that very curious and peculiar things can happen with crop circles. So we will see. So either that or some of them are bending time. I'm almost wanting to go in and flip this up if it keeps going, because I want everybody to have time with them. So the piece about them happening in England, I mean, it is astonishing. 98% of crop circles, maybe it's 96, happen in the southern counties. And I'm actually going to pause the share, and I want to really slow the crop circles down. So let me go back into that. Oops, how did that happen? All right, let me end the share, and I'm going to go up here. And I'm going to see if I can make sure transitions. 1 minute. We got to apply to everybody. Because it was when I'm doing the presentations, I'm in such a relationship with the crop circles that can you, Geraldine, are you there? Can you see my screen still? I don't know if you're there. Or maybe if anybody can see. Let me see if I can go back. We were here.
I can see you.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to screen share. I must have jumped out. I did jump out.
Sure,
here we go.
Nadi.
Yes. All right, I'm going back into screen share.
Are you able to do it?
I am. I'm just kind of jumping around, and here we go. You should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, we got you.
Fabulous. I know what I did last night. I didn't apply the paste to all of them as I was adding them in, because the crop circles were talking to me and telling me which ones wanted to be in. It's a fascinating experience. I just outed myself a little bit. So about them being made in southern England, they're not. It looks like they're in those southern counties, but they're really, that location on the planet is such a nodal point that it can access the entire planet. Like, one of the things we want to try to do is go from this 2D image. A lot of times for people, they come out into a 3D phenomenon. You start to see the geometries from multiple directions, and then they go into multiple dimensions, right? Like, these are interfacing and blipping in and out of time. They are not bound by our time constructs, and they are interacting in relationship with the earth. The crop circles are here to activate not only us as humans, but the planet, and to help her shifting into her multidimensionality, and also her 5D, her fifth dimensional reality. So I actually learned this just the other day. This is such a great analogy, that in acupuncture, you can access all the meridians through the ears, right? There's every single point, and you can do the entire healing work through the ears. England is like the ear of the planet. And you can imprint with the crop circles, and you can shoot direct energy lines to anywhere through, around, on the surface. So there's communication with the entire planet. There is assistance to the planet. That was a funny slip. The light codes that are in the crop circle are of service to the healing of our entire system, and that includes our planet. So let's see. Let me see if there's anything else on the biophysical, because we just jumped in and took a little break there visually. I'm going to pause because it is really good. Let's see if I pause. Okay, resume share. So let me come out for a second, because it really is important to visually change up. It can be more powerful than we recognize. So all of that is to say, there's incredible evidence, and I encourage you to go into it, but it's very limited. What the invitation is to take the shift is from seeing them from this third dimensional reality, from interpreting them as linear, from interpreting them from limited constructs of our cultural and sociological interpretations, right? Again, it's that they are so neutral that they help us broaden out our consciousness. I'll get into the sophistication in a minute. So I'm hoping everybody who's tuning in is taking some nice deep breaths and allowing for the process. I'm always so curious as to how this is going for people, but I'll keep going because we have a limited time. I'm happy to be in touch if you're totally activated and you want to contact me later and it's like, what is happening? Happy to go into that more. Okay, so I'm going to go back into screen share. Right there is where I want to ask questions of everybody, but we have to keep going because of the time. Okay, so back into it. I think it's going to keep going. I hope so. So I will pay attention to if it's not. This is an incredible formation. They all have such unique geometries, and they all also have star glyphs encoded in the geometries, in the patterns. They speak vibrationally, and I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, and I want to make sure that I know you can see one crop circle, but I want to make sure that I didn't stop the whole thing in general. So let me see. I think it's staying on this one longer than I want. So going into the second aspect of the crop circles, which is the consciousness piece. And it is hard to separate. Oh, you know what? I'm going to slip in here. I'm going to go back. I'm going to come out of the share and I'm going to go back into it because I think that that might have stopped the share there. Okay, I'm going to go here. Okay, great. So the issue of who makes them, right? This is a little bit more in the 3D, but we're going to jumble it all together. There's the question of, are they man-made? Are they operatives from our military and governments? And are they made by, ET civilizations? And the answer is all three, and that they are all of service to consciousness. And that's really an interesting thing to consider. But the technology is so sophisticated that it's working with the consciousness of everyone who makes them. That there is some sort of soul agreement to be making the patterns that are influencing our consciousness when we're simply visualizing and viewing them. So it's true, and I really invite everyone to go beyond, on some sense, the who makes them. And if you come to the conclusion that they are man-made, that's a little limiting. It's not going to be as expansive as considering our galactic community, right? They really invite you to broaden beyond this third dimensional reality, beyond our human ability to make these, and begin to open your consciousness to our cosmic family and the different civilizations that are here to assist us by imprinting this technology. But I don't want to deny it's not that there aren't man-made ones. A lot of times you can tell the difference. A lot of times you can't. And I really was curious about that because I would look at some of them, I would totally resonate with them and wonder, is this man-made? And the deal is that because these civilizations are involved, they have the ability to reprogram the frequencies of the crop circles. They have the ability to go in and shift the molecular makeup so that if there is any nefarious intention in the geometries or in the formation, they can shift up the frequencies. They can recode the geometries and the formations. So that is a significant issue, but it's not an either or. It's all of the above in terms of who makes them. But there are big differences that you can tell between all of the different authors. And when you think about the different civilizations that are involved, if we just say, oh, we have advanced civilizations, we have ETs. Well, is it just Arcturians? No. The blueprints for all of the crop circles and the whole project are kept on the Arcturian mothership, but the Galactic Federation and the representatives from all the different civilizations are who oversee the project, which is why you get so many different variations of formations. And I used to try to categorize them all. Some of them look similar. Some of them have different patterns. And I didn't really understand that. But then I got that piece that, the races involved are so much more varied than we can possibly understand. We tend to limit to Pleiadians, Andromedans, Sirians, Orions, right? But these are tapping into very, very ancient presence and intelligence that are here and assisting us. So back into the esoteric, part of what we're talking about, and this is also the advanced technology, the circles are encoded. I've mentioned that the frequencies of sound and light are used to create, the genuine quote unquote crop circles. And the level of that technology is designed to connect with each human individually, uniquely interfacing with the biochemistry of our brains. Uniquely, one person walks in, the technology influences them in the perfect way with their system to what they can tolerate, integrate, and activate, right? That went fast. There is so much going on here. And it's not just tapping your 3D DNA. These are activating and working on levels of your soul DNA. These have the ability to get to your fundamental blueprint and purpose here on the planet, your soul agreements. These can really touch you in just core places that are essential to our multidimensionality and our expansion. We're just not in touch with them. So a lot of times what's happening in the crop circles is completely invisible to us. We're not connected to our subtle systems. And so the crop circles are getting in there and they're connecting. They're connecting the dots. They're connecting the fascia of the spiritual fascia. Invite everyone to take a nice deep breath. Here's a really great example of, pentagonal geometry. Some of them are very obvious. Some of them are very subtle. And a lot of them, the images vary based on how the sunlight hits the crop circle, how new it is, what kind of crop it is, and is it early in the season? Is it, the sunset, is it late in the season? You'll see all different examples. The golden ones are the ones late in the fields in the seasons. And there's fascinating aspects to what that means as well. So much to talk about. I want to make sure I'm on time. Great, I have a little time. This circle has, is it 79? It has 79 segments, both on all three rings. And that is just an incredible level of precision. Hard to imagine any kind of man-made technology going in for that one. But, I worked with that one for a while. A lot of times you can go through phases of working through different circles, or, some of these might really pop for you and some others just have no real resonance. And there's a lot to that statement in terms of perhaps which civilizations you might be resonating with, right? There might be some crop circles that are directly related to the Pleiadians, and so what does that show you of your relationship to that consciousness? So you see the two number 2 and number 3 of the explorations in crop circles, namely the looking into the consciousness of them. It bridges right into the who makes them, and like we're having the conversation assuming that advanced civilizations do, because that's where the depth and the the multidimensional activation is. But let me stick just for a minute with the sort of more understandable aspects. So with those sound frequencies, when we go into crop circles, when we're exploring the fact that they are made by sonic frequencies, what that does technologically is when we step into a crop circle, it aligns the hemispheres of our brain, like essentially like a binaural beat. Like you would go in and a theta rhythm would create that sort of harmony and that sort of altered state. That's part of the explanation for why people report such extraordinary experiences in the crop circles. There's tons of reasons why, but that's one of them. That's one that we can really anchor in. And every crop circle has a really a unique story behind it. And this one was part, I'm just branching off everywhere here. I hope, yeah. It's just so much. This circle, this formation, was part of a response in what was called the Arecibo experiment that was 27 years ago. A message was sent out by SETI in the hopes of trying to connect with ETs, and it included information like our DNA, our humanoid form, our solar system, and I think it was in I can't remember what year it was, but we received the response in the form of a crop circle, of a crop formation, and that's an amazing piece. This was part of it. They were indicating the technology that they use, which is satellite technology versus sorry, not satellite, versus the radio waves that we use. All right, I'm gonna merge segments again. In this crop circle, you've got the geometry in the center, but I have a mouse, that's right. But on the outside, you've got this extraordinary lay of the crop, which means, how the crop is laid on top of each other, and it sometimes is braided and has 3 different layers, sometimes even more. You'll see other crop circles with that example. And sometimes they're in these tufts, sometimes they're in rows of nests. It's extraordinary, and I believe that when the humans attempted to create the man-made circles and discredit the phenomenon, then the lay of the crop got extremely sophisticated. Here's another example of one where the lay actually creates the dimensionality, right? And I notice I'm not going into detail about each crop circle, and that is intentional, but it's also misses out on quite a bit of the story behind each circle. And the geometry in here is 7-fold, and the numerology behind, 7 and 14. The numerology of these is fascinating when you start to break down the geometries, and I'm hoping you're starting to get a picture of how extraordinary these formations are. They're communicating on so many different levels. They are communicating with our geometry. We are in harmonic proportions. We are the phi ratio, and so when they're using the phi ratio in some of the math and some of the formations, we resonate with them so deeply, not only on a physiological level, but on this molecular, cellular level. This crop circle is perhaps the most powerful for me. I consider this my unique star glyph, and I will out myself even more. Maybe I won't. That may not go all the way, but this circle came to me in my explorations about my galactic origins. That's a really good way to say it. And I had all sorts of activations, and you could say a remembering of who I am beyond this physical form, of who my previous lives were, of why I came here on the planet at this particular time. So these are some of the characteristics that the crop circles bring, is this remembering of how much more, of parallel aspects of ourselves that exist in other realities right now. They really just break down the construct of time. And this one was so powerful for me, I had to draw it. I drew out the code. And when you get into drawing them, it's just another level of activation. It's another level of remembering. So all these different esoteric levels are happening when we are looking at the crop circles and just engaging with them. Hemispheres aligning the hemispheres of the brain. And then there's so many experiences. I mean, hundreds, if not thousands of experiences of spontaneous healing, spontaneous remission of chronic illness, subtle underlying, moods, I don't want to say mood imbalances, right? Where we've come onto this human experience, and we've got, these biophysical or biochemical disharmonies that when you go into the crop circles, they can regulate these systems within ourselves. And when I'm talking about that, we just pause. Like, that's amazing technology. That's why we can say advanced technology, because they are working with each individual's system completely, specific and appropriate to where they are at that time in their consciousness and what they can absorb. And it really is the invitation for the next level. And if that involves physical healing, that's what happens. I've actually experienced that firsthand, seeing someone walk into a crop circle call, or when we used to do things in person, walk into a class in, 2 canes, barely able to make it up the stairs. She stayed in a crop circle. She stayed in the class, left without the canes, and was just completely in good shape. So I'm going to take a pause so that we can breathe a little bit and take some nice breaths. Come back to the room here and see everyone who is excited and participating. It's really lovely to see such a crowd. I'm thrilled that there is this kind of exposure to the formations. So let's take a nice deep breath together as we segue into the next more esoteric realms. And although I've hinted at them, we'll cover a little bit about the technologies involved, and then we'll come back for questions and answers. So take a look at your environment, take a look around, remember that you're on the planet, remember that you're in your body. These can really take you out. So we'll just ground for a minute with some nice deep breaths. And I'm checking the time. It's just ridiculous that I have like 5, maybe 10 minutes. So it's just so crazy to cram this in, but at least you're having a taste, and we're sharing a little bit of the experience. Yes. Sometimes they just stop me and I have to breathe with them as well. So a lot of the information about all of the crop circles comes from, like I said, researchers who have been doing the work in the field and gathered empirical data and give us those measurements, and that sort of, they substantiate the phenomenon, right? But a lot of the information comes from channelers, and one in particular whose name is Judith Moore, and she is extraordinary. She's been on the scene for, I don't know, 3 decades, since they started, and she's a channel for the Arcturians and many others. But essentially, she is the channel is Leolin, and she is from the Council of Abora and the Keepers of the Records of Ra. And so she has a specific frequency that she's tuning into, and that consciousness is part of the team creating the crop circles. They are part of the Galactic Federation that are overseeing the project for humanity's evolution, because this is the best way. This is one of the ways that we can activate our consciousness. And so much information is coming out, so much wonderful, not just activating, but so much information, like, this conference, sharing all of the ways that we can get in our psyche that is so blocked off. They kind of wiggle through the cracks. And so, Leolin is one of the group overseeing that project to help humanity and the planet. So, in the more esoteric interpretations from the channel, crop circles are fractal formulas of light and sound frequencies that are encoded into the 3rd dimension as tools for ascension. And they are interacting with the collective mind. And there's this whole, not only the human collective mind, but our galactic community. And there's this incredible relationship about the origins of the formations, where they come from in the ships, how they're relayed down and step down the frequencies in order to enter the 3rd dimension, because these are extraordinary frequencies. And much like humans, they have to kind of jam themselves into the third dimension. So one of the things that we know now that we didn't before is the technology that is used in the making of the circles actually interfaces with the crops, right? We're not just talking about laying down the crops. What it is it's an interaction with the hypergenetic consciousness of the plant. They are working with the earth, with the consciousness of the plant to offer these formations. And there is an agreement with the crop, but shifting into the idea of consciousness and that everything is connected. That's part of what they're asking us to shift into, is that relationship that we have with the natural world. And these lastly, what I'll go for here, it's really such a jam-packed hour, is that one of the invisible aspects of the crop circles, of the really multiple dimensional properties, is that they are encoded with star glyphs, basically hieroglyphs, light language, if you're familiar with light language, and this intelligence that absolutely bypasses our linear, rational ability to understand these. This is part of the soul DNA activation, is that we are drawn to certain formations. We are drawn to things that we intuitively know are activating us. Even if we wouldn't use that word, we intuitively resonate with a shape. And the suggestion is that there is a star glyph. There is an invisible imprint that is a match for some aspect of your soul DNA, of your physiological, psychospiritual needs for your evolution, and also collectively for the evolution. The ability of these technologies to work on so many multiple layers, work with plasma technology, go beyond the construct of time and space. I will leave you with the one frame that I've recently gotten behind. I was doing a session with someone. We were doing something very like this. We were just watching the crop circles and going into our experience of them. And what about this? What about the idea? You have to go with me for a second and assume, that one is a hyperbolic cube. Assume for a moment that there is another aspect of you that is on a mothership somewhere, that is on another station, that is part of that galactic federation that is overseeing the project, right? Just play with that idea that there's part of you that's on a ship. And what if, beyond the confines of this third dimension and of this limited construct of time, we know in our minds, it's hard to understand in an application process, we know that there is no such thing as time, that everything exists simultaneously. So what if part of you was on that ship and knew what your human aspect needed and was part of creating a certain circle that you would then respond to? Like, what if your psyche is giving you clues and all we have to do is sit and look with them? And that helps us connect to the intelligence that we are beyond this human experience. I think that sums it up. So it's 10:45. I know there are so many questions and we could go everywhere, and I will do my best to answer them. I think that's the comprehensive overview, and I'll go ahead and come back into the shared virtual space here. And, just know there are thousands of these. They've been happening for decades. And so you can go in, I usually go into Pinterest, and, you can just search for crop circles, or online anywhere, and just, find them. Just sit with them. If one particularly resonates with you, print it up, put it around you. There's also practices of printing one up, and then if you have some kind of physical ailments, actually working with the crop circle and energetically, and asking that form to assist you in your healing. I mean, you can go as far as you want to go with these, and you could treat them as an entity, as a guide, as a guardian for you, and you can go into dialogue with it as it's a reflection of your higher self and your innate wisdom. So the invitation is to go further. You have some information for a launch point. And I guess, Geraldine, are you there that we could go into some question and answer?
Yeah.
I imagine there are some, but if there aren't, I can keep talking.
No, that's amazing. If you want, you can keep talking, but we do have some questions about the connection between light language and crop circles. Is there a connection between light language and crop circles?
Absolutely, absolutely. I can show you. There is a significant text that I've been using. Um, for This is Judith Moore's book. She wrote it with Barbara Lamb, and it's crop circles revealed the language of light. So we have this inherent light language because it's about frequency, right? It's about the frequency of light. We are sound, and the light codes are working with us, much like light language. You could just assume that light language is imprinted in the formations. It's just we can't really see it sort of to the naked eye, if you will. But if you are tuned vibrationally, you can really, much like light language, you can work with I'm just trying to find a good example. There's so many. You can work with the frequencies of light and take them into your system. This is a great one. So I'm gonna. Oh no, you can see me this way. So in this book, she shares so much information, but what the channel was describing is, here's, it's really hard for me to see. Here's the picture of the crop circle, and then here is a picture of the glyph that she was able to get from channeled information. And you can see it's much like hieroglyphs or symbols that are speaking directly to our psyche. And in that crop circle, Judith, through Leolin, was able to interpret that crop circle represents the evolution of pure God seed into its unique divinity, the divine procreative connection of planetary DNA. That crop circle is the mathematical formula for the activation code that has been engraved in the Pyramid of Giza. Like it is just endlessly fascinating. So the light language, if you study light language, and I actually have calls and classes about it to learn what it's here to do for us, absolutely yes. Crop circles and light language are directly related in that they are attempting to access our abilities for communication on multiple levels. It's really extraordinary stuff. Thank you for that question. I hope that answers it, but there's a lot more information on that as well.
That's amazing. Thank you, Nadi. We also have another question about where are these crop circles mostly located?
Mm-hmm.
And do the ley lines play a role in where they are placed?
Absolutely, absolutely. As I was mentioning really early in the talk, there is huge significance to the fact that they are created in southern England. Now they exist throughout they show up everywhere in the world. Where I am in Oregon, when the crop circles started showing up in about the 90s, in the early 90s, 1990 specifically, they started showing up on the fields, and then in the desert, the southeast corner of the Steens Mountains. It's open mud flats. It's hard packed desert. There was this enormous Sri Yantra that was, I don't know, like 13. If you unpacked the geometry, it was 13 miles wide. It was enormous. And so they happen everywhere. They don't necessarily get reported when they're in Russia and France. The reporting is focused in southern England, but they absolutely interface with the ley lines of the planet, and it's one of the central nodes of energy lines that can connect with like almost everywhere in the planet. I would say everywhere. So uh, you could imprint a crop circle in one specific location of Wiltshire County, for example, and it would be a direct line to Peru and communicate something specific and unique to the Peruvian culture. And it, it does matter. It is concentrated in England for the energies. It also has to do with the particular geology of that island, which is sandstone and chalk, and those two substrates are very conductive of water. It also really, the ley lines, they are also the essence of our planetary energy. Through waters, the information is completely a relationship between the earth and the technologies that are coming from above. There, isn't that an interesting thing I'm doing with my hands? Like, what is that? Who knows? That's probably some light language coming through. But it matters a lot that they are in southern England in terms of the frequency of our planet and activating her consciousness, and then that perhaps it's just the most efficient and effective way to get the information out to the planet and imprint and encode. Yes, it matters, but they happen everywhere. They really do. I can't discredit that.
Beautiful. And then one last question is from Und Kami. Never heard of the experiences. Any examples of what happens when you step into them, into the crop circles?
Yes, hundreds of examples. So many anecdotal experiences of our system going into genuine crop circles. There really are differences. There really are man-made and government created for a disinformation campaign in order to keep this information from us. This information, the technology is so liberating. It really breaks us out of a 3D construct and this limited belief of scarcity and division. And so when you step into a genuine crop circle, there's a profound physiologic, psychospiritual experience. Now, that isn't to say that just not to limit it to walking into a 3D location. You can experience incredible altering influence from a distance and from a picture. But walking into the circles, into the genuine formations, there is an incredible interface with the multiple layers of our subtle sensory systems, of our physiology, and really stories of people going in with multiple sclerosis, right, that have had chronic disease that literally walk out of the formation free of their illness, right? And just stories after stories of spontaneous healing, remissions like that, and also sort of altering our brain patterns, altering those neural pathways that are so stuck in rigid belief systems. They really can alter every program that is ingrained in us. They can work to loosen the impact of this, program that we're running here. So those are some examples, and they're really endless. I could go on and on, but that's back to how the sophisticated technology works with the unique construct of our bodies and our entire being to really help us tap into those levels that contribute to our healing. And just finally, I don't mean to suggest that all of the answers are in something outside of ourselves, right? This isn't that the ETs are coming and the crop circles are going to save us. They are an interface. They are a reflection of our consciousness. They are a reflection of the work that we have done to open to our higher intelligence, to open to our true wisdom that can then collectively help humanity open to our wisdom as a society and our ability to be an interconnected civilization, our ability to tap abundance and unity consciousness. They are here to help what's innately in us. They're great. So, Geraldine, are we winding it up? I always love to do things a little bit before the hour versus like that pressured time, like, jamming things in. So how are we at? Is there anything else, or does it feel
Yeah, we actually do have one more question,
Okay.
since we have just a couple minutes. Questions about how crops are actually affected maybe at the DNA level, or the comparison of the nutritional values of crops between the normal crops and the crops that are grown in crop circles.
Exactly. No, that it is so wonderful to have empirical evidence like that, the data that can come from studying the nutritional value, the way that seeds can become far more productive in how strong the crop grows, how it can endure not a what's like an infection of the crop, like they are stronger, they have a resilience, and like the nutritional value goes up somewhere like 400%. And part of what I was just learning the other day is that that's actually part of the technology is to reseed, to remember, help the origins of our food. We have so depleted the nutritional value with our farming strategies. We've just wiped out so much of what those crops actually used to offer. And so the technology is actually reinvigorating the nutritional value, and is part of healing humanity on that level, because we're not mineralizing. We don't have the food just doesn't have the properties that we need to do well. So it's actually really, really multi-layered of, yes, the actual crops are measurably impacted in improved ways, but it's improved beyond what we can actually really register. So yes, the answer is yes and yes. It's a great learning. They've done studies under pyramids as well. When you plant seeds and you plant, you start seedlings in a pyramidal structure. Same thing. The growth is remarkably improved. Nutritional value is, massively improved, and things like that, like propagation, their ability to repeat themselves.
Wow, so amazing. Nadi, what an incredible presentation. Thank you so much for gifting us with that vibrational, informational download, really, on all of this information. If you want to connect with Nadi, you can check out her information on the website, and you can also find out about that book, because Nadi, you have an interesting book. So what is the name of that book again?
That is Crop Circles Revealed, the
Awesome.
Language of Light. And this is by Barbara Lamb and Judith Moore.
Beautiful.
It's a really wonderful book. This is one of the more in-depth. There's tons of books, but they really go into the subtle realms and all of our multidimensionality. And that's what part of what the conference is about, is really
Exactly.
how to tap ourselves and all we are.
Love that. Thank you so much. Well, please connect with her, and thank you again for being here, Nadi.
Thank you for the opportunity. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Up next, we have Bobby Vasquez. Bobby Vasquez is a biofield tuning expert, and he will be discussing bringing balance to your body with biofield tuning. So, Bobby, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? I'm going to go ahead and do a screen share right here.
Can you? Yeah, so let me go. Are you going to be doing a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. And will you be doing a 15-minute Q&A, or how would you like to do it?
I might do it just kind of seeing it. I don't want to rush a bunch of information at the end. So if I end at that good point with the flow, but there's a good chance there'll be some information or some minutes for questions.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Okay, let's go to the screen share, and let's do, this is really, all right, 1 second, everybody bear with me, and then we're just gonna go here. Actually, sorry about this. There we go. Okay, everything looks okay. I'm thinking everything looks all right. Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Bobby Vasquez. I'm a biofield tuning practitioner. I'm also a sound therapist and newly certified human potential coach. Today we're going to be talking about bringing balance to your body with biofield tuning, the human biofield, and ways to strengthen this energy field around us. This is a place we might all know and be familiar with, but we're going to get a little bit more familiar with this space of energy that a lot of practitioners work around. But for today also, we're specifically going to be looking at biofield tuning and how we work with this modality, restoring energetic imbalances. But first off, let's go a little bit about me. Why is this guy talking about biofield energy, sound, all that good stuff? Well, I have a history of working in the sound production industry, maybe for the last, or I had been working in the sound industry for about 15 years. I've been studying sound now for over 20 years, working different ways of studying sound, but also different productions or that sort of thing. Along the ways, I really got into my work. I worked for many different productions, doing sound mitigation for big festivals, working sound technician for people like Tony Bennett, doing a sound feed for Beyonce. Around this time, the reason I bring this up is because around this time, I was subjected to a lot of electronic magnetic frequencies, EMFs, and the lifestyle. Everything really had an impact on my energy field. The strength of my biofield was almost non-existent, especially once I was feeling some type of way. I was connecting with the right types of doctors, the right information. This was a little bit about the time when I first started discovering energy, discovering sound, and that kind of thing. But because this was the moment when I started searching for more answers, when I started not feeling so good. I started researching more about William Rife frequencies, binaural beats, brainwave entrainment. But this then led me to learning more about the human biofield and biofield tuning. This will bring us to the next one of what is biofield tuning. 1 second. Oh, sorry. Okay, the term biofield, it was proposed in 1992 by an ad hoc committee and CAM practitioners and researchers convened by the newly established Office of Alternative Medicine at the U.S. Institute of Health. It was a term of field of energy and information that surrounds and interpenetrates the human body. So I get really fascinated by the fact that this is a place, obviously I'm working in it with tuning forks, but a lot of energy practitioners work in this space, in this energy place. But the biofield is a term for Western medicine to be taken a little bit more serious, maybe some valid points and some research, right? The committee sought to bring unity to diversity of energetic practices by creating a term that would be amenable to the scientific and broader healthcare communities. Such a term also needed to describe a central organizing biological field that healers were detecting. So this is that field that we're all detecting. Everybody's working in, whether you're doing pranic healing, whether you're doing biofield tuning, whether you're doing DNA programming, even if you're doing practicing Qigong or Tai Chi, you're working in this energy field. The term biofield was coined for these purposes with the hope that it'd be generic, malleable, coined, to fit different explanatory models of therapy. So they wanted that generic term also to be taken a little bit more serious within the scientific community. They can now apply for grants. They can do more research. So once we have a coined term, we can do a little bit more research behind it. And we can start seeing how this is a missing puzzle, a missing piece to the puzzle for healthcare and wellness. So I believe you probably read that also, this is also chi or prana in Eastern medicine as we look in the energy of the biofield. This takes us to a nice classic example of what an energy field will look like around the human body. And when I work with an individual, I see the field 5 to 6 feet extending away from the body, from the left side, extending away from the right side, 2 to 3 feet above the head, 2 to 3 feet below the body. Other terms for the biofield, you have your electromagnetic field, or even your human bioelectromagnetic field, human energy field, aura, chi, prana, energy field, and vital energy. So these are all terms we've all heard. These are all things we've probably experienced or maybe worked with, or maybe people have worked with different energy workers and they've worked using these terms. Here's another classic example or a newer example that I had created for myself and for my logo because I wanted something a little bit more universal, a little more modern, a little current, and also feeling like there's a little bit of every one of us within this image. It's this universal light, this universal love. This brings us to the biofield torus energy. Here's a wonderful image of the toroidal energy field. In the human biofield, we see the energies moving up and down and out and in, right? So it's bounded by a double layer membrane, similar to what we see surrounding, oops, sorry about that. I was moving my notes. It's similar to what we see surrounding the Earth. It's comprised of 12 strands and 12 bands comprised of 12 strands, resulting in 144 cords of light. And you can see this energy circulating through the system at all times. It's bidirectional, so energy is coming from the atmosphere and energy is also coming up from the Earth. And similar stuff happens when we do grounding. And we'll go on to the next. So now this leads us to what is stored within this space. And I'm sure there's a lot of good information. For the most part, within our work that we do, we see that everything that has happened to us is stored in this field, right? So our thoughts, traumatic events, actions, deeds, it's connected to your physical body, your emotions, your spirit, your mind. Traumatic memories create pockets of distortion here, and it creates resistance in the flow of energy due to these moments of trauma, these moments of, and it could be big trauma, it could be small trauma from my experience. I've been working with biofield tuning for the last 5 years at least, plus maybe now, and it's always different. It's always different, the types of trauma I run across or that shows up within the field. The trauma could be a loss, a death. It could be something like you're moving, and as a child, you went to a new school or you had to change your schools. That's very traumatic for an individual, for a young child. And that's showing up in the field. That's creating an issue. That's creating stuck energy. But it could also be, something really alarming, like an emergency situation. It could be a breakup. There's so many different things that can create this resistance. And as a practitioner, I hear it as noise. And this is when we bring the tuning fork into the field, and we're going to get further into biofield tuning in just one moment, it releases the resistance. So the natural tone of this frequency, the body is able to reorganize itself around it, doing this auto tune, so to speak. This leads us to tuning the human biofield. Excuse me, sorry about that. I touched my microphone. Tuning the Human Biofield by Eileen Day McCusick. This is the book that changed my life. As soon as I read this book, I became a practitioner. I wanted to do more research. I was doing more of this, learning this modality to help my family because I was experiencing a lot or witnessing a fair amount of traumas or a fair amount of experiences. But little did I know this work was really for myself and my help. Little do we all know, right? So tuning the human biofield, Eileen Day McCusick, she's been practicing and researching this modality for 20 plus years, but in her time, she's the one who brought this to light. She was the pioneering researcher behind the sound healing modality therapy, and she was a massage therapist, stumbled upon a set of forks, began working with the tuning forks over the body with the chakra system, and little by little, she began exploring and moving outside the body, hearing different noises, hearing different experiences, and really mapping out what we heard when there was an imbalance within the body. And that's the cool thing about this is I will hear the same stuff within this body if there's an imbalance. And we can duplicate this process by multiple people. Every session is probably going to be different, obviously, with different practitioners. But for the most part, we're going to find that same noise in the same areas of resistance on the same timelines. So this moves us into what is biofield tuning. It's a unique non-medical therapeutic device using sound waves produced by tuning forks. In the biomagnetic field or the biofield that surrounds the body. So I bounce this tuning fork within your field, within your place, within that space. It reflects back to me noise, or it reflects back to me this beautiful natural tone. Every fork has a natural tone, and that's what we shoot for. As a sound technician, my old days, it's like I'm always searching to make it sound good. So this is continued on that same path, looking to make it sound good. If I hear it off, if I hear it different, then that's when we sit with it. We sit with this frequency. We maybe bring in a crystal, maybe we bring in another fork until it releases. Once it gets released, then I'm going to be able to move across and comb the energy towards center. So as I stated, it was developed by pioneering researcher Eileen D. McCusick and her 20 plus years into the biofield anatomy, interacts with the human biofield referencing the biofield anatomy hypothesis and the biofield anatomy map. So this is what was discovered in her exploration, the biofield anatomy map. And this is a map that we'll get to once we cover the biofield anatomy hypothesis. Okay. It states that what we call mind and memory, rather than existing inside the body, exists and diffuses the magnetic toroid that surrounds and penetrates the body. The bioplasmic bubble is bounded by a double layer membrane and contains standing waves that are binarily encoded with all our memories and experiences. So this is where we find all of our memories that are connected to moments of charge in this work, moments of stuckness, moments that create stuck energy. And in my vision, the way I look at it, it creates this energetic baggage that's within our field. Within this work, we release it, restoring that potential, restoring the flow of energy. The field is both stratified, compartmentalized, and timelined, so it fits on a timeline. If a person comes in, say they're 40 years old, furthest away from them will be birth gestation. The midpoint will be about 20 years old. And as it gets closer to the body, when I hear the noise, it's current times, current experiences. Traumatic or stressful experiences or time periods produce areas of turbulence, resistance, and charge in the field. So when I'm working with an audible tuning fork or I should say, non-weighted tuning fork, I will hear the noise. I will hear the resistance. It might sound alarming, and we'll get further into that, but when I work with the weighted fork, it's a little different. I feel it. You don't hear this as much until you put it up, so you can hear it right there when I put it up to the microphone. But if you're working within the field, you're not necessarily hearing this as if a person was lying on the table. But I'm really feeling it. I'm almost listening a little bit deeper because I feel it more in my body with these weighted forks. And this takes us to the next. So here's a wonderful image from electrichealth.com. That's a part of biofield tuning, more electric body research and exploratory stuff that you have there. So right here, we're looking at the image of the standing waves and see those little resistance. These are the pockets of resistance. Once they get freed up, it restores that flow, and that flow could then return to the central channel. This is nothing really new. And what we're doing, this is a lot of old medicine, this is a lot of old knowledge, but we're just bringing this to this way, using it with traumatic experiences and moments, and also looking at the body with more of electric properties, seeing how electric we are and how much energy that we can bring in, how much voltage we can raise. So this brings us to the biofield anatomy map. Take a look right here while I take a drink of water 1 second. And here we have the biofield anatomy map. This was created during her exploration. This was done, this is used during all our sessions for the most part, and this is a wonderful guide that we use when a client comes in. They're coming in for an imbalance of some sort. Usually a client has been experiencing a lot of maybe a disappointment with medicine, and they're running out of options. They come to the door, or they just want some balancing. They want to relieve their stress. Regardless, they come in, say for this example, this person's 60 years old. This is your gestational period, and this is where I begin my work. This is where I feel the energy essentially begin. This is also where I might hear resistance from whatever is taking place. A lot of times, gestational birth periods, they're somewhat traumatic. So there's noise happening within this birth time, whether even it's the birth period, whether it's whatever took place to get you into this world, whatever mom and dad were experiencing, we feel that. I can sense that with the fork, with the noise that is going on. A lot of times this is where I would hear, and plenty of times when this is where I hear the alarm in the fork, where the fork will sound natural, or it has a natural tone, but then it might go into this almost this alarm sounding. And I might ask a client, was there an alarm situation happening? And usually they report back yes, as sometimes there are those alarm situations with birth. So again, this is for imbalances. Imbalances, when we see the imbalance within, say, the throat chakra, the left side is connected expression, not saying, that what you don't say or express. The right side is speaking, not being heard, right? So these are the imbalances within that space. And this is similar to the chakras that maybe we're all familiar with, these energy centers that we've all been maybe working with. Maybe we're not familiar with it. But the left side of the heart, if you come in, there's an imbalance that's connected to sadness, grief, loss. The right side would be connected to saying yes when you mean when you mean no, caretaking, accommodating. I'm sure some of us are familiar with that situation. And that's also connected a little bit, as some might even know further, that it's connected to TCM and how grief is held within the lungs. So these are all stuff that we find within imbalances when a client comes in. Something might show up at 30, something big, something traumatic. And if it shows up, say, maybe in the root chakra, there's a good chance, if it's big moment in their life, heavy moment, maybe it's stuck a lot of energy. You might find that in the heart as well. You might find that as well in the crown. You might find it in the whole circle. And the way we see it's compartmentalized timeline, right? It's very similar to rings of a tree. Some people even say grooves of vinyl, grooves of a record. Maybe I'm dating myself, I'm not sure, but I think vinyl is getting popular again with the kids. So it's like, yeah, you find those little marks, or I would find it as little pockets of noise, release it. I do a little, sometimes I'm going back and forth with the energy. I'm doing a little bit of maneuvering it, guiding it. I'm just facilitating the energy, excuse me. The fork is doing everything. I'm just guiding it along the way. So, if I hit a pocket of noise, I might come back out to the field. I might go back to the body, use a different fork, bring in different frequency. It's a wonderful map that she uncovered working in Burlington, Vermont. And it's a wonderful map that we all use during our sessions. When people read this, a lot of times it brings awareness of where they have these issues going on, or what's creating an imbalance in their life. There's plenty of times when I do events, people see this map and they're like, I have everything here. And so it's that awareness of how can we change this? How can we respond differently? How can we work differently so these imbalances don't stay? And part of that is within these sessions. Part of that is within this work. So here's a nice little video showing exactly the toroidal field with the body in center. You're seeing the standing waves. You find those pockets of noise. The tuning fork comes in, returns to central. The central channel. See that one more time. Because this is the simplicity of its work. It's really a simple process of what we're doing here. That's it. Of course, it's a little more than that, but it's simple to that idea. People, when we restore this flow, when we restore these pockets of noise, people feel these flows of energy, the surges of energy. Detoxing experiences can occur from that stuck energy, the stuck potential, your energetic baggage that's holding you back from true greatness in life. That's getting released. They might experience a detoxy feeling. And as we say, better out than in. If they feel it, it usually only lasts a couple of days, and then they feel like brand new. Observations that we find in biofield tuning: sound changes when tuning fork is held in different areas around the body. So we might hear that fear. We'd probably hear the fear if there was an imbalance within the heart, or the grief. You would hear the alarm, or maybe even if a person's dealing with a lot of anxiety. Different emotions produce different sounding signals, such as fear, sadness, anger, alarm, anxiety. These are common ones that we really hear within the field. And of course, sometimes when a client gets to hear this as well, they can hear where it began. They can hear where it started. They can hear where maybe their sadness or their fears began. And then they can respond differently. It appears to be a universal language of vibration. Animals, plants produce the same pattern vibrations. Okay, so we have these animals and plants producing the same pattern vibrations. They all have a field. There's fields everywhere, right? Fields are everywhere. I love it. And we're all interacting with these fields. You can do the same work. You can tune a plant, you can tune an animal, and you would find the same resistance within their place. It would be a probably smaller field, and you probably wouldn't work on these animals or plants as long as you would work on a human. Let's go into the benefits of biofield tuning. Increased energy, reduction of stress. So increasing the energy, this is a voltage uptake that you're getting within this work. This is a wellness practice, so I will state that. So it's for people who are well. If you're experiencing some kind of illness, some kind of heavy ailment where your body is needing everything, and we'll get further into the situations where we don't work in, then this is definitely something that you wouldn't do. I'll get further into what we don't, situations that we don't work on in biofield tuning. But when we're bringing in this energy and releasing the flow, it's coming into the central channel, it's releasing the pockets, and they feel this uptake of energy. That creates reduction of stress because not only do they have more energy, but they can breathe and be in their bodies with ease. When I'm clearing this energy, it's removing energy blocks. This is what it is. It's energy blocks. It's your energetic baggage that's holding you back from true potential. Decreasing pain along the way, because the stuck energy we see, the stuck energy is what adds to the pain, or maybe even what creates the pain. This helps with sleep, greater quality of daily life, because you can move easier, you can breathe better, and awareness. And I speak about awareness because now you can see where these moments took place, which created this maybe pattern, this behavior that you're feeling. Maybe if it's around anxiety, you're like, where did my anxiety come from? And you can kind of see, where did that fear come from? Oh, this began because of my experience with mom doing whatever she was doing, and now I'm feeling that. So, or, even mom's anxiety a lot of times is carried on to the children's anxiety. It's something I experience a lot with working in the field, where people realize, wait, that's mom's anxiousness, but it's become a part of you. So we clear that energy, that hold, that resistance, and also you bring the awareness so you can respond differently. We don't like to say biofield tuning cures or really helps with all these situations, or cure an ailment. We definitely don't like to say that, but we like to say that biofield tuning helps with these situations. Most importantly, biofield tuning will help you breathe and be in your bodies with ease. It releases the stress, it releases the pain, anxiety, fear, PTSD. And this is something that for my own self, I've spent a lot of time tuning people, but I've also spent a lot of time receiving the work. So I've worked with my own anxieties that I was getting due to car accidents. I had multiple total car accidents, and I couldn't be on the road for as much as, or with comfort, with ease. And this really helped me. PTSD from having a war veteran in my home was definitely a result, helped in clearing out the noise that I was experiencing and hearing in my head. But these were also situations that were helpful to be used with a team of professionals. So bigger things, bigger experiences. If you have a team of professionals, maybe your doctor, your integrative medicine, your functional medicine, your acupuncturist, bring in the tuning. Because maybe if a person has an autoimmune or something like that, the work might create some detox experience. So if they have a team, it's really helpful for them to have that support that they need. Maybe they need a little bit more flow, a little bit more help, but having, it comes up a thought, maybe they need to speak to their therapist. But here's a nice list, feeling stuck. We have the low energy, depression, addictions, vertigo attacks, panic attacks, migraines and headaches, and more. And more meaning this is such a new modality, and we're always finding new ways that this can help people with. So that's the beauty of it, is people are always continuing to be curious and continuing to ask questions with different people. And then we report back, wow, this helped with this situation. This helped with that situation. And we have a tight community, and it's very helpful to respond and share this information with each other. And this leads us to the tuning forks that we use within this work. One more time, I'll get some water. All right, so tuning forks used in biofield tuning. We'll take a look right here. We have the 174 hertz non-weighted fork. We have the 528 hertz non-weighted fork, and this is the me, the love frequency. This is a nice one. We have the 174 hertz. So that's that natural tone. It produces a beautiful tone from the get-go. 417 hertz. These are all part of the solfeggio frequency set. The 174 is the main workhorse that we use constantly, constantly activating it and bringing it into the field. The 174 appears to be connected to pain and anesthesia. The 528 is connected to DNA repair, but most importantly is connected, it says they call it the love frequency. And when you hear it, it's very angelic sounding, which is really wonderful. I love that fork. So these forks are part of the solfeggio frequency set. I know a lot of the other solfeggio frequencies are really powerful and really healing. We just don't use them. For the most part, we were using 174 and 528. And in the beginning, when I first started this, we only had 4 forks. That's why I really liked how simple it was, is that we only had 4 forks, but little by little, she started creating more tools and started playing with other frequencies, as we're going to see in a little bit. So I'm sure you read a little bit about the others. Let's talk about the 54.81 and the 62.64. So these are forks, they're the 6th and 7th octave of the Schumann resonance. So this is 7.83. It's a frequency created in the cavity between the Earth and the ionosphere. So this is a frequency, the electromagnetic frequency of the Earth. It's what people might have even have called the heartbeat of the Earth. So 7.83 times 6 and 7.83 times 7, and right in the middle, it's have a binaural beat. I'm trying to see if I can do a binaural beat right here. You can kind of hear it. I kind of heard that in my headphones, and I'll go with that. So it's creating a binaural beat within the body once you apply both forks to the body. We've heard of binaural beats as you put one frequency in one side of your headphone and one frequency in the other headphone, and it creates this pulse around the back of your skull. That is the beat they speak of. We're doing the same thing with the tuning fork, because in the middle of these 2 tuning forks is 7.83 hertz. 7.83, the Schumann resonance, the frequency of the Earth. One of the reasons why we really get connected to this Earth energy, the Earth frequency, when we go out into nature, when we go camping, when we go out to the beach, we're really get into this frequency and we feel wonderful. It's one of the reasons why also it affects us in a negative way when we're not connected to this frequency. It could have a negative effect, and we'll probably get a little further into that. 93.96 is a new, really cool invention that came to light with Eileen, and this is a 12th harmonic of the Schumann resonance. So 12 times 9.83, and the handle's longer, which is really neat, and kind of disappear in there. The handle's longer, which is really cool, but you can kind of glide this along your body. You can really use this as a self-healing tool, getting to know frequencies. There's plenty of questions that I received. What would be a good fork to begin with? The sonic slider, the 93.96 is an excellent fork to begin your journey with frequencies and tuning forks. Tuning forks to be purchased, if you're going to be purchasing tuning forks, I like high quality forks. Biofield Tuning makes high quality forks. I don't make any money advertising. I just been working with forks for a long time, and I know that these forks withstand the activity that we bring it through, because we're doing a lot of activations, we're doing a lot of moving the fields, and you're always continually to hear that natural beauty of the tone. some of these other forks, you activate them, you can right away hear that you have to hit it harder for it to ring more, or it's just not going to last as long. So this definitely 93.96 was one where we're able to see in Eileen's research that the Schumann resonance and the fork, they're really powerful frequencies to open up the body, help with pain, help with any kind of stagnation, any tension, muscle tension. It's helped even with lymph flow. People have reported even weight loss from it. It's quite interesting. Even playing some of these frequencies, sometimes with frequency generators is a common one, or say meditations with them. So when I speak about this stuff, it's because all this sound energy and sound frequencies are available for all of us. They're available to us through YouTube. You can do meditations with all these frequencies. You could find the frequency that works for you. We work with these frequencies with all our clients, but sometimes there's going to be that one root frequency for each individual, and that's an exploration for each one of us. This brings us up to the Fibonacci pair. Okay, this is the last bit of forks that were been created by Eileen, 89 hertz and 144 hertz, the Fibonacci pair of the weighted forks, the 11th and 12th position in the Fibonacci sequence. So this is the Fibonacci sequence goes higher, the ratio numbers get closer. This is that image that you may have seen within the Fibonacci sequence. Within these forks, I was actually looking for the forks. I couldn't find it for a second. Within these forks, you're doing a golden mean activation. So these are really powerful forks. These are good forks that we use within place. This brings us to how versatile this work is. I can use this work all over the place. I can use this work with a client in my office, and you can really get deep into it. I can work with my dog, and maybe this is just a wonderful excuse to show my beautiful dog because I love her, but I can work with my animals. You can do parts on maybe the paws because the back legs are feeling a little sore, a little achy. She's getting a little bit older. So I've been able to bring in frequency into her paws, into the hind legs to help release that tension. So then she's not feeling so stiff and she can bounce around with joy, right? We can also tune water. You can bring in this wonderful medicine by tuning water and bringing in a project, which is really amazing. Then you drink this water. I've done plenty of events where I'm tuning people for 20 minutes because you can move some energy within 20 minutes. I get surprised too, but you're moving a lot of energy. People are feeling a lot of experiences maybe during that time. And it's a good way that I can connect with the community, sharing it with the community, and even I can do this at a distance because this is not bound by space or time. I can tune across, across the internet, which I will be doing tomorrow night at 6 p.m. We'll be doing a biofield tuning group experiences. So I tune, through the ether, and everybody connects. I'm going to be tuning the collective field of those present. So this is a wonderful image showing you the situations that biofield tuning can be used in, and this will bring us to where we don't use biofield tuning. Okay, so we have cancer. Cancer detox pathways are too compromised and the body doesn't have the resources to manage the process of detox, can be severe. I'm sure there's other wonderful healing modalities that can be used for these situations, but from our experience, we don't do this because it creates a detox experience. It's very strong. These frequencies are very strong and people feel them. It can put them in a worse place. When a person is experiencing cancer, maybe terminal illness, end of life, they really need all of their energy for everything they're dealing with. And this is a wellness practice, as I stated earlier. When we do this, when the detox response happens, it takes a little bit of that energy away. Also, pregnancy. Okay, it's potentially could send the client into detox, and that's something. If a mom is having detox with the baby, then we're in a situation we don't want to be, right? Pacemakers. Pacemakers all about keeping the rhythm. So does this work. So we don't want to throw the body off of rhythm. recent concussions, the brain work, anything like that. If they had a concussion, you just wouldn't work probably above the heart. That would be my way. And maybe, is there a microphone on? Okay. And let's move on to, we spoke about, or maybe I mentioned that there isn't a device yet to measure this, but there are devices to measure. So there's nothing that's measuring your biofield, your chi, your prana, but there's energy measuring devices such as BioWell energy scans. So the reason I bring this is because I'm about to show a few scans showing the work in a pre and post picture. So this is GDV technology. It's a health assessment device from Russia, and this measures a person's energy field. It measures the state of a person's energy field, produces an accurate assessment, analysis of their physical, emotional, mental, spiritual conditions. So it's fingertips, it scans your fingertips through this GDV technology. It takes biophotonic pictures of your energy, and you could visually see the energy, but it's not necessarily the biofield energy. I know it's confusing, but it's your energy overall measured in joules. So it's measured stress, energy levels, and your chakra alignment using the specialized camera. And so this is one of the few devices. There's maybe a handful out there. They have there's even biofield viewers where you're viewing the heat essentially from a person's body, and it's showing the discoloration on the chakras, and then which also will lead the person to see where the imbalance is. So there's stuff out there little by little, and hopefully we might have a biofield measuring device soon, because when you can bring these measurements in, we can show the people. We can also show and work well with modern medicine and seeing how much we can bring this into this missing piece into health and wellness. So here's some results of biofield tuning BioWell energy analysis scan. Here's the pre and the post. The left side is the pre, the right side is the post. I worked on this gentleman for a fair amount of time, maybe about an hour and 20 minutes. And this was a PTSD war veteran who definitely needed some balancing. He was aware of it, and I definitely spent the time on the heart. So you can see right here, the big adjustment happened with the heart into center. Okay. The rest of the chakras, you can kind of see, they line up more or less. and the reason I say more or less is because there was definitely more work needed to be done. He was receiving ketamine infusions and yeah, he was just going through a lot. So we're definitely providing the support for him. He had support. He had a team of doctors that he was also working with, the VA, and we're doing some biofield tuning. And you can see the alignment a little bit better. You got even the solar plexus, that kind of stayed, and that shifted to the other side. This takes us to the next slide. Chakras are wonderful. Chakras are beautiful. We all like to see that alignment. We all want them balanced and open. But when I'm scanning somebody, I really want to see the emotional pressure. The orange is the pre, and this purpley color is the post. So you can see this individual came in, they were at a high, almost, look at that, it was like mid-anxiety level. See that number? And within this work, after we were able to scan them, it brought it down to mid-optimal. If I'd given more time, post work to do another scan, I'm sure that would have gone lower. But because for a matter of time and then spending, he had to move on to his next appointment. So we scanned him, but it still showed a dramatic difference, right? Look at that, almost mid-optimal. His energy levels, a lot of times people want that high energy. Give me that high energy. How do I bring more energy into my body? But if it's too heightened, if it's too much, it can create issues within the system. As this person had high anxiety, they almost had a heightened energy level. So it brought it down a bit. It brought it down significant enough for us, which is really good to see. And the left and right symmetry of the energy overall within the body got a little bit more balanced. So this brings us to my next slide of energy hacks leading into, okay, we talked about the human biofield, we saw a little bit about biofield tuning, how biofield tuning can help. Now, what can I do to help my energy overall? And I shared with you in the beginning my experience a little bit about how I had a crushed biofield and I needed to get my energy up. I worked with morphogenic field doctors, but these were also compiled from a list of something that I've created with people, as well as Eileen created with raising voltage overall. So we're looking at the biofield energy hacks. And hopefully we're going to cover a few. We're not going to cover all because I do want to leave time for questions. And if we were to go further into these, it might take up a fair amount of time. And I don't want to rush all this information to you. So biofield energy hacks, grounding and earthing. It's so simple. It's free. Everybody can do it. And I speak about this all the time with my clients. Can you ground? Can you put your feet in the earth? Is this something doable? This will increase your energy. This will connect you to the 7.83 hertz, the Schumann resonance. This will allow you to be in your bodies more with ease. Structured water. If you speak with me, work with me, we'll probably talk about structured water sometime, because it's another somewhat simple way to bringing voltage in your body by bringing charge into your water. You structure your water, you're bringing that water back to its natural state, and you're bringing the charge in it to your body, creating more energy overall. EMF mitigation, sometimes it can seem a little overwhelming, but we're a connected society. These last few years, when been so disconnected, we've been taking more time to be connected, right? Everything's been rushing. How can we get more connected because we're so disconnected? So we're using more of these devices. We're using more of these tools. We're on Zoom all the time. Last year, I broke my computer because I over-Zoomed it. I did too much over Zoom. I had to get a new computer. So we're constantly on this tech nonstop, you know? And where I live in Silicon Valley, so we're surrounded by it. So these are steps that I take and ways that I can help clients. EMF mitigation, it's a lot simpler than you think. Hopefully we can get into some tips a little bit, but you get your 8 hours of sleep. Biofield tuning is one that I spoke about because it does bring in energy. It brings in voltage. 8 hours of sleep, it's a simple thing as well. So much of what I like to work with and share with people are simple things that they can do to bring all this energy in their life. Because when there are things that aren't as simple, it won't happen on a regular basis. It won't be continuous. So expressing of feelings is another one. This is something I've worked with, being a male in this society, being a male in my culture. We're always working to express our feelings. I've always been the expressive one, so maybe in my family, so maybe I've been a little bit different, but I work with gentlemen all the time in showing up, expressing their feelings, expressing what needs to be let out. And I really look at this expressive output as something that will also create an imbalance within your field. When this anger comes up, if you feel anger, are we going to express it or are we going to squash it? When this sadness comes up, are we going to express it or are we going to squash it? It's important to express it, even if it's for, what do they say? It takes about 90 seconds for this feeling to run through the body. Let it run its course, return back to this neutral state, this neutral place of being, and move on with your day. It's all finding that neutral place, right? So you're returning back, but when these things do come up, it's best to be expressive so that we're not necessarily squashing our energy. I really look at sometimes the expression of feelings the way when we stop water from flowing. When we stop water from flowing, and when we squish the hose of our garden hose and we crank it up. I don't know. I'll get further into that. Singing and dancing is common within many cultures and indigenous cultures as medicine. I've used singing and dancing for so much of my life, and sometimes maybe I take that for granted. I don't realize how much of that is not in everybody's everyday. When was the last time you sat in circle, danced, sang? No energy vampires. It's probably a simple one that people think about. Maybe they don't think about. But are we in situations that are enlivening our energy? Are we in situations that when we're done with it, we feel our energy is gone? We feel our energy is taken away. Which one is it? Real food. I'm not going to get into keto, carnivore, vegan. Just eat real processed food, unprocessed food. Eat real unprocessed food. When you have good real food, you have food with electrical properties, with energy, voltage. It's going to be good for you. Now, I'm going to just cover grounding, I believe, and then we'll probably answer some questions, because the further we have with structured water and EMF mitigation, it's a lot of material and I don't want to jam pack it in this last bit. But this is a simple one that everybody can do. This is a simple one that you can do right now. You can go outside, put your feet in the earth. You can use a grounding mat if you need to. So grounding and earthing is really important. It allows us to neutralize positive ions from electronic devices and resynchronizes with the Schumann resonance. There's that powerful frequency again. Look how amazing it is. When you electrically ground, your biology has an access to an endless supply of electrons, allowing you to function as you have evolved to entrain the 24-hour circadian rhythm of Earth, which orchestrates normal diurnal hormonal patterns. We require ground to maintain electrical stability. We are electric beings after all. And to achieve perfect data transfer between the complexity of our environment and our human circadian rhythm, which informs a myriad of biological processes. So we really need to connect to this frequency for our biological processes. We really need to even bring in that energy to our body. And the more I learn about mitigation and EMF, we really need to release and dump those free radicals. So it's a really easy thing to do. You can start your day with some grounding. Do you start your day with a process with a morning ritual? Do you start your day with some grounding, maybe some sunshine, maybe your warm water, maybe your time with your loved ones and your pet? But it's a good way to start your day on that right vibration, on that right frequency. We're going to go on to looking at some benefits behind grounding. It improves sleeping, reduction of pain, reduces inflammation, relaxation, accelerated healing of injuries, increasing the circulation, protecting the body of harmful EMFs, and connecting you to the Schumann resonance. So that's, I think this would be a good place to open it up. I will cover one more thing here, because the next slide I was going to talk about a little bit about structured water and just kind of get into the science behind structured water. And maybe it'd be good just to bring that up 1 second. We have a few more minutes. Structured water is really important, and it's something that I see necessary for our future, for our life. Because when we structure the water acts like a battery capable of storing energy. And when we structure the water, we're returning the water back to its natural state in electrical nature. Water loses structure when it becomes stagnant, when we put it through pipes, when we put it through all sorts of filtration systems. There's no more energy in it. So when you're putting the water inside of you, you're not receiving full benefits of the water. You may be getting hydrated, but you're not feeling the full benefits. The bodies have the capability of structuring the water on its own when you put the water, but when you put structured water before, the body has this wonderful way of now being able to do more with it, because it's not having a structure of the water. It has more energy, there's more capability. Benefits of drinking structured water: maximize hydration, increase energy levels. It helps to detoxify your oxygen, or your body, maximize blood oxygen, improves immune system, cellular regeneration, increased concentration or clarity, better sleep, increased mental acuity, greater nutrient absorption. And for this last slide, I think I will show is a BioWell finger scan showing you a person drinking structured water, or a person their energy levels just at a baseline, right? The orange, you see the baseline running along. It's a 10-finger scan with their pericardium meridian. So it's a 10-finger scan, pericardium meridian. It shows their baseline of energy across the line. The indigo chart is showing a person holding the phone on mode. So they have the phone on, it's not on airplane, it's in their hands, and they're doing the finger scan. The indigo chart shows getting lower. So it started off at this orange part, and it brings it down here. Now the green one, it's holding the phone while it's ringing. So they're holding the phone while it's ringing, got the finger in there, holding the phone while it's ringing. It's doing the finger scan, the pericardial meridian, and you can see the green dropping. Look at that green dropping, how much energy is dropped from that baseline. Here's baseline, drops all the way down when you have your phone in your hands. Okay. Now, for this last scan, the person was holding the phone in ring mode after drinking 12 ounces of structured water. And you can see the magenta, it brought it up here. It brought it up for a fair amount of time, and then towards the end scan, it kind of matched up to the green again. But you could see how much it helped that energy. I'm not saying hold your cell phone while you drink because you're drinking structured water. What I am saying though is use structured water to help increase these effects of electromagnetic frequencies. This will take us to just ways to structure water. You have filtration systems, the stir one, vortexing, get a spring water, natural spring, exposing it to ultralight or infrared light, exposing it to natural heat energy such as sunlight, storing it in gemstone water bottles. So let's go right here. And I just want to do a little biohack summary, biofield hack. Ground every day for 20 minutes, reduce EMF, unplug, keep your phone away from the body, drink clean, structured water, sleep, sleep, sleep. It's very important. Come see me for biofield tuning or biowell scan. Don't be overwhelmed with all this info. Breathe, try and have some fun, love yourself, take good care of yourself every day, but take extra good care of yourself on days of treatment. And let's see, 1 second. And thank you so much, everybody. It was wonderful with this presentation. I have some time for questions. I will be here all weekend, available for sessions. But most importantly, I'll be doing a group tune to put this in a group setting so you can feel this work and experience some healing benefits tomorrow night at 6 p.m. And we have some time for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bobby. That was amazing. So I'm going to stop the presentation.
Okay.
Very good. Oh, you got it. You got it. Okay, so we do have some questions. We have some questions about what is your stance about 432 hertz versus 440 hertz tuning standards, fact or fiction? Thanks for the awesome presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I feel that for the 432, that's a common one. The standard tuning is 440, and there's this theory that it was originally 432 hertz, and because 432 hertz created more harmonious ways of, I think it was like a harmonious brain. That's the theory, that they changed it. They took it away because it created almost too much good. So they changed it to 440, and that's the theory behind it. I do know musicians who have tuned their instruments to 432, and I've heard recordings to 432, and you can feel a difference within it. So I'm not sure about the theory behind how it happened or where it came from, because I don't like spending so much time with my brain on that. I like to work with frequencies. So I'll spend my time working on, I'd rather sit with 432 if it's a tuned instrument and see what my body is feeling. And I've heard recordings where stuff is done with 432 and it does sound different. It does sound different. I just wish there were more musicians out there open to that. And there are more that are becoming familiar with it. They're becoming familiar with tuning their instruments to 432 and then creating music with it. So I feel there is some truth to that. And the best way to do behind it is be curious and explore. If you're a musician, tune your instrument to 432 and make some stuff and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. And then we have a question about the comparable sound frequencies of Tibetan singing bowls. Is it different?
Tibetan singing bowls, or just bowls in general, The difference within that work, the way I look or compare it to, is biofield tuning is we clear the noise, and like singing bowls kind of quiets the noise. It's not a bad thing. It's just it's a different relaxation, quieting the noise. That's why people feel so wonderful. They feel so relaxed.
Oh,
We're going a little bit more into the space and kind of restore, it's a little bit more fine tuning. The same way that you would tune an instrument, we're tuning the electrical magnetic field of the body. And over time, as instruments get played and played hard, you need to tune them. Similar with the body. It's like a chiropractic adjustment within your electric field. That's kind of how I envision it.
and we have a question from Christopher Musgrave who says, have you experimented with using electronically generated frequencies for tuning?
Not necessarily for tuning, but more for relaxation. I have experienced a lot with frequencies, making soundscapes and really bringing in different feelings with soundscapes. And you bring in the different frequencies, and using that, you hear the difference, but not necessarily having like put a speaker on the outside of a person's body and definitely bringing in that or clearing the energy that way. I haven't done anything like that because the fork is too simple. And it's easier, and it's fine points it. I can hear what's happening, and it's just simple. It's this organic tone. I'm not bringing in anything electronic devices, even though I'm a fan of them and I work well with them. This isn't that, right? You're just bringing in the natural tone of the frequency, and you can hear the information with the tone. So you're not bringing all this other stuff that you might hear other things through the speakers, through your wiring, through your ground. That can create its own field. Because these fields that we interact with harmoniously with people. We interact with crystals and essential oils. It really vibes up our field, gives us more voltage. But when we're around these non-harmonious fields, it can have a negative effect. It can definitely have a negative effect. So.
Great. We have so many more questions, but we are going to move to our next speaker. But please connect with Bobby. All of his links are in the link and also on the website. And he has a virtual booth that you can connect with him under the vendors page. And you can also connect with him at his booth by clicking the little house link next to his name on the schedule. So he will be there available for you guys to schedule tunings and all of that good stuff and answer questions. We had questions about all kinds of things. So connect with him there to continue that conversation. Thank you so much, Bobby. Amazing.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend. I'll talk with you all weekend. Let's connect. Have a great day.
Nice. Up next, we have Zane Daniel, and his presentation is about removing entity attachments. So Zane, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
There, unmuted.
There you are.
So wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. Are you going to be using a presentation?
Yeah, I would love to.
Okay, and are you going to take Q&A at the end of your questions?
Yeah, I would love to.
Okay, great. So we will just jump right in and take it away. Thank you.
Okay, I'm disabled from screen sharing.
I'll go ahead and make you. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
All right, now I've got it. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so hello everyone. It's really nice to be here and nice to see all the smiling faces and all the smiling names for those of you who have made yourself visible yet. But I can see Tracy. Hi, Tracy. So, okay, so I'm excited about this because this has become my passion. And it's kind of funny because when I first started doing negative entity removal, I did not think that I was going to become the negative entity guy, but it's kind of worked out that way. My gifts are quite broad and non-specific, but thanks to some experiences where I made some YouTube videos that were about negative entity attachment removal. All of a sudden, this thing that was just kind of a side thing that I did became a major one because people were coming to me all the time with negative entity attachments thanks to those YouTube videos. And so we blossomed into an interesting niche. and one that I'm sure that many of you that are watching right now don't have them because you already vibrate at a very high frequency. But before I did this, I checked, and definitely some of the people that are watching right now have them. And some of the people that will watch this recording in the future, I've kind of pre-checked, and some of you have them as well. So this is fairly common. I definitely ran into this a lot even before it became one of my niches. And it was always something that I would check anytime that I had anybody come to me for any kind of healing or any work like that. And frequently, I would say at least 30 to 40% of the time, anybody coming to me would have a negative entity attachment. So I'm excited to talk to you all about that. And at the same time, I've also been working on a documentary, which I'll be talking about, where I have decided to see if I can find all the reasons why negative spirit attachments are misdiagnosed as schizophrenia, and what are the common links, and what can we do about it, and we can prevent people from going through unnecessary medication and unnecessary, involving the pharmaceutical world, which we all know that the pharmaceutical world isn't always got the best interest of the patient in mind, because it's a money run industry. So, but there are some situations where there is an overlap, and it's really important to understand those so that we can navigate correctly, where we can actually use some Western medicine and we can use some healing at the same time and really see a big difference. So jumping into this, really first thing that I want to say is, like I said, I am not necessarily here just to be a negative entity guy. I'm here to help usher our society, usher our experience from a 3D one to a 5D one. And this is all about finding ways to, make people excited, to help them know that they have the access to a fifth dimensional consciousness, to make them feel gratitude and unconditional love. This is the path to a fifth dimensional consciousness and a fifth dimensional society. This is really what I'm doing. And it just so happens that I've taken this route, or I've gone down this path, because it really does help a lot of people that are blocked from being able to move from that 3D consciousness into a 5D consciousness. So, I'm actually pretty pleased that I've become the negative entity guy for another reason. And that's because the folks that have negative entity attachments, many of them, are really suffering. And to be able to take someone from a suffering scale of 10 out of 10 to a suffering scale of 0 out of 10 in just 7 weeks is really been a mind-blowing experience. And it's been just a beautiful satisfaction experience for all of us that are involved. And I've got a team of people that are working with me now, and we're bringing people through this program constantly. And we're really seeing huge and amazing results, which, again, this helps us move from that 3D society to a 5D society. Okay. So the first thing I want to do, because I did check, and some of you do have negative entity attachments, I would like to go ahead and do a quick removal. And I'll kind of explain more about why I can't just do this removal and everything's fine. But I will do this removal, and it will at least temporarily remove anybody's negative entities that they have right this second. And that will make it so that you can actually listen to this listen to this presentation. So, okay, go ahead and close your eyes and take a nice big deep breath and relax as you exhale. Feel yourself sinking into your chair, or to the bed, or to the sofa, or whatever it is that you're sitting on. Really allow that to support you, and feel the Earth's gravity pulling you close, hugging you with her power. So the way my activations work, they're very quick and simple. All I'm going to do is I'm going to say breath in. At the time that I do, go ahead and take a nice big deep breath, and you'll hold it at the top of the breath, and you'll wait for me to make a loud explosive sound. This sound used to be a particular word, but it's changed over time. I'm working with an extra dimensional collective called the Hathors, which are all about sound healing. But this is very explosive and very quick, and we will remove any negative entity attachments that you have. Breath in. Oh, oh, good. Okay. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. And that's all there is to it. So for many of you who don't have negative entity attachments, you might have actually felt something there, because of course the Hathors are going to do something wonderful for you, even if you don't. But if you did, I'm hoping that you feel lighter, that you feel more relaxed, that maybe you don't feel that presence or hear that voice in your head or whatever. And like I said, this may only be temporary, and I'll get into all of that as we go through. Okay, so the first question that I often get is, why me? Why in the heck do I have a negative entity attachment? Why do I have a demonic possession? Why do I have this thing that has attached itself to me? Maybe it was a week ago, a month ago, and every once in a while we get people that have had them for 30 years. So this is a very common experience, but why in the heck would this happen? Okay, well, everybody who comes to me, and probably everybody who's watching this right now, you are powerful spiritual beings. You have come to this planet, you have come to this incarnation to do amazing things. You're here because of how powerful you are. Maybe you know what your gifts are. Maybe you don't know what your gifts are yet. Maybe you've just gone through an awakening process. Maybe you did it a long time ago. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that you are here to do something incredible, and your channel is wide open. You are communicating, or you are very capable of communicating with incredible beings, angels, ascended masters, the collectives like the Pleiadians or the Arcturians, or the Council of Light. It goes on and on. All of these different amazing higher dimensional beings you are ready to communicate with if you aren't already. But if you are at a lower frequency, if you are afraid, if you have a lot of fear in your life, if you had childhood traumas, if you're in an abusive relationship, there's so many different reasons that your frequency is at a certain level. And when your frequency is at that certain lower level, then what are the types of beings that you're going to interact with? You're probably not going to interact with the Pleiadians or the angels. You're going to end up interacting with a vibrational match. And that match is going to be a negative entity attachment of some kind. So the trick is, then there's many different avenues and aspects to bring you out of that lower vibrational frequency, but that has to be your goal. And that is absolutely step one. We don't even worry about the negative entity attachment at first. All we do is start working on raising your vibrational frequency so that you can become a match with the Pleiadians, or with the angels, or with the ascended masters. So the other thing that's happening here is that you have decided to have a negative entity attachment. And this is the hardest one for many people. They're like, what? I didn't decide this. Is the last thing I wanted. They're awful. They're terrible. Why would I ever choose this for myself? Well, we have to go back to the metaphysical concept of a soul contract. Before you came here to this planet in this incarnation, you set a whole bunch of things in motion. You said, okay, I want to meet that person. I want to have this experience. I want to have that experience. I want to get over this. Maybe I want to have addiction issues that I have to transcend. Maybe I want to have poverty issues. Maybe I want to have poor relationships. Maybe I want to have difficult parents. Whatever it is that you chose to as your challenge or your challenges in this life experience, negative entities are on that list. In many cases, you also choose what could be my awakening catalyst. So maybe you were saying, all right, well, I want to have a near-death experience. When I have that near-death experience, I'm going to wake up from this crazy 3D world that's convinced me that I have to work all the time and that I can't be spiritual, and so on and so forth, right? So you said before you were born, okay, I want to have a near-death experience that wakes me up. Maybe you said, oh, I want to have a plant medicine experience, and that's what's going to wake me up. or some sort of tragedy in your life or your family or an injury. I mean, the list goes on, and negative entity attachments are on that list as well. So maybe you said, oh, okay, if I have a negative entity attachment, that'll force me to try to understand what the heck is happening to me. It'll take me down certain paths. I'll start doing research, and maybe I'll meet somebody or discover something that makes me realize, oh my gosh, okay, I am a spiritual being. I didn't remember that as part of this experience as being this 3D being. And so the negative entity attachment forced me to go down that path. And maybe it'll even force you because it's so miserable, because instead you said, no, I just want to get rid of it. I just want to go to a shaman, or I want to go to whatever and just get rid of the thing. I don't care about spirituality. Just end this. But if you go to a shaman and they remove it, and it feels like it's gone, and you're like, all right, we did it. It's good. It's done. The shaman says you're clear. Enjoy the rest of your life. And then a week later, maybe it comes back. Maybe it's a day later. Maybe it's even a couple of hours. We've seen this over and over and over again. We see so many people that spend $20,000 to $30,000 to $50,000 trying to have negative entities removed. Why would you go through all that? Why would you do this to yourself? Because you really need to find the way to raise that vibrational frequency in a way that you can go ahead and do your life mission and your life purpose. So this is what we commonly see. We see this experience over and over again, and it's really challenging because after somebody has spent $50,000 going to shaman, they're very afraid to work with somebody like me, even though I've got a totally different path. I've got a totally different avenue to handle this than just me saying I'm going to remove it for you. That little activation that I did a few minutes ago was really just a temporary clearing. And it's up to you to take it the rest of the way. And that's what I do. I help people go the rest of the way. Okay. So if you're going to attract those low frequency things, then obviously, how are we going to do this? We're going to raise your vibration. And if you are in a fear-based experience, it's going to be very hard to raise your vibration. So the negative entity attachments are there and you're afraid of them. They feel more powerful than you. So you're definitely trying to avoid that experience as much as you possibly can through fear-based actions. One of the biggest ones that I run into all the time is that people want to create a protective bubble around themselves to protect themselves from negative entity attachments. What we find over and over again is that that is a fear-based action. You are not stepping into your power. You're stepping away from your power. You're saying, oh my gosh, please don't let anything bother me. I don't want to have this problem anymore, right? And so notice my posture here. I'm all crinkled up. I'm all scared. I'm all worried about things attacking me. Instead, we're teaching people how to open up that posture and go, you have no chance. You negative entities are a joke compared to how powerful I am. When you're in that posture, when you take that approach, they're no match for you. Okay, so one of the things that we got to talk about here is, what does raising your vibrational frequency even mean? David R. Hawkins created his scale, which is also called the map of consciousness, and this is a version of that, right? So we're going from, if you're in fear, here we are fairly low on the vibrational frequency list. And if you've got a negative entity that is in this similar frequency range, then staying in fear and shame, especially shame is horrible, anger, all these things, and there's a lot of lower vibrational emotions, then it's very easy for them to stay attached to you. So how do we get you out of that? We have to start moving you into acceptance and to optimism and love and gratitude and excitement. When we move you into these, then now you're no longer a vibrational frequency to these negative entity attachments. And the thing is, this isn't very easy to do for many, because you've gone your entire life being in fear. You've gone your entire life being in shame. You had a childhood trauma or whatever it was. And the right brain and the left brain is your logical side. The right brain is your emotional side. The right brain is hard for you to talk to. All language is on the left side. So the right brain is difficult to say, no, right brain, I don't want to feel fear anymore. I want to feel love. And the right brain goes, yeah, sure, but I'm sorry, we're in fear, man. And so it's not going to come along so easily. So there's a lot of work that we can do to make it so that it is fairly easy to move into that. So yeah, so if you are vibrating at the bottom of the Hawkins chart, then you are going to need to figure out a way to move into that higher vibration. Okay. So how do we accomplish this? We take 4 approaches. Many people who come to me, they come to me because they say, I overthink. Oh my gosh, we get that all the time. I think too much. I overthink. I can't meditate because my brain is just chattering on. What do I do about making it so I stop overthinking? Well, one of the approaches that we take is actually, let's take advantage of that overthinking. Are you going to overthink about how screwed up things are, or how miserable you are, or so on and so forth? Or are you going to overthink about how you have unconditional love, how you have gratitude, how you have excitement? When you overthink about high vibrational thoughts, then what comes next? High vibrational emotions. So the right brain, the emotional side. If the right brain is in the way of this process, and many times I say, okay, I want you to out loud say, I love myself unconditionally. One of my gifts, I can check to see if your right brain agrees with the statement. If your right brain says, yes, I do love myself unconditionally, then we're doing great. But I'm going to tell you that 97% of the time, when people say, I love myself unconditionally, we discover that their right brain does not agree. And again, that goes back into childhood traumas, childhood experiences, past life experiences, on and on. So many reasons, because we're constantly in judgment of ourselves, that we can't get to the point where we could love ourselves. We often say, well, I love myself, but then I hurt my friend by saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, and now they're all upset, and I feel awful for that. I'm such an idiot. I can't believe I did that. Now you're back into not loving yourself unconditionally. What does unconditional mean? It kind of means anyway, right? I love myself anyway. I love myself even though I hurt my friend. I love myself even though I hit that squirrel with my car. This is really important, because when we get to that point, then now you love yourself unconditionally, you can start to love the world unconditionally. We've discovered too, if you have judgment of yourself, you often have judgment of the world, and vice versa. If you hear someone complaining, oh, this is so stupid, this government thing, or this thing over here, or that thing over there, you can also know that they're judging themselves all the time. They are constantly their worst critic. So getting people out of this type of thought process is huge. Then there's the energetic and vibrational level or layer. So we can do energy work that raises that energetic vibration. This is what your field is vibrating at, whether you're thinking positive thoughts or not. And I often think of it in actually 2 categories. There's the emotional and thought process, and there's the energetic field vibration, right? So you've got the thought process vibration or the mindset vibration. You've got the energetic field vibration. You can go to a light worker who will raise your energetic field vibration really high. You're going to feel really great for a day or two. You're going to be like, this is amazing. Maybe you'll start talking to your guides. But then, because your mindset vibration hasn't changed, and you still look at yourself and criticize yourself, or you criticize the world, or you're unhappy about this thing and that thing and this thing and that thing, eventually your energetic vibration is going to drop back down to be in sync with the way that you think. And of course, if we change the way that you think and you start having a higher vibrational thought process, but the problem is, if we don't do the energetic work, then the energetic vibration doesn't raise. And so eventually your thought process kind of goes back into the way that you were thinking before. It's so important that we're going to do both of those things at the same time. That is the key. If you just do one, it's not enough. Okay, so now we get into those diagnosed with schizophrenia. Of course, as you know, schizophrenia is one of those diagnosable diseases that has been around for a nice long time. I believe that it is 0.8% of the population it can be diagnosed with schizophrenia. So we're in the early stages of discovering how this works. But what we're noticing is that, and I am working with a couple of people with schizophrenia, what we're noticing is that, or diagnosed with schizophrenia, and we'll go on to what that is also. But what we've noticed is that, yes, when we raise the vibration of even the diagnosed schizophrenia patient, then all of a sudden the beings that they're talking to start to change as well. They start to become more positive thoughts, more positive beings, and they look at everything in a much more positive way because we've raised both of those vibrations. And with prolonged work, and it takes a lot more work for someone who's been diagnosed than someone who hasn't, then they can see long-term results. So we're really excited about what that is and how much we've been able to help. But there's more to it than that. So as I mentioned, I'm filming a documentary right now. So I have had the opportunity to interview a psychiatrist, a psychologist, an exorcist, and then other people who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia and what their experiences have been. So this has been a fascinating journey and experience. And for anybody who doesn't know, I travel around the country in a camper van. I sold my house and decided to do this. And part of the fun of that is that I'm going and being able to interview all these people all over the country and the world to find out more and more about what it is they're experiencing. Okay, so I really enjoyed my allopathic interviews where I talked to a psychiatrist and a psychologist. And what, to my surprise, both of these guys had open-minded to the possibility of spiritual causes. I did not expect that. I expected, and to be honest, I almost wanted to interview a psychiatrist or a psychologist who got mad at me for even suggesting that they really were talking to spirits, right? I wanted them to get, rip their microphone off their chest and slam it on the ground and go, no, I'm not going to do this interview. You're an idiot or something like that. But kind of unfortunately, that wasn't the case. What was actually the case is that they said, yeah, it's very possible that they're actually talking to spirits, but here's the thing. So what's great is that they even had theories as to why that certain part of the population might have schizophrenia from an evolutionary standpoint, which I always find fascinating. I love the evolutionary story that we tell ourselves that, that Darwin started for us. I find that to be fascinating because it does seem to be true so often, even though there's a much bigger thing going on there than just evolution. But still, when it all ties together so nicely and neatly, then I'm all open to what we're talking about. So what was really neat is that the psychologist said, yeah, I ask a series of questions. And when I'm done with these questions, if the answers are a certain way, then I say, well, you just have schizophrenia, right? But if they're answered in a different way, he'll say, oh, you're just talking to spirits. It's not a big deal. So I found that to be amazing that the guy even had a possibility for that to be true. So I got to go and I got to talk about what the psychiatrist said, what is schizophrenia? So yeah, this is the definition that you see, right? When you go online and you look it up, it's a long-term mental disorder, blah, blah, blah. But I've highlighted some of these words here, right? Faulty perception. Okay, so there's some bias that's built into this definition. Inappropriate. Oh, okay. So inappropriate actions and feelings. Oh, so that means that society doesn't like it. So that's called inappropriate. Withdrawal from reality. Look at how laced this diagnosis really is, or this description really is. They're saying that there's a right and a wrong, right? Of course, that's what the pharmaceutical and allopathic industry does. Into fantasy and delusion. I mean, it's all written right in there, right? And then psychosis is the same thing. Psychosis is losing touch with reality or things that aren't real. So we are already working at the allopathic level. We know this, right? We're already working with people that generally don't even believe that this is possible. And so how is it that we can even work with them to figure out a way to kind of blend the two approaches? Well, like I said, I was quite surprised that the two psychologists that I talked to were actually open to this. Okay, so when I asked the psychiatrist what causes schizophrenia, this is what he said to me, that it is essentially an overabundance of dopamine in the brain. Well, I find that super fascinating because an overabundance of dopamine in the brain is actually something that causes all kinds of problems. People with depression can have an underabundance of dopamine. People with ADD can have an overabundance of dopamine. People who stutter very severely have an overabundance of dopamine. So dopamine is one of those neurotransmitters that is very complex and very difficult to understand. So there's more to it than just that. But essentially, this is the root cause. That's what at least the psychiatrists believe, right? So if that's the case, then that means that certain people have this genetic issue. If they have a genetic issue, then at an evolutionary level, why would this be passed down? Wouldn't it be removed from the population through selective breeding? Well, okay, so let's think about our primitive ancestors. Shaman and witch doctors were loved within this world, our primitive, quote unquote, ancestors, right? Maybe it's not so primitive after all. They were the ones who could speak to God and receive wisdom. They were the ones that gave you blessings or that figured out things that you couldn't understand about the world. So they were actually celebrated, and they were actually very important members of a tribe. And at 0.8%, that means that about 1 in every 100 would have this neurotransmitter imbalance. So, okay, so maybe there's a good reason for this. And just maybe they needed it as part of their survival, or it gave them the best chance of survival. Okay, so this is the first kind of thought for saying, is schizophrenia a bad disease? Or are you lucky? Are you one of the chosen ones? And by being able to look at it in that way, all of a sudden you reframe the discussion of schizophrenia. Instead of saying, oh gosh, this is like a leper, we need to put them away. And instead we could say, oh, well, this could be a huge member of society if we just knew how to work with them and help them and make them maybe even leaders in our society in a certain way in bringing information to us. And at least it can give them, the schizophrenic patient, a positive way to look at this experience. Because of course, this is a degenerative disease. That's what they talk about all the time. It gets worse and worse as they go along. Well, why would it get worse and worse? Let's say that the neurotransmitter imbalance, all it really does is it just allows them to communicate more easily with negative entity attachments or with spirits. Oh, okay. So actually, this is a benefit. This is a superhero power, right? So we talk about empaths. And what does the medical community call an empath? A highly sensitive person, an HSP. Oh, you are an HSP, so you've got to do all these things differently in this world, and we've got to put you over here in this category because you're a problem and life is a problem for you. No, I love the spiritual community because we say they're empaths. Empaths sound more like a superhero to me than something that's gone wrong. Oh my gosh, you're an empath. You get to feel other people's emotions. You get to go out into the world, and maybe you even get to help people with their emotional traumas, with their emotional burdens. Every time I have someone who comes to me that says, I don't like going into crowds, I don't like being around people because I'm bombarded by their emotions. Well, let's step back into your soul self, into your soul contract. Why would you choose to be able to detect everybody else's emotions? Would you do that so that you could just torture yourself? Or maybe you did that because it's part of your gifts and it's just a small part. And that small part leads to something much bigger. Let's say now you not only get to feel what those other emotions are, but you get to change them. You get to move energy around, and you get to help those people with that issue. So now this empath ability is a much greater and more beautiful ability or gift. So I tell people, okay, if you don't like going into crowds because you feel bombarded, and you go like this and you want to create a bubble of protection around yourself so that you're not bombarded so much, then we go into this posture again, where we're wide open and we say, I go into this crowd of people, and yes, I'm being bombarded, but I'm a sorcerer and I'm a sorceress, and I'm going to change the emotional experience, the emotional energy of this space. And I'm going to heal this person. I'm going to change, I'm going to remove this shame, and I'm going to move this guilt out of here. So I say, go into those public places excited about how you're going to be able to help all these people. It totally reframes the whole conversation. Instead of being afraid, now you're in this space being this amazing being that's helping a crowd of people, and they don't even realize that you're doing it. So if anybody out there who has that problem, definitely the next time you go into that crowd, don't go into that crowd afraid. Go into that crowd excited about what you're going to be able to do to help all these people that you don't even know. So the same thing can be true in this case. So instead of saying, this is a schizophrenic patient, they're miserable, we have to sequester them, this is only going to get worse, this is a degenerative disease, the rest of your life is going to be miserable, yada, yada, yada. Well, what kind of entities are you going to attract if that's what you think is going to happen to you for the rest of your life? You're going to attract the worst tormentors that you could possibly imagine. So what if a schizophrenic patient went to a doctor who said, congratulations, you have schizophrenia. You have the ability to speak to entities and beings that are, and it'll be so clear, you've never even imagined how amazing your life is going to be. So what we're going to do is we're going to put you into this program that's going to help you raise your vibration, and you're going to become a huge member of society. You don't even have to work anymore. You don't have to try to hold a job down because it's too complicated to try to talk to your boss or to your coworkers and talk to spirits and entities at the same time. It's too difficult. If you are speaking to spirits and entities as a schizophrenic patient, or as a schizophrenic superhero, then that's what we want you to do. We want you to spend the time doing that and spreading the message and spreading the word and helping all of us. So I really believe that the reframing of the way that we look at this is critical to us being able to have this incredible group of people in our society that help us instead of us always feeling like we have to help them. Okay. So if you notice the previous slide talked about what are the symptoms of schizophrenia, right? Hallucinations, delusions, all these different things. And one of the things that I asked the psychiatrist or the psychologist or both was, do you ever run into people who are talking to spirits as a schizophrenic patient and they're actually positive? And yes, that does happen. It happens very infrequently, but it does happen. So again, those are the people that are already of a high vibrational frequency, and they're talking to these beings and they're getting amazing information, but they're still having trouble working with society. Like I just described, they have a difficult time talking to a 3D person and talking to a 7th D person, because to them, everybody's at an equal level. But to the 3D people, they don't see the 7th dimensional spirit or whatever. And they go, who the heck are you talking to? What's wrong with you? And so they have difficulty integrating into society. So what do we notice here is that the symptoms of negative entity attachments are actually very similar, right? So we feel similar experiences, but negative entity attachments are the things that are causing us to have suicidal thoughts or nightmares and night terrors or uncontrolled body movements. So it's really important to understand where these things overlap and for us to really get a clear picture of what's going on. Okay. So when hearing voices, they're either thoughts or they're clear, loud voices, tactile experiences, maybe the bed is moving, something's crawling on their skin, light tactile experiences, becoming withdrawn. That's a big one. Not having friends, not having romantic relationships, having trouble with their career. Very common, right? In both cases of negative entity attachments and schizophrenia. Brain fog, super common in both. Confusion, disorganized thinking. It's all very similar. There's hardly any difference. Okay, so if we're comparing these things, apples to apples, so it's very easy to misdiagnose negative spirit attachments as schizophrenia, because the difference is the brain chemistry versus the schizophrenic patient and the normal brain chemistry of a non-schizophrenic patient. So what's going on here? Schizophrenia is diagnosed through an interview. They don't take a sample of the brain chemistry. They don't go and get oh, let's check your neurotransmitters. They go, answer this question, answer that question, answer this question. And the questions that they ask are going to be the same whether you actually have that brain chemistry problem, right, in quotes, or you are just a normal person, I have to quote a lot, who has negative entity attachments. So it's very easy for this misdiagnosis to occur. Okay. So how do you determine the difference? These are the questions that, if you remember earlier, this psychologist asks his patients. Okay, did you have friends when you were younger? Did you have a romantic relationship when you were younger? Have you had a good career? Has it been easy to keep jobs? Have you had success, a normal career life, or has it just always been a disaster? And finally, are the voices that you're hearing as loud and clear as my voice talking to you right now? Or do you have to really focus and concentrate, and then you'll be able to hear the thoughts? Or maybe you don't have any voices whatsoever. Okay, so this is great, because now we're starting to see, oh, these specific questions now might start to help us diagnose whether they have that neurotransmitter imbalance or not. So I'm still in the middle of doing this documentary. I'm not done yet, but I'm getting further and further and feeling and knowing more and more. Of course, I'm receiving information as I work with the Hathors as well. And so what we're getting is that I guess the remaining questions that I still have are the two truly separate? Is there really a difference between the two? It does seem like it so far. And as I work with more and more people who have negative entity attachments, I've begun asking those questions of them to see the differences. And I definitely see a difference. Every once in a while, I run into somebody who answers all those questions to lead to, oh, maybe this person does have that neurotransmitter imbalance. How often are the negative entity attachment sufferers diagnosed with schizophrenia? I tried to ask this question of both the psychiatrists and the psychologists, and of course they had no idea, because they're not, they don't have a global view of the data in order to tell me, oh, well, yeah, misdiagnosis. Well, how is this ever going to be recorded anyway? That once the pharmaceutical and allopathic industry diagnoses someone with something, that check box is done. They're not going to go back and uncheck it. Oh, whoops, we made a mistake. If you do that, then you run into the risk of having lawsuits and so forth. So they're never going to actually admit that they got it wrong. And could the neurotransmitter imbalance be caused by the spirit attachments? Is that possible? The more I experience this and the more I see, I think the answer to that question is no. I don't think that the actual spirit attachments can cause that imbalance. Or could it be, and this is the one I truly believe, that it is the neurotransmitter imbalance allows the spirits to come through even clearer? If you think about it, a DMT experience, your pineal gland releases DMT, right, all the time. And that experience, that release of DMT allows you to have communication with your spirit guides much more easily. So why wouldn't it be that this neurotransmitter imbalance also allows you to have communication with spirits? So my theory is that the filters that we have in our everyday life, man, we have a lot of filters. We're filtering everything that we experience. We are constantly seeing over and over again, we're seeing things through these eyes, through these senses, and the brain, and our societal upbringing. There's so many filters that go on that you can't really see things how they actually are. And because they have this neurotransmitter imbalance, they are open to the possibility of spirit attachments or the ability to speak to high vibrational beings as well. So can this chart help to prove that this last theory is possible? If hearing voices loud and clear is schizophrenia and negative spirit attachments is subtle thoughts, maybe. Becoming withdrawn before onset and after onset, okay, that's interesting. Thinking is disorganized and unclear, and brain fog. See, you know, there's just very subtle differences between the two. Schizophrenia is diagnosed during an interview. So trying to find the little tiny details and differences between a negative spirit attachment and schizophrenia, especially when a psychiatrist is not versed on the possibility that a normal everyday person could have an interaction with a negative spirit attachment or even a positive spirit attachment, then they don't allow for the possibility that they're normal and they're just talking to normal everyday beings. They believe that everybody who's talking to beings outside of their perception as being potentially screwed up in the head, right? So now that we're advancing, ascending, and awakening, the rest of us are able to tap into this like never before. Why would the other 99% speak to entities now? More and more people are coming forward and they're channeling and they're talking to their guides. We're seeing this like crazy. Why? We're raising our vibration as a planet. We're seeing all these different things that are happening that we're sort of unhappy with, like, let's say, the COVID experience, right? We didn't really want that, but that is the type of thing that's opening people up. More and more people are waking up, and more people are actually able to speak to these beings. And that's amazing. Like, this is definitely something to celebrate. So can we see a time? I can, where we can help the schizophrenics use their incredible gifts to help the world, rather than be shut away inside a facility until they finally degrade so much that they are no longer able to communicate with us at a normal level. So this is kind of where I'm headed. You get the general idea of what I've been discovering, what I've been realizing, and really, I feel like every week I learn more and more about this, and I'm getting to be hands-on to actually help people in the early schizophrenics are the easiest because they're still kind of wide open to it. Those that have been in it for 20 years, they're more and more difficult to communicate with because they've gone down this rabbit hole of being so negative that they can't even imagine getting out of it. But if we catch it early and we start working with them, we definitely see way more positive results. And so I'm super excited to be really a part of all that. All right. So I have finished my 45 minutes. Boy, that was perfect timing. So I'm open to questions. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say, and if you have any thoughts for me. And if there aren't a lot of questions, then we can do a kind of a quick activation for everyone as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Zane. Let me just take a look and see here.
All right. We have someone says, I want the activation. Yeah, I like that. Okay,
yeah, I'm not seeing any questions yet. So if you want to go ahead and do that, that would be great.
I look forward to where this research takes us, says Ruba. Oh, hi, Ruba. So good to see you. Yeah, okay. So why do I see things that are scary? Is Stevie or Sebi. So what I would say in that case, Sebi, is that you are definitely experiencing that lower vibrational frequency experience. They are going to send you scary images to keep you at a fear level, to make it so that you are an amazing vibrational match, right? So if you can start to look at it like, hey, is that the best you can do? You're just going to show me scary images. I'm not going to be fooled by that. I'm not going to allow myself to indulge in fear. So, that's not going to work. And you have so much power and you have so much control over what you think about, over how you look at things. Why don't you instead think about the things that you are grateful for? Think about the things that you are excited about. Replace those scary images with things that are very high vibrational for yourself. And you might start to notice those things dwindle further and further.
Okay, we have
Christopher,
question.
I'm answering Christopher's question where he asked, what's the name of the documentary? It's unnamed at this point. It's probably going to be something like Not Always So, because the psychologist just went on a rant about how things are not always so. And I thought that might be a great title for the documentary. So that's kind of where I'm leaning at this point. I've filmed an awful lot of it. I still have a little bit more to go. And I also haven't even really started editing it yet. So I'm thinking it's probably going to be Q2 22. Oh, yeah. I didn't even realize my triple twos on that.
Okay. And we have a question from Lauren, who says, why do they change the color of my nightlights?
Right. So this is the fun part. I mean, I shouldn't say it's fun because, many people, it's not fun at all. But there are so many different things that they can do. And everybody that I talk to, I feel like, you know what? There's a new symptom every day. Somebody has brain fog. Somebody else has this other experience. And changing the color of your lights, I have a question back to you, Lauren. Does that frighten you? Does that make you worried? Or do you look at that and say, oh, that's so cool that they can actually do that? Like, have you tried to say, no, try yellow, try green. I want to see red. I want to see blue, just to see what happens. I definitely recommend the experimenter approach, because when you're an experimenter, you're not in fear. You're in excitement. You're in interest. This is a high vibrational frequency. If you're in, oh no, they changed the lights again. Oh my gosh, they're everywhere. They're trying to get to me, right? See the huge difference in that? And so I really can't say enough. Try to find a way to enjoy it. Try to find a way to be a child in this world and say, okay, well, maybe I can change the color of the lights. It just goes on and on.
Awesome. Does a negative entity only affect an individual, or can it also affect whole groups of people, similar to egregores?
All right. So we have seen this, and we've seen it where it's in a particular location, right? So we've seen entire families that are terrorized essentially by negative entity attachments. And in some cases, all we have to do is one small tweak, and we figure out which of the people in the family is actually keeping it as part of the group, as part of the house, or as part of the space. And if we can work on that one individual, then the entire family will say, oh, well, it's gone now. We don't have to deal with it anymore.
Sperry says, I'd like to ask Zane about this insight. How nature has designed us to awaken together into a species, wide level of collective and individual enlightenment.
So what's the actual question there?
So the question is, how has nature designed us to awaken together into a species, wide level of collective and individual enlightenment?
How has nature created that? That is a great question. I would love to know the answer to that one too, my dear. I'm not totally sure how nature has done that. I almost don't think of it as it's been nature doing it. I mean, to some level, I guess you could say that, because for many people, that has come in the form of a plant medicine experience. And so what are they doing there? They're actually speaking to nature through that plant. But I believe that it's at a much higher level than that, that it is at a global spiritual level, at a metaphysical level, that we all decided to have this mass awakening at about the same time as part of this experience here, or that you also came here just so that you could witness that experience. Nature is involved, but it is not the cause. It's just part of the entire experience.
Great. Joe P says, so basically it's like use it or be used by it. Is it like a tool?
Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that quick summary, because when you look at it as more powerful than you, I have people that say, hey, I want to know what type of entity I'm dealing with. What I don't like about that is that is the left brain, the overthinking brain, trying to seek comfort, which is just the pursuit of pleasure, by discovering, oh, it's this type. Okay, well, that makes me feel better, right? Oh, but the problem with that is, what if it's a demon and you go, oh, it's a demon? Okay, now you've got yourself a mountain that you have to climb, because your perception of what a demon is that demons are more powerful than souls. So if you're trying to step into your power and say, I am way more powerful than any negative entity, then you're essentially going, oh no, how am I ever going to feel more powerful than a demon? Demons torture souls, supposedly. So that's where we get into, we're trying to pursue pleasure through understanding. And understanding is not always the solution, because you can find out, oh, it's this type. Okay, so now what? Does that actually change anything that we approach, anything that we do, if we find out what the type is? No, it's always the same approach. So I don't care what kind it is. All I know is that you're more powerful than it. And all we need to do is help you raising your vibration and recognizing how powerful you are. Then this thing is going to go away in no time. Plus, why are they there in the first place? So many possible reasons, but mostly it's because there's something in you that you need to work on, that we can work on together, so that you can remove it, so that it's gone for good. Because why else would you have it? It's there to point you to something, to help you recognize that you have this childhood trauma or this blockage or whatever. And once you remove those, or you work with those, or you acknowledge those, then it's gone. So I don't care what kind it is or anything.
Okay, we have a comment from Bojack that says, why are the voices mostly negative, like die, etc., never gentle because of a dark entity? Is it because of a dark entity? Why aren't they positive?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure you've worked with or seen people who channel the ninth dimensional Pleiadians, or who channel Bashar, or any of the wonderful channels, Abraham Hicks. So that's what's happening for them, right? They're speaking to a higher vibrational guide or a collective. So they've tapped into that vibration. So when someone channels, they are essentially raising their energetic frequency, and the thing that they're channeling is lowering their energetic frequency so that they can become united. When we are at a lower vibrational frequency, we are going to unite with negative thoughts. Now, the other thing that people experience all the time is tricksters. So they might start off saying positive things, and you think, oh, good, I'm talking to this incredible spirit guide. But then at some point, they will reveal themselves, and they will say something about how what they just did was dumb, or I can't believe you would think this way, or whatever. They will eventually start to speak negatively. So it's not about the why, once again, it's about, oh, you've just diagnosed your exact situation. And so now what do you need to do? You need to raise your vibration. You need to discover what it is that's causing that thing in the first place. And it doesn't matter whether it's negative or positive, but what's great is the fact that you're speaking to it and you're hearing those voices. It means that you are totally wide open to the spirit world, and you're going to be able to most likely talk to a high vibrational collective or being or whatever. And so that's what we want to get you to. We want to get you out of the negative thinking from that, and we want to get you into the positive and unbelievable guidance and protection and love that you get from these higher vibrational beings.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. And where can people reach you and connect with you?
Yeah, so the best place to do it would be either through Facebook, because my name is Zane Daniel with an X. There's no other Zane Daniels with an X. You'll find me very easily. Or on my YouTube channel, I talk about this sort of thing and the processes that we use to raise people's vibration and give, free activations on YouTube all the time. So I would check that out. And that's youtube.com/Zane Daniel, all one word. Again, Zane with an X. Those are the best ways to reach out to me.
Very cool. So Zane is available. All of his links are at the website. Please do check it out. The link is below. And thank you so much for joining us, Zane.
Yeah, it was such a pleasure. Thanks everybody for your awesome questions. I love you unconditionally, and I can't wait to see you in the future. Please reach out.
Beautiful. Up next, we have an incredible presentation by Jill Stein, who is a prenatal medium, and she will be discussing prenatal soul connection. So let me bring in Jill. She is also graciously offered to be our co-host this weekend. So Jill, if you want to come on in.
Hi there.
Hi.
Good
Great
to
to
see
see
everybody.
you.
Zane is amazing. That was wonderful.
Wonderful.
To see you.
So Jill, you will be one of our co-hosts this weekend. Thank you so much for doing that. And so we look forward to your presentation, and I will let you take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so very excited to be here. Just to give you a little history, I have been practicing prenatal mediumship for quite a few years now, learning, and so excited just to take some of this information to all of you, to bring it to bring it out more. I'm starting to speak more and more on stages, starting in more than just the one-on-one readings. So this is super exciting for me. This is one of the first times I'm bringing this information out myself. So just super honored to be here. And thank you, Geraldine, for everything that you've done. I can just see Geraldine, so I'm figuring that she's got me pinned somehow.
Yeah,
So.
let me make sure. Absolutely, my pleasure. Let me make sure that I can pin you here. So you are...
Thank you, sweetie pie. I'm gonna keep talking because I know you got this. So
yeah, I'll let you go ahead. You can go ahead and share.
Great. When I'm ready, I'll share. So so prenatal mediumship, it sounds like it's kind of a little thing. It's communicating with souls in utero during prenatal, but prenatal really means before birth. That's actually the definition of it. So we're going to dive into not just communication when there's already a conception that has occurred, but even prior to that. So I have some fun stories to share. I'm going to be sharing some excerpts from some of my favorite books. So I'm just really, really excited. And I want to share with you why I do this kind of work, because this information that I'm going to share, it's not just for people wanting to be parents. It's really for all of us as a collective human race. But we can start with the parents and the families. So when we can open up this line of communication between incoming souls and their future parents, whether they be parents that are giving birth to the baby, adoptive parents, it's so comforting. It's so wonderful. For years and upon years here in America, we've been talking about, listen to music, talk to the baby, keep things calm. But we're taking this to a whole nother level with prenatal mediumship and the level of communication that I'm talking about, because that is a one-way suggestion. That is what you can do to comfort the baby. But I'm going to try today to open your mind to the information coming from the baby too, because that is one of the big reasons that we want to do this kind of work. So opening up that line of communication can be so comforting for the parents and families, especially in the case when maybe there's a decision not to come. And that could be in the case of a miscarriage or a stillbirth. Sometimes there's been an abortion in the past. And again, opening this line of communication can be incredibly healing, incredibly comforting, and helpful with grief. Another reason is it makes the transition easier for the baby. So much, we hear so much about the transition from life to death. And how can we make that better? How can we make it easier? One of the things I'd love to talk about is how you die. So much affects how you proceed as a soul. But why so much focus there when we can also put the focus on the journey of coming in? Because to be honest with you, on a spiritual level, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder than death, because the change is so dramatic. We're going from a place, when we die, we're going from a difficult place of the human experience, and we're going home. It's beautiful. But when we come, we're going from that amazing, beautiful place we call home, and we're landing in this tiny little body that we feel pretty squishy in the beginning, and nobody can understand us. We can't talk, we can't walk, and that can actually just by itself be a traumatic experience. So if we start treating that as it is a transition that needs to be assisted spiritually, then we can just make this so different for the babies. We talked about how healing it can be. And finally, where I want to take all of this is it's a global uplift for the human race. Because just imagine this whole new generation that we're bringing in with babies that don't experience so much trauma in utero. When we start to realize the difference we can make, and them coming into an environment that they helped create. And I'm going to talk about that in a little while some more, but letting them be the manifestors of the life that they want to come into, listening to what their needs are. And then also imagine if when you came to this planet, you had already had your fears heard. You had had your life goals heard, and you have had unconditional love from the very beginning. Instead of having to fight for recognition and comfort. Because as a baby, babies have to fight for recognition and comfort. They have to cry. There's something wrong. Somebody needs to do something to me. The only thing I can freaking do is cry because I can't talk and I can't call out my mom's name yet. What if we made that so much easier and listened? Because, you know, things are fluid. And if we can get to a point where we open up this communication, there's so many things that can be done. I've been reading about, you know, families that said, this is not the right time. And being able to put that message out there and having it result in a miscarriage because they communicated with the soul and said, this is not the right time. Can you come back later? Okay, I can come back later. And, you know, this whole experience, it's not so set in stone. Things are fluid. We can make decisions in the moment. I do believe we make life plans, but I don't believe that everything is set in stone. We can make different decisions. And one of the reasons I'm a really strong believer of this is because I had a meditation once and I met an amazing young man. And I said, who are you? And what are you doing here right now? This was about, I think it was about 3 or 4 years ago. And just a quick history, my husband that I'm married to, we actually dated in high school, very briefly, and we didn't end up staying together. We ended up reconnecting years and years later, and we just got married about 10 years ago. And when I met this amazing man during my meditation, he said, had you two stayed together, I was going to be your son. And I actually experienced grief in the moment, because it was kind of like, what did we miss out on? You know, did we have an agreement that we failed to fulfill? And he was so wonderful, and he was so comforting. And he said, no, it's fine. That didn't happen, but I still really want you in my life. So I'm actually already back, and I'm going to be your daughter's husband. She hasn't met him yet, but just having that line of communication that we can open, and if I can teach people to open that, we can just be so much more effective as people. That's kind of how I feel about it. So I really wanted, one of my favorite books of all time, I don't have it because I actually listened to it on audio for the first time in the car. And I just, oh my gosh, I was so upset there was no one there to listen to it with me, because it was so beautiful. And it's The Biology of Belief. If you're kind of a science nerd, you might really enjoy this if you haven't read it. But I'm going to actually share a couple of quotes during my talk from it. But this is the first one. Your children's genes reflect only their potential, not their destiny. It is up to you to provide the environment that allows them to develop to their highest potential. I'll leave that up there for a second in case anyone wants to take a screenshot. It is up to us to provide the environment that allows them to reach their highest potential. Well, here's one thing about that. What if we don't really know what their potential is? What if we don't know what their goals are? When we do this kind of work, we can find out ahead of time, how can we nurture these kids with their life goals? I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, but I kind of want to talk about how I got to where I am. I began my journey as a hospice volunteer. I was very drawn to that after I lost my father. And in all honesty, I just wanted to be closer to death. I just wanted to understand it more. And so that was what I was drawn to. And I was considering being a death midwife, that person that helps you with that transition from death to going home. And at some point during my training, I think it was in my second year, somebody mentioned prenatal mediumship, and my whole body just lit up, and I was just vibrating. And I knew this was a path for me to take, which is really funny because I'm not a huge fan of other people's kids. I'm not like, oh, look at the baby. And I think there might be a reason for that. I think it's because the attitude of, oh, look at the baby. I was always coming from this other place of, oh my gosh, look at this beautiful new person. I've always called them new people. And I've always wished I could just hear what they had to say. And now I'm getting to the point where I actually can. So that's when I transitioned. I thought, well, maybe I'll be a transition guide. But I think really this is where my heart lies. And I actually, through meditation later, found out I used to do this work in Africa, and my life was cut short. So this is kind of a continuation of my training from that back then and what I was doing. So there's our why. Like, that's kind of me expressing the big why as to why I think this work on the planet is so important. It's going to make life better for all of us, really. And so let's talk about the different stages of prenatal communication. And I'm not really watching the chat, and I'm super laid back about this, Geraldine. So if you see questions that you want to interrupt me, I'm totally cool with that. So just wanted to let you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when can we start communicating? Well, I have been reading stories about communications that happened 10, 15, 20 years before conception. Because when we have a soul that has decided, either through our pre-life planning, because I do believe in a lot of situations, we sit down as a family, we say, okay, I think I really want you to be my mom. But then in other situations, that's not necessarily the way it goes. There are these spirits out there that are here looking for a family, looking for a way to come and take care of what they want to take care of while they're here. And sometimes they'll come in pretty early. I've read some really great stories about women, especially, and men getting tapped on the shoulder. Well, who are you? Well, I'm your daughter. They've had visions. They've had dreams when they're sleeping. They've had lucid dreams where they've just envisioned these young people coming in and saying, we are going to be connected, and then them coming all those years later. So just catching where I am. So one of the questions that comes up sometimes when I talk about this and all the connection ahead of time and how people can communicate before birth is, when does the soul actually connect to its body? That's not really the big question, but I am going to answer it so that we know. So the connection, I guess the word would be officially, happens at conception. This is what I've been taught. And I know Geraldine knows lots and lots about this, but there's a silver cord that gets connected at conception. And it's an unlimiting energetic connection. So that connection is in place, but that doesn't keep us from exploring after that connection is made. It's not like as soon as conception happens, the soul's in there and it has to stay in there the whole time. It's really up to the soul. And some souls wait and wait and wait. They've done this a bunch, and right before birth. I mean, there's been births that have just drug on and on and on, labors, because the soul's not there yet. My favorite story is from Echo Bodine, and she says she was in a delivery room and they were waiting and they were waiting, and she had this vision of this young man at a party. They were giving him a going away party, and he said, oh, I'll be there in a few hours. I'm not ready yet. And then right before she had that baby, he said, look out. And he came right in, and he came. Some are very happy being in the womb. They come in at the very beginning and they stay in there, and it's warm and it's comforting, and they don't feel the need to come back out a lot. Some pop in and out. And I want to take this just a step beyond birth, because really, if you think about it, even as adults, we have that ability through things like astral projection. I'm sure a lot of you, especially because you're here at this conference, have experienced out-of-body experiences. So that just because we're in our body doesn't mean our soul has to always be in our body. But the connection is made upon conception, and it is not ended until death, whatever that might be. If you're asking kind of when does the soul have to come into the body, pretty much for the baby to be born, like I was just talking about. So when can we start receiving communication? Like I was saying a little bit earlier, there's no specific timing on that. I mean, it can be years and years before birth. We're here, they're there, but we can begin that conversation at any time. And it's so wonderful. The earlier we can make that connection, the better, because a new relationship is being created. Even if this is a soul agreement and you've had a relationship on the other side, Even if you've been family before, this is a brand new relationship being created. Think about that for a second. Every relationship that you end up with here is brand new. At least the way it is while you're here this time. And so opening up that information, that line of communication earlier is so wonderful. And this is also a really wonderful tool for families that are trying to conceive. There's a lot of stress around infertility in our world. And I think a lot of times the reason for that is there's so much stress around infertility. You know, it affects the fertility of both parents, I think, of course. And if you're stressing about something not happening and all you're focusing on is that it hasn't happened yet, it's the laws of manifestation. It's the laws of attraction. It makes it harder to have it happen. But what if there was this open line of communication and the couple that wanted a family was able to open that up and hear from an incoming spirit that said, I'm just not ready yet. I just need another year. How much more relaxed would they be and how much easier would it be to conceive? I think that would be so fantastic. So I want to talk a little bit about, I did want to tell a little story about some communication around nurturing. We'll talk about in a minute. I have it there, but we're going to talk about it in a minute. What I want to talk about a little bit, because it's so cool, is the time of conception. Especially if there's anybody listening that is of that age that they might be conceiving children in the future. It can be a incredibly magical spiritual thing. And the spirit a lot of times is there and can actually have an effect on it happening. Because if you think about it, conception really isn't always very likely. And when there's help from the other side, it kind of pushes things along a little bit. And there's been definite stories about the spirit being there at the time of conception. In fact, one of the stories that I read that I thought was just fantastic was a little girl that told her parents, who were fairly brought up fairly religious and didn't really talk about sex very much. She said, I remember you were in the car. And they were just, first of all, they were mortified that this kid knew they had even had sex in the car. And she said, oh yeah, Mom, I remember you opened the door and you and Dad laid on the front seat and you checked in the back seat to make sure my older sister was sleeping. And she just remembered that. She remembered being there. She remembered witnessing it. No one else knew. They never told anybody that they had had sex in the car, but I love that. So that story actually I read about in this book. I'm going to show it all to you. If this subject interests you, this was an amazing book. It's called Cosmic Cradle. This is kind of the shorter version of another one. It has amazing stories in here about all of this. And it also talks about just hundreds and thousands of years of history and all the different beliefs that support this communication, this pre-communication, and memories of birth, which I'm going to talk about in a little while too. But I wanted to read a little bit about what I was just talking about, which was the incoming spirit having a little bit of an effect on making this happen when it was time. So I hope you enjoy this. I want to make sure I'm starting in the right place. Yeah, here we go. So this is a recount from a couple. And they both ended up talking during this. So this is from the mom. I physically sensed ovulation on the day I conceived. I was always I always feel an ovum snip and pop away, a sharp little sting. I joked with Michael, stay away from me or get some protection. Just in case, I purchased more diaphragm jelly. I was so tired that night. I guess it was about 10 p.m. We're both tiny people and we were in this massive king-size bed, one at either end, with our backs to each other. I humored Michael. Now you stay away from me. We had a little laugh over that and fell asleep. Michael reports, 3 hours later, I woke up feeling that I was in the middle of doing something. My awareness lifted to the ceiling, and I observed our two bodies down below in the bed making love. Amanda says, all I know is that in the middle of the night, I woke up and it seemed like Michael was on the ceiling above me. I didn't have a physical sensation of his body weight on me or even his body in me. There was no foreplay. I wasn't consciously aware of any of that sort of leading into lovemaking. I just woke up. I was totally expanded. My awareness filled the ethereally charged room. I knew there was this interaction going on. I was on my back, Michael was on top of me, and he seemed to be several feet above me. I was not having a physical experience. It was so bizarre. I was outside my body. Suddenly I thought, oh boy, I ovulated today. This is happening. Here we go. Here we go. I felt the click like an inner ear sound. Then all of a sudden, this soft electrical current flashed through my whole nervous system. This fluid, soothing energy gently tingled. A subtle, bright light originating in my head and heart flashed through me. Michael says, I sensed the child's soul witnessing the beginning of his biological life as a fertilized egg. The whole thing was clear. And Amanda says, neither of us recall physical contact leading up to this event or the sexual act of being physical. So I just thought that was so exciting because it can be so magical, conception. And when we open ourselves up to it and really, there's report after report in this book of all these wonderful parents getting to witness and getting to experience conception on a spiritual level. So that's a little bit about time of conception. And now I want to talk about what's even more exciting is during pregnancy. So this is a really critical time because the soul is coming in, it's testing out its body. And especially if you're the mom, you can really make an amazing, amazing connection. And even if you're not, though, you can open up yourself to communicate with the spirit and incoming spirit. That's why I really like the idea of adoptive parents being open to this kind of work, because they can start making that connection. Because a lot of times they feel like they didn't get to do that. They feel like they didn't get to create that bond, but they can start creating that bond a little earlier, which is really great. But what's cool during pregnancy, if you are the mama, is you don't just have a connection spiritually and emotionally, but it's physical too. And I want to talk a little bit about that. But what can we find out when we talk to these incoming souls during pregnancy? We can learn about life goals. What is it you want to achieve when you come? How can I support you? We can get messages. We can get wisdom. Even not just during pregnancy, but shortly after. This is a being that knows exactly where it's coming from. And when it gets here, it knows exactly where it's been. There can be a wisdom download that is just such a blessing. We can ask about the history. Have we been together before? What was our relationship? What are some things that might screw us up now? What karma do we have that we need to clean up in this life? How can we work together at making that happen? And any special requests. What requests do you have? I think the funniest request I ever got was, I would like my nursery to be neat and clean, please. I'm pretty sure they were probably born under the sign of Virgo. So one thing about this is such a good time to just be quiet and get these messages. And along the lines of life goals, it was so cool because I was doing a reading for a baby for a pregnant family, and I didn't know the family. It was just a referral from somebody else. Said, hey, can you read this baby with my friends? That's all I got. And I did this really fun reading. And so I took back the information that I received. And I said, well, this is a boy. And he says that he's going to be in the medical industry. He's not going to be a doctor. He's going to be in medical research. And he's actually going to make it's going to be a big deal. He's going to heal something that the world doesn't know we even have to deal with yet. It's something coming. And then she said, well, that's very interesting because both of his parents are in medical research. So talk about picking the best family for you to come into for reaching some of your life goals. Another piece of advice that I really like to share with families is ask for wisdom. Even if you're not aware, even if you don't know what wisdom has been given to you, just opening up and communing, and then knowing that the wisdom has been given to you and that you're going to be able to tap into it when the time comes. This could be wisdom that's being shared with you for the good of all. This could be some information that's being shared with you for the good of the child. So, and I think encouraging families just to be really open-minded about what is going to nurture this incoming wonderful person after they're here. What is going to make them feel comfortable and happy in their environment? What will nurture them? So I kind of played with it, and I thought, I have some pictures of some nurseries, and I just to make a little bit of a point. So imagine there is a person coming and they're musical, and they were musical in other lives. Their goal is to be musical in this life. That's the kind of thing that just nurtures them. They were a musician. They want to be a musician again. And then they come and show up, and this is their nursery. And they're in this environment, and they're looking around going, none of this really feels good to me. None of it clicks with me. This isn't doing it for me. I'm not feeling nurtured. But what if this was their nursery? All this wonderful familiarity. And when we can do this, when we can either go get a prenatal reading or we can commune on ourselves, we can create this amazing nurturing environment for these babies. And maybe they'll cry less. Maybe they'll be happy. Maybe sometimes they're crying a lot because they're just angry. I just threw these in there because I thought, well, how amazing would this be for an incoming soul? Because this is kind of like, I can actually imagine a baby laying in this crib looking up at these planets going, oh yeah, I remember when I visited Pluto. I met Frank there. He was really nice. That's kind of going into a whole other realm. So this is so exciting because I feel like we can really lay out the welcome mat. That's what I want to do. I want people to learn how to lay out the welcome mat. Oh my gosh, Christopher, thank you for that validation. That's so true. Yeah, you're a musician and you needed to be nurtured and encouraged. And I love that. Thank you for sharing that thought with me. Christopher said, I am a musician and was born into a family of non-musicians who always told me, nice hobby, but you need to get a job. How many times have we heard musicians say that's what was told to them when they were little? So if we learn these things ahead of time, we can know how to, not just the nursery, but we can know what to read to them, what to talk to them about, how to play with them, what is going to, be cool to play with them. So I talked a little bit earlier about the knowledge that you can receive when they're in the womb and you're opening yourself up to like a prenatal communication. But the wisdom of children is so vast. There's this myth that babies come as a blank slate. And they so don't. And you can ask them things. You can ask them so many things as soon as they can talk. And you can, of course, also talk to them before they can talk and just communicate telepathically. But kids know some stuff. And one of the favorite things I ever heard around this was there was a family that had to put their dog down. And mom and dad were really sad. And the son, I think he was about 4 or 5, was sitting on the floor, and he was there kind of for the beginning of it. But then he went off and started playing. And the parents were talking to the veterinarian about why can't dogs live as long as us? Why do they have to go so quickly? And the kid pipes up with, well, I know the answer to that. And they all looked at him and said, well, what is it? And he said, well, we all come here to learn things like how to love everybody all the time, right? Dogs already know how to do that, so they don't have to stay as long. So I thought that was super, super sweet. And a way to open up those questions is when they're little is say, do you remember when you were big? Tell me about when you were big. Because think of all these kids that, I have a question, so I'm just going to read it really quick. Why don't incarnating souls share more wisdom about the higher dimensions with humanity? Well, they are still in the higher dimensions, so that we all have a better understanding of nature and how pre-life, life, and afterlife works. I don't know the answer to that question, Rick, but I can tell you what I'm feeling, and that is that how much we remember and know, and how much communication we get from the other side, it's by design. If we all were completely open and could get all message from our loved ones and could know, first of all, we wouldn't be learning anything. We wouldn't be having any negative experiences. New souls wouldn't be new souls, and there wouldn't be an awakening. So, oh, thank you, Geraldine. Sorry, being a bad girl looking at these questions early. But so my feeling about it is that we are opened up to receiving this knowledge when we're ready, when we're meant to, and not just as individuals, but as the human race. This awakening is happening in divine timing. Those of us that are intuitive, it's all happening in divine timing. So this memory of home that's taken away from us when we come here, I have complete faith that it's all the way it's supposed to be. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how I really just feel like some of this work is going to lift us up as a human race. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I want to paint a picture as a collective as we all move forward. I want to just invite you to imagine a world where we take this a lot more seriously, where babies aren't experiencing the in utero trauma that they so often do. And I'm not talking about this is awful, abuse and things like that. That's awful. But I'm just talking about fighting, stress. If we understand that spirit, that incoming soul is with us already, experiencing what we're going through, I think we'll all behave ourselves a little bit better because we want to make a beautiful, loving, warm experience during pregnancy and physically. If you're into reading, I'm going to give you a little glimpse into the biology belief because this will give you an idea if you want to geek out on it or not. But there's this one whole part where they've done these studies that babies that experienced a lot of trauma in utero, the chemicals that are created in the mother's system from the stress are transmitted to the baby, and those babies come out more muscular. The energy of creating the human body is given to the physical because mom's in fight or flight. So let's make a baby that is going to be prepared to be in fight or flight. Whereas babies in utero of women that aren't going through that, more of that energy can be given to development of the brain and the other parts of the body. This is my memory of what they were talking about years ago, but it was such a fascinating listen. I listened to it. So again, imagining infants coming into an environment that they helped create. What can you do to nurture me so I can achieve my life goals? How much more effective would we all be? Maybe we wouldn't have to come here so many times if we didn't want to. And just having your fears and the things you love understood from day one, instead of having to fight for that recognition and comfort like I was talking about. There's so many kids that remember saying things and having their parents say, oh, you're just making stuff up. That's just your imaginary friend. Kids remember. There is a wisdom in the children that we can completely draw from. And while I'm just on the subject of uplifting the human race through this kind of work, I want to share just a little tiny excerpt from after working with Rachel Cooley, I was able to, she's going to be speaking after me, I was able to meet my guardian angels. And I started doing free writing with one of my guardian angels. His name is John. And it's amazing, the stuff that I get. It's so exciting and to listen to. If you ever want to try free writing, if you haven't, it's wonderful because you know what it is, because they don't even come out in words that you would use. But I want to read what he said because this kind of pertains to what I'm talking about a little bit. Take heed that we will, oh, hang on. I think I'm starting on the, yes. We are ready for more infinite mentality from the people on earth, taking the form of philanthropy, kindness, generosity, and love in the hearts of the people. We will be able to do our work. Opening the people to the possibility of our cooperation is your job. We can help. Measuring the success of this experiment will not be known to humankind for some time. Loving light will shine. Lives will be changed. The only way to make this planet longer lasting will be to make the change over time. The children will be causal in this process. Communication between them will become automatically occurring. And I feel like this kind of work is what's going to help that happen. Is what's going to help these incoming souls communicate more effectively with each other and create the next dimension that we want on this planet. And that's why I get so excited about this stuff. So there's one last thought that I want to share with you. And it too, because again, I just really love this, is from the biology of belief. Our thoughts are mainly controlled by our subconscious, which is largely formed before the age of 6. And you cannot change the subconscious mind by just thinking about it. That's why the power of positive thinking will not work for most people. The subconscious mind is like a tape player. Until you change the tape, it will not change. What if we can create children that don't need their tape changed? Because it was good from the beginning and we listened to them from the beginning. That's what I think would be so very exciting. So I'm excited to take, I know I'm a little early, but sometimes that's good. And I just want to communicate with everybody on here. Geraldine's running the show, so maybe we can have an open discussion. I'm sure she probably has some questions for me coming through on the chat.
Yes, thank you so much. Oh my God, it's such an incredible presentation so far. I'm loving this. So we have a question in regards to souls that bypass contraception. Any comments on that?
Souls that bypass contraception. Oh, bypass contraception. I was thinking conception, and I'm thinking, I don't know how that would happen. I get it now.
You got it.
Contraception.
Yes. Great.
That I love that question because I've actually been reading a lot about that. And it was meant to be when it was meant to be. And there was either an agreement ahead of time and the parents got here on the planet and they were feeling like they just weren't ready. But I honestly think that is just a very, very pushy soul. It's like, I'm ready. We're going to get this thing done. And I read a lot about a lot of situations like that where they bypass contraception. It was just meant to happen. And you know what? It doesn't mean that it's there's sure gonna be a birth in that situation. But sometimes it is because there was a little extra help from the other side. Definitely. Yeah.
Amazing. We had a question. Well, I have a question here, and I'm not sure you answered it. Did you answer? Let's see if you did. Did you answer the incarnating souls share more wisdom about the higher dimensions of humanity? Did you answer that one yet?
Well, I feel like I kind of answered it in
Okay.
the talk, but just to be honest, yes, they do. And then they forget over time. But the babies, when they're so young, that's the time to glean that wisdom from them because some of us get to keep remembering. One thing I didn't end up talking too much about was, and I'm going to do a lot about this in the workshop later today, is us going back and remembering us when we were coming in, us being born. What memories did we have? What traumas did we maybe experience because we weren't being heard? So there's a couple of visualizations I'm going to do later in the workshop, and that's going to be one of them, is kind of a regression to see if anybody gets some new amazing memories. But yeah, they know some shit.
Wonderful. We have a question from Rachel who says, what do you recommend that we do from healing from traumatic birth for our children many years later?
Talk to them about it.
Mm.
Talk to them about it. If you were the parent that said, no, that's just your imaginary friend, don't talk like that, no, that never happened, be the big parent that says, remember when you told me that? Maybe I was wrong. Do you remember a little bit about it? Open up to them. And if you were open to it and you feel like, talk to them about it. I mean, that's the biggest answer, is no matter what age they are, we heal from being listened to. We don't heal from going back, but let the past come back to be loved. And when we let the past come back and we can love all up on it and we can let somebody be heard in a way that they weren't able to be heard before, it can be incredibly healing. And you might learn some stuff too from it.
Amazing. And we have another question. How about the trauma of parents who have miscarried, abortions, or even losing their kids at a young age?
I think as we all awaken to the temporary situation that we're in when we're here, that's going to be healing in itself. And I think if you're healing from losing a young child, having a miscarriage, having a stillbirth, having had an abortion, work with somebody. Don't do it by yourself. Talk to somebody. Get the unconditional love that you deserve. Because nothing you did was your fault. It's just, you're just having your life. And if you can get that unconditional love and acceptance and maybe have an opportunity to communicate to the soul that didn't end up coming, how healing could that be? I actually had a session with a gal that she was having to terminate in a couple days because of the condition of her fetus. And we were able to communicate with that incoming soul, and it was just so special. And by the end of the conversation, this wonderful little girl said, you know what? I was going to go find another mom, but I really like her. I'm going to wait till she gets pregnant again. So there's so many ways we can do our work around healing from this. And here, for those of us that are here in the States, there is so much grief around this. But I had an experience in Africa that was so wonderful. I was in Africa and I got to visit a maternity ward. And on one side of the room were all the women that had given birth. And then on the other side of the room were all the women that had lost their babies. And one of the women that we were there with said, "This is awful. How can they put these women that lost their babies in the same room looking at these other women with babies? They must be so traumatized." And as I walked and I looked in the eyes of the women that were there that had miscarried, it was not the same. The grief wasn't there. There was an innate understanding that it was just the way it was supposed to be. And I just felt so good that I could feel that from them and not have that preconceived notion that was taught to me that you have to be damaged by this. And I'm not taking away from people that are, because I totally accept that this can be a very traumatic thing. But let's open up to the healing and a new way of thinking.
Beautiful. And when you're communicating with the souls that are coming in, how do you connect with them in your work?
So when I connect, I usually get a sense of them coming in. I can connect, like if I'm going to have a class, sometimes I'll just open myself up early to so I can get messages ahead of time so that when we have the class, I can say, okay, some of these might be connected to you. If I'm doing one-on-one, for me, it's more of there's a lot of, for those of you that know, there's a lot of clairaudience because I hear messages in words and I feel their presence. And it seems like I usually get girls over here and boys over here for some reason. It's like they have their sides for some reason. I'm sure those lines are blurring a lot. I have a whole excerpt from my angel John about that topic, about the blurring of the lines between the sexes. But I just listen. And the biggest challenge for me, and I think it would be a large challenge too, just for parents that are trying to open up, is to discern between your imagination and what you want to hear and messages that are actually coming through. It's something that new mediums really grapple with. But when you can have the faith and remove the filter and know that it's not your imagination, and when it feels right, I have a tell, I get very emotional, and that's very helpful for me. I appreciate that tell, so I know that I'm getting a really strong transmission. But it's really just, I hear the words from the children and I take the filter away so that I can just give everything I get to the people that I'm talking to, and then they can take it. But one of my favorite messages was, "This is not my first rodeo. This is going to be a very short, quick labor." And what I loved about that is the mother was a first-time mother. And I think just the power of suggestion of hearing that probably made her have a short, quick labor.
And we have a question in regards to how should expecting mothers connect with their children that are coming in? Any suggestions on how they can do that?
Well, it depends on where they are in their spiritual journey and how strong they feel in their faith that they can receive messages. Because if you're not to a place yet and you haven't practiced, because it's just like anything, it takes practice to understand and feel the different things and know what you're getting is genuine. So if you're brand new, seek out somebody to work with you so that you can, but express your interest. And I don't really just want a reading. I want you to teach me how to open up and communicate with my child on an ongoing basis so that you can continue to open up to those messages. And really, meditation is perfect. So meditation as a practice, as a habit when you're pregnant is such a good thing to do, because that's telling your child, I'm open to receiving these messages. I'm being quiet. I'm giving you my time. Mothers don't always do it enough after they're born, but if we want to do it even before they're born. I'm giving you my time. I'm listening. This time is just for you. What a loving, wonderful precedent to set with your incoming child. And then giving them permission to communicate with you all the time. If you have a message for me when I'm out shopping and you want to tell me what you're going to like to eat, tell me. If you're going to tell me that, if you want to tell me that you hate spinach, that's okay. I'm not ever going to force you to eat spinach as long as you eat some vegetables. If you want to tell me that your favorite kind of ice cream is this, I'll make sure I have it on hand for your birthday. I mean, open yourself up to whatever the messages are. It's all about laying out the welcome mat, laying out that welcome mat for these incoming souls. So it's familiar and wonderful and comfortable, and they have the most joyful experience as a child as you can possibly create for them.
Amazing. Very good. So we have another question in regards to how do souls come into, how do they choose the families they're coming into?
So I haven't done a lot of research around this, but I think there's a couple of things that happen. I think there's definitely situations where there is a soul contract. We are in our soul circle. We've decided, I'm going to be your mom this time. This is going to be my dad. I'm going to come in. I'm going to be your kid. And there's a pre-planning that goes on. But that's not always how it happens, because there are also souls out there that are looking, especially new ones that are looking to come. I don't know if new is the right word. So excuse me if you're feeling like new isn't the right word, but souls that are saying, okay, I'm ready to incarnate. I haven't made a plan yet of who it's going to be. And they're out there and they're looking. If you look through history, the hundreds and thousands of years of history from different religions and what the vision is of these, that's where the vision, the image of the cherub comes from, is the little babies out there, the little beautiful spirits out there looking for families, looking for mothers, looking for ways to come and be on the planet. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I just kind of even forgot what the question was. How do they pick? What is the experience like? So this is the other experience, is they're looking and they resonate with somebody, and there's a little tap on the shoulder that a very intuitive woman or dad or future adoptive parent for sure can feel that tap on the shoulder. I'm coming. I can't wait to meet you when I come. So there's not really an answer to that question because it's different. All the experiences are just so different.
Beautiful. Thank you. Very good. So I think that's all the questions that we have here. Is there anything else that you would like to comment on or share with us? Closing.
I think I just want to share that I am offering readings for half price for people there's a special link for people that came to the conference. And I'm pretty busy during the conference because I'm helping the two of you, Kathleen and Geraldine, MC. But I opened up some spots on my calendar next week, and I have a link. And is it okay, Geraldine, if I share it in the chat, and then maybe we can get it shared all the other places?
Yes, but I do have a couple questions that I actually have in the chat that are showing. Can you answer them for us?
Sure, we've got like 7 more minutes.
Perfect, yes.
Or a few if everybody needs a break.
Joanne says, can you still communicate with the spirit if the loss happened 30 years ago?
Abso-freaking-lutely. Time is not linear. And you can bring that entity, that soul, back to you in a split second. If you want to give love, if you want to receive love, if you want to heal, no, there is no time limit. You can heal from the loss of a child from another life. There is no limit. There is no time limit. Rachel Cooley says, through all space and time, when she does her work. And I so believe in that. When we do our work, it's through all space and time, the healing that we create. And when you heal, this doesn't have anything to do with prenatal mediumship, but when you heal a relationship or a grief or a trauma, you're not just healing you. We are all a collective. You are that healing. Other spirits that are out there in the world can come in and heal right along with you. Anytime you do spiritual work, the healing is exponential. It's not just about you. So I encourage anybody that is having those feelings to please go for it and get help if you feel like you need guidance.
Agreed. Aether says, fantastic presentation and makes a lot of sense. Have you had cases of babies being in doubt of their sexuality? Is it external conditioning or both?
Okay, so I'm going to say no. I haven't done any readings with babies being endowed of their sexuality. I have had children that I've, worked with, and we have a little bit of time. I don't want to take the time now, but what I'll do is somehow I will get the reading from my angel about that, because there is a time coming when obviously it's happening on the planet. And obviously we were designed for procreation. And so there's a lot of questions about that. Well, why were we designed for procreation this way, but we're all saying love is love and it's supposed to be this way? And I got such a wonderful download from John about that, and how there's a shift. Things are shifting. And if we can all very openly and lovingly accept it, it'll happen with less opposition. And I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I'm so excited though, with all of these children that are coming in that aren't even identifying with either gender. And I think I love communicating with them and hearing from them, and things are going to change, and it's going to be fascinating. It's a whole uplifting of the entire human race. And we're going to this whole other dimension because we all have the masculine and the feminine in us. And when we all get to embrace both sides of it, us, no matter what sex we came as, and who knows what's going to happen in millions of years, really, with our physicality and the human race. So, oh my gosh, let's just all watch and see. And let's all be loving and accepting of how God would not send these children this way if it wasn't meant to be. That's my opinion. And I hope that kind of answers the question. I think my biggest answer to that is no, because they're not struggling when they're on the other side. So there's not a struggle as to what their identity is going to be as they're coming through to me. The struggle comes when they get here and they're met with opposition.
Great question. Great answer. Rick says, what is the most commonly shared wisdom from the waiting to be born souls to expecting parents? Do any ever share any information about ET lives and that realm?
So no, not yet. I'll tell you in my experience, but I guarantee you that they do, because just in opening myself up to the ET realm and talking to people that have visited from other planets, I'm very much starting to get that vibe from some of my readings and opening up to, I've definitely got some things like, hey, I was over here visiting this other planet and things happened. I can't even specifically remember the specifics of them. So I think my answer is I'm not incredibly experienced in that, but wholeheartedly I'm so excited about people being open-minded to realizing that this is not the only planet. And I have so many great stories that I've heard about people that see aliens or whatever you're going to call them, because they're vibrating at the right level to do that. Most of us aren't, but some people are. And that's so exciting and so fascinating. And I'm sure that these incoming kids, if we open up to them and let them speak freely, oh my gosh, the things we're going to learn.
Yeah. Beautiful. Jill, what an amazing presentation. Thank you so much for this great work that you're doing. We can't wait to hear more about your work. And you have a workshop coming up in a couple hours.
Yes, I'm going to have a workshop. If anybody wants to stick around, we're going to be doing some meditation, visualizations, asking more questions, taking some shares if anybody wants to share. So I'm excited about that.
Nice. And people will find you on the website. You will be at your booth. Please go ahead and go to the website, to the homepage, where you can connect with Jill's great work and her booth and her website links, and you can even set up appointments with her as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, and before I bring in my next guest, my next speaker, I would like to call in Kathleen. Kathleen?
Hi there. How are you?
Hey, good. So Kathleen is actually one of our co-hosts today, and she will be helping introduce some of our guests later on in the show. Just a quick introduction. Thank you. Up next, we have Rachel. Rachel is an angel. Let me bring up her little bio and her presentation here. So Rachel will be discussing tapping into angelic wisdom in uncertain times. You're going to be talking all about the angelic realm. Welcome, Rachel. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Geraldine.
Do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
I don't.
Okay, and will you be taking questions after?
Yes,
Okay, great.
definitely welcome questions. Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I wanted to welcome all of you here to WisdomCon and to my talk here on Zoom, and to those who are on YouTube. Hello to you all as well. Welcome to the conference, and I'm thrilled today to be bringing you a presentation on tapping into angelic wisdom in uncertain times, because we are living in intense times on the planet. Who has been feeling the intense energies that have been happening these days? Yes. Yes, the intense energies. And I want to assure you that the angels, who I'll be sharing a lot about today, are here to support us during these times, always, and especially during these times when things are so intense, and also to bring us their guidance and their wisdom as well. Yes, Ether can relate to that. Yes, I can as well. Yes. So we're here today with the angels, with God and the divine, to tap into these amazing messages and their wisdom and their healing energies as well, and to help us to get through these times of intensity with their light, with their love, and with their guidance. So again, welcome to everyone, and thank you, Geraldine, for introducing me and for gathering us to get all together for this amazing conference this weekend. I'm so grateful to be a part of this amazing event. Yes. So, dear ones, we are all gathering here this weekend for angelic light and for, of course, divine wisdom, guidance, and education as well, with the angels here by our sides. And are you ready to tap into their amazing wisdom and their guidance into learning more about who they are today? Let us know if you are wanting to learn more about who these are and who this amazing realm is. Yes, yes. So awesome. You're in the right place. So obviously, you all are here. You have felt your internal calling to receive spiritual enlightenment and guidance, and bringing spiritual guidance to all aspects of your life, and to feel deeply heard and understood, and to tap into guidance and wisdom from the divine, including from the angels. And I am thrilled today to be here with you all and to help you to bring this amazing realm of the divine, of the angelic realm, and their miraculous power and their support and their amazing wisdom. The wisdom that they bring forward to us all is amazing. And I'll be sharing a lot today about who they are, who the angels are, the archangels, and how we can work with them closely in our lives, and to tap into their guidance and their wisdom, as well as their healing energy, because they are amazing at all the above: divine wisdom, guidance, healing, to help us in all areas of our lives, and to help us to align even more our hearts, our minds, and our bodies and our spirits, and the need to address any needs for healing and restoration, and to bring forward their messages and guidance. So today we'll be sharing about their wisdom and their guidance, as well as their healing energy and power, with the angels and the archangels. And I am here to help you to tap into this amazing energy. And today, everyone, you'll be learning the basics about how the angels can help you with guidance, with wisdom, and with healing energy, and to learn the 3 essential keys to activate their power. And I will guide you all through as well an embodied angelic experience to help you to get into a receptive place, so that you can be ready to tap in even more into their wisdom, into their guidance, as well as their reassuring energy. And also, as I referred to a little bit ago as well, their healing that they bring to us: body, mind, and spirit. And I believe that our bodies are not fully able to receive total guidance when we're stressed out. We refer to how we're living in intense times. So the angels can also help us to relax and get more grounded and to release stress and worries, which we'll be doing later on when we do our angelic experience with them. And so that we don't always need to feel the stress, that we can tap into the resources that they bring to us to help us to release any fears, worries, or concerns, or feeling uncertain during these intense times, so that in turn we can then be more able to tap into their guidance and their wisdom, as well as their healing energy. So today, with the archangels with us by our sides and the angels, we're going to help you to get into that beautiful space and to feel their blessings and their light. And after 23 years of working with the angels, I began in 1999, and I've been helping so many of my clients and my students over these years in thriving even more in their lives and tapping into the possibilities that are here for us, with the angels supporting us and bringing in their guidance and their wisdom as well, right? And what I know is that we are not expected to live our lives and to do everything alone. We are co-creating, everyone, with the divine, with the angels, the divine messengers of God, every moment. And if your path is difficult on any level in your life and you're struggling and feeling just this struggle during these intense times, and also feeling that, which our culture teaches us, that you need to do everything on your own, right? When we're in that zone of, I have to do it all on my own, I can't ask for help. Well, you know what? The divine is here to support us and help us, and to tap into resources that are available for us. And through tapping into the wisdom of the angels and our guides, we can access our amazing divine birthright blessings. And part of those blessings are that we're not meant to do life alone. We are living in co-creation with God, with the angels, and with the divine, the universe, and spirit as well. I will go as far as saying also, everyone, that our soul's path and the soul's path that you are on was never meant to be walked alone, that you are meant to thrive with divine support, and things are meant to come into reality with divine support in your life. And the angels and the archangels are here to help us to walk our divine path, to live the life that we are meant to live with more ease and grace, being guided and tapped into the wisdom of the angels all along our paths. Right? And that is their role. Their role is to help us, and they are available at all times to help us. As Jill referred to earlier, the angels have no time and space restrictions, and I'll be sharing a lot more about that. In fact, that means that they can help all of us all at once. Yes. So I wanted to share with you all initially a little bit about how I got started on my path. It's a unique path. Not everyone is on the path of making this their career, of working with the angels. So I'd like to share with you a little bit about that. So I began my spiritual path from my mother, who introduced me to spirituality when I was in my 20s. And she, through her own spiritual quest to receive healing and guidance in her life, she started sharing what she was learning with me. And it really inspired me and intrigued me because it was new to me at the time. And I started on my own spiritual path due to my mom's influence, or very positive influence. And over the years, she shared with me and gifted me a number of books of spirituality. And that is what opened me up onto this path. And during my path of being on my path of spirituality and starting to study things like A Course in Miracles, and I started attending Unity Church and many spiritual talks, and they just aligned with me so much more. I really enjoyed that. And also along my path, I started to be gifted books about angels. And I thought that that was interesting as I went along. Actually, at the time, I was like, okay, I'm getting another angel book, but I was getting signs all along the way. Who can relate to getting signs on your path that guide you as you are walking each step day by day? Yes, I was getting those messages by getting these books. And it was in 1998, I had an incredible experience where an angel saved my life and my mom's life. And that experience happened in the winter of 1998. I was driving with my mom. We were driving into California. We had just left visiting my brother in Oregon, and the road conditions suddenly dramatically changed and shifted. And through the conditions of the road changing and shifting, I suddenly found myself driving on black ice. Has anyone had an experience like that? It was super scary. And in my sheer panic, I did what you're not supposed to do, and I braked. But what happened next was a divine miracle, and it then did later lead me on my path of the angels. But I was guided very clearly what to do in my left ear. And in my left ear, when I was sliding on the ice, braking, it wasn't working. Time slowed down, and I had this calm feeling come over my body. And I heard an angelic voice in my left ear, and she said, "Get your foot off the brake." And I had that calm feeling, that message, and I thought briefly, what? And again, I got, "Get your foot off the brake." Thank God that I listened. I took my foot off the brake, and the next thing that happened was a miracle, because I was a couple lanes over to the left, and we safely got over to the right side of the road, and I didn't hit another car in that process. And I truly feel like she helped steer my car. It was a female voice, and we ended up safely in a snowbank. That happened in 1998. And at the time, I didn't necessarily think that was my angel, but within the next year, I really went on my path of the angels. But I did know that we are not alone, and that the voice that guided me that day literally saved my life and my mom's life. Very powerful. So it was the next year that I really went down my path of the angels. Synchronicities lined up. And at a time when I was feeling really stressed out and worried, a coworker shared with me about a particular angel book that I bought. And then the rest is history, because I bought the book, heard that speaker speak, and the next thing I knew, I was becoming certified that year in 1999 to work with the angels. And that was the beginning of my path. And now officially this month, I'm on my 23rd year of bringing the blessings and the light, the guidance and the wisdom to my clients and to my students. And I am thrilled again today to be here to share more about them. So let's next talk about, I want to share with you all about who are the angels, who is this realm that I'm talking about right now. And I'll share also about the archangels and our guardian angels. So I want to share with you about who they are. So I want to start out by sharing that the angels, their name, it comes from the Greek word of angelos, and that means messenger of God. The angels are the messengers of God. They are here to support us no matter what religion or a spiritual path we do or do not follow. I come from a very non-denominational space when it comes to the angels, that they're here to help everybody in their lives, no matter what, right? They don't care what path we're on or we're not. Even if we're atheists, it doesn't matter. They want to support us and help us. They're the messengers of God. They are completely egoless. They have not actually been incarnated in human form. They are completely unconditionally loving. They are accepting. They do not judge us. They're here to help us in all areas of our lives. They're here to help us to tap into angelic wisdom, angelic guidance through our faculties of our four clairs, through our feelings, through our knowing, through our vision, through our hearing. These are the ways in which they can help us. And I'll be sharing more in depth about all those different channels in which we can get their guidance and their wisdom. They also have no time and space restrictions, and they can help everybody at once, which is absolutely incredible. They can be helping everyone all the time simultaneously, the angels and the archangels. And their number one purpose, everyone, is to help bring more peace to earth, one person at a time. And it is their joy and their honor to help us to de-stress, to release heavy energies during these intense times and times of uncertainty, to help us to feel grounded and supported. Because when we feel grounded and supported, everyone, then we are able to be more receptive to receiving guidance, wisdom, and to receive answers that we seek in order to know what are the next steps to take in our lives. So, and I also just want to bring you that reassuring energy that they bring. So in this moment, we invite them, as we're talking about them, the angels, just to gather in with us in this moment. I'm going to continue with the talk, but I just want us to take a pause just to feel their energy and their support. They're an amazing realm of the divine that are here to help us in all these areas of our lives. And we invite you, dear angels, of each one of us to unfold and to envelop us in this moment as we just take a few moments to breathe in and out and to allow the angels, our angels, your own dear divine guardian angels, to be with you right now, to refresh your energy, breathing in their light, exhaling out any tension or worry in this moment. We'll just do like a little mini experience. We'll do a more of a longer one in a little while. But just taking this time, everyone, to breathe in and out here on Zoom, here on YouTube, or listening later on the replay, to take this refreshing breaths in and out as our amazing angels join each one of us here in this moment, enveloping us in their light, in their reassuring energy, helping to bring us comfort and support, divine angelic wisdom, guidance, and healing. So let's just breathe in and out let's do 3 breaths in and out, just to feel their energy and their light, allowing them to surround you. A big part of working with the angels is giving them that permission to be with you, whether it's a thought in your mind of, yes, angels, please help me, or saying it out loud. In fact, let's say right now, or think in your mind, thank you, angels, for being with me now. Breathing in their light and their love. Exhaling out, their energy is divine, beautiful, pristine, healing, accepting. Let's do 2 more breaths as a group together, breathing in their angelic light and their peace, exhaling out any heaviness so you can be more fully present here in this moment, feeling supported on the surface where you are. Taking a new collective breath in and out. Beautiful. And we thank you, angels, for continuing to be strongly present with each one of us throughout our time together during my talk and throughout the rest of the conference today and going into Saturday and Sunday. We are so grateful, and we are grateful as well for the divine, for all the realms of the divine to bring us all together worldwide for this powerful weekend of our WisdomCon conference. What a blessing to be here with you all. Beautiful. So let's take in a new fresh breath in and exhale out. Just from that mini experience, I'd love to get a sense of, how are you feeling? Do you feel shifted in this moment? Noticing, even if it's a word, I invite you to pop it in the chat. I have access to the Zoom chat. I don't have access right now to the YouTube chat, but just wondering, how are you feeling? Are you feeling more grounded? Are you feeling more present? Let us know, or even just tap into it for it. Calm, says Lauren. Welcome, Lauren Velatsky. Vladsav, yeah, I feel a bit lighter. Awesome, Kathleen, release. Great, Jake, grounded, present, clear, happier, says Rick. Yes, Awesome. Isn't that great? Taking in a few minutes to breathe it with the angels is transforming and can shift our energetic state as well. And when our energetic state is shifted, everyone, then we can be more tapped into our divine guidance and our divine messages as well. Isn't that powerful? So awesome. Great. So very good and so very powerful. So as we take in a refreshing breath in and exhale out, I'm going to continue on with my talk. I just shared with you all about the angels, the messengers of God, completely egoless, unconditionally loving, here to help us in all areas of our lives, supporting us, guiding us, and reassuring us. So next, let's talk about who are the archangels. The archangels are the chief messengers of God. They're even more powerful than the angels and the guardian angels, our guardian angels. I want to quickly make a side note that our guardian angels are here with each one of us in our lives. We all have 2 or more guardian angels who are with us. And through your intention and your power of choice, you can get connected with them. These amazing angelic beings that are with you to guide you in your life, to help you no matter what, with anything and everything. And now let's shift back to the archangels, the chief messengers of God. They are known as being, quote unquote, the managers of the guardian angels. They are very connected to Earth. They are especially extra connected to Earth at this time of intensity on our planet. And through these intense times, they want to help us to get angelic messages, to get angelic wisdom, to receive healing, and to receive blessings so that we can be even more on purpose. They also help us to have more peace of mind. They all have specialties and they have energies and colors that are connected with them. I'll share with you about 4 of the primary archangels that are very well known by a lot of people, but not by everybody. Let's first talk about Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael is an incredibly powerful archangel. He is the archangel of protection, of life purpose, and he is an archangel to call upon to release you from fears, stress, and worries. He is amazing at eradicating and clearing fear from us physically and from places, whether it be a home or an office building or a hospital or anywhere in this world. And he can be called upon during times of crisis in any country. He's an incredibly powerful archangel. He's often depicted with a sword and shield to show his power. And the color connected with Archangel Michael is purple. That is a color that is connected to this amazing and powerful archangel. And later on, after I share more about the archangels and how to tap into their messages and guidance, we'll do an experience where we'll bring in Michael for that. Next, Archangel Raphael. Archangel Raphael is the archangel of healing. He's an incredible archangel to call upon for healing, whether it be body, mind, or spirit. His energy and essence is very gentle, yet very powerful. He works very closely with Archangel Michael, and the color connected with Archangel Raphael is emerald green. So these are amazing archangels, an amazing healing duo, and they are so powerful to work with. And we'll be working with them today. And next, I'm going to share about 2 angels to help us to connect even more with divine guidance and with divine wisdom. Guidance and wisdom from the angels and from the divine. So Archangel Gabriel is the archangel of messengers, the archangel of communication. This archangel is incredible to call upon to receive angelic wisdom, to receive angelic guidance, reassurance, and to help you to feel confident in speaking, whether you're making a presentation or you have a meeting or an interview and you might be feeling nervous about that exchange or that experience, and you want some support with feeling guided and in speaking and saying the right and perfect words. So Gabriel is an amazing archangel to call upon for this, as well as tapping into angelic wisdom, messages, and guidance. The color that's connected with this incredible archangel is copper. I like to refer to the color of Gabriel as golden copper, and Gabriel can help us, again, to tap into angelic wisdom and guidance and to fine tune the messages that we are receiving. Number one, through grounding, calling in the angels to clear our energy so that we can be grounded, supported, and to tap into those messages. And when we do the experience in a little while, will get us to a relaxed state so we can receive angelic wisdom and guidance for each one of us here. So powerful. And the fourth archangel that I wanted to share with you all about today is Archangel Uriel. Archangel Uriel is an incredible archangel to call upon for divine wisdom, for divine downloads. And I'm going like this because Uriel is very much connected to our crown chakras and bringing us divine guidance, divine ahas, brilliant ideas, epiphanies that come to us in perfect divine timing. Those divine messages that come through. Uriel is an amazing archangel to help us to tap into these divine downloads, these ahas, knowing what to do, not even knowing how are you going to do it, but suddenly you know what to do. Who can relate to that? You suddenly have an aha and you know what to do. You feel clarity. And what a blessing that is when we get that reassurance of, yes, I got that message. Yes, I know what to do. And releasing any confusion or any uncertainty and moving forward with more confidence. Uriel's color is a beautiful luminescent yellow. It's also described as a light yellow. I connect with Uriel's color and energy and essence more from a luminescent yellow space, and that he beams it down upon the crowns of our head and brings us angelic guidance in this way. So these are, again, our powerful archangels to connect with, amazing archangels known also as the Fab Four archangels. Again, that's Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, and Uriel. And we'll be working in a little bit. I'm going to share some more, and then we're going to do an angelic experience with them to help us to tap into our divine wisdom and guidance from them, as well as receiving healing so that we can be more tapped into angelic wisdom and guidance, as well as reassurance. So for next, we're going to talk about the 3 keys, everyone, to activate the wisdom, the guidance, and the healing power of the archangels. The number 1 key to activate the wisdom, the guidance, and the healing power and energies of the divine, of the archangels, the divine messengers of God, is to ask for their help, to literally activate your free will, power of choice, to say, yes, please help me. It is essential, dear ones, that we give them this permission, because we are gifted with free will. We are at choice. So it's important that we exercise that free will power of choice to ask for their help. We can do this through literally saying it out loud, such as, angels, please help me. Archangel Michael, please be with me, right? We can say it out loud. We can think it in our mind. This could also be a prayer said out loud or within our mind. We could also write out our request. These 3 pathways are very powerful ways to activate the energy, the light, the power, the guidance, and the wisdom of the angels through our free will choice. And through us asking for that help, they can help us with anything and everything, such as with getting divine guidance, through angelic wisdom, through divine downloads, through healing, through finding what we're looking for, They want to help us to be more at peace. And so they help us in all these areas, as well as in our relationships. The angels are incredible to call upon for healing in our relationships, for healing any misunderstandings. And also we can call upon them to help us to navigate the intense times that we're living in worldwide, and to help us in turn to feel more grounded, at peace, and more on our life purpose. They help us with that as well. I want to make a note along the lines of free will, is that sometimes there is an exception to this, the law of free will. And that is if we are in a life-threatening situation and it is not our time, they will intervene. Such as in the story I shared with you a little bit ago. I shared with you that story of how I was sliding on that black ice back in 1998. And I was clearly guided what to do to get out of that situation. That's an example of the one exception to free will. If it is not your time, it is not our time, they will intervene. Whether it's through guiding you through that situation or sending you an earth angel to help you in that moment when you need it. The angels are also known to incarnate into human form to help with whatever situation is happening. Archangel Michael is very well known for this, including in dramatic situations where rescue is needed. And they show up, they take care of what needs to be taken care of, and then they take off. It is incredible, incredible. So powerful. So it's just reassuring to know that there is one exception to that, because if you are like I was driving down the road, I wasn't thinking about calling in the angels in that moment, but they showed up. My angel guided me what to do and saved my life and my mom's life, for which I am forever grateful for. And it was incredible timing. I think it was, as I shared earlier, it was that next year that I really went on my path with the angels. And that's when I first became certified in working with them. So again, the angels can help us in all areas of our life. There is nothing they cannot help us with. But let's share next about, along the lines of tapping into angelic wisdom and angelic guidance. Let's talk about the 4 main ways in which we can be connected to guidance, wisdom, and messages from the angels. Now, they are not, as I list them, not in a particular order, but let's share about them next. So knowing, a little bit ago, I shared about Archangel Uriel, our archangel who connects us with divine knowing. This is where we receive a brilliant idea, an inspiration, an epiphany, an answer to our prayer, or figuring out what we need to figure out. We suddenly know what to do. This all comes through our knowing, I'm pointing here again to our crown chakra, connected to this divine knowing. And Archangel Uriel is very much connected with this clair of getting divine guidance. It's also known as claircognizance, clear knowing. Yes, so powerful to get those divine ahas. Who can relate to getting a divine download and aha? Let me just look at the chat here. Who can relate? Rick said it, angel save also happened to me. Powerful, Rick, that is awesome. That is awesome. It isn't incredible how the angels come through for us. Kathleen says, yes, she can relate. Yep. Those divine knowings and those ahas that come to us in perfect divine timing. I love it. It's so powerful. So good. They also are next reminding me also, dear ones, and I'm feeling I'm having it on some level at this time, but through our clear hearing, this is a second way in which we get messages, wisdom, and guidance from the angels through our divine hearing. And the story that I shared where I was sliding on that road, on that black ice, and I was guided what to do in my left ear, right? Hearing, divine clear hearing, also known as clairaudience. This is one of the ways in which the angels bring us divine messages through our hearing. This can also include, dear ones, hearing a high pitch in one of your ears. And when this happens, they are attuning you with your divine hearing, but also it is a way in which they can help fine tune your energetic frequency through hearing that sound. And if that is happening to you and it is too high of a pitch, I encourage you to remember this. Tiffany's saying, yes, yes. Welcome, Tiffany. When that happens, if you're hearing that high pitch and you're like wondering, what's going on with this high pitch? Why is this happening? Know that you're being energetically aligned. They're fine tuning your frequency and your energy. And you can also ask them to tone it down a little bit. It's almost like, angels, can you turn down the volume on that pitch you're attuning me to because it's too high? So you can ask for what you want. It's so powerful. So yes, I'm glad you're identifying with what I'm sharing, everyone. It's so powerful. So yes, so far through those 4 clairs, we've talked about knowing, claircognizance, through clear hearing as well. I want to add in also with clear hearing, this could literally be getting messages from outside of your ears or even within your mind, but it feels like you're hearing this message, but it feels like it's more within you. So it works both without and within. Other examples of getting messages through our hearing can include overhearing a conversation that is a message that is meant for you. You could be turning on a YouTube video or a television station and you hear a message that is meant for you and the timing feels amazing. This could also be hearing a message through a song, turning on the radio and hearing a reassuring song, such as when you're feeling stressed out and worried. And potentially you could hear the song of Don't Worry, Be Happy. Amazing. That's happened to me before. You know, don't worry about a thing because every little thing's going to be all right. That amazing Bob Marley song, that's happened to me, getting a message in that way. So powerful. So while we're on the topic hearing, we're getting a question from KD on the Zoom chat, and that is, can we receive the high pitch activation if we are not hearing it now? Interesting, right? So can we receive that high pitch activation? I believe that we can receive activation without literally hearing that high pitch. I feel that there's other ways that we can be attuned to the frequencies and the energies today, but this is one of the ways that they use to activate and to fine tune our energy frequency and help us to adjust as well to the shifts here on Earth, the shifts here on our planet. And also Katie's asking, can we ask or intend, or is it divinely guided and ordained? Yes, we can do both. We can ask for it and also to trust in the divine timing in which it's happening. But if you're wanting to get a message and you are attuned to getting messages through hearing, I invite you to literally invite your angels, the archangels in particular, Gabriel, Uriel, amazing archangels to call upon for divine guidance. You can ask them to bring you a message and guidance and through your hearing specifically, or you can just ask in general, please give me angelic wisdom, please guide me, and being open to how they bring that message. They most often, dear ones, bring us our divine messages through our number one primary clair, right? A lot of us have a primary way in when we get divine messages, whether it's through knowing or hearing. Next, I'll be sharing about feeling and hearing. Feeling and seeing. These are ways in which we get our messages. And oftentimes it comes through our primary clair or our secondary clair. And we all have access to all 4 to receive divine downloads, divine wisdom, and guidance. So let's next get to the next 2 clairs, and then we're going to do an angelic experience. We're in angelic time warp at this time. Next, feelings. This is another way in which the angels bring us guidance through our feelings, also known as clairsentience. Clairsentience, clear feeling. This includes, dear ones, our gut feelings, a feeling within us, whether it's a positive feeling, like, yes, I can trust this person. Yes, I can trust this situation or this place. It also can be getting messages or a warning message through your feelings of making a decision and it doesn't feel quite right. Or if you're considering that decision, maybe you even have a sick feeling in your stomach. These are ways in which we get messages. It could also be the opposite. It could also be that you're getting a positive feeling and a positive energy around that decision or the situation, giving you reassurance that all is well. So again, clear feeling is also known as clairsentience. And our 4th way of tapping into angelic wisdom and guidance is through our spiritual vision, also known as clairvoyance. Now, messages that come to us, dear ones, through our clear vision are through our mind's eye and also through with our eyes open, such as seeing angelic signs in our daily life, such as calling upon the angels to support you, and you start finding feathers. So powerful. The ways in which we get messages through our physical eyes or through our mind's eye. And another ways in which we get messages through our mind's eye include through dreams, through daydreams, or getting visions within a meditation. So powerful. So next, let's take in a breath. Exhaling out, just feeling all the angelic goodness that is happening now. Oh, you're welcome, Katie. Katie, thank me for answering that question. You are welcome. We'll get to more Q&A in a little bit, but I want to take us into an angelic experience. I want to make sure that we have time for that so that you can experience the energy, the light, the essence of the angels. And we're going to tap into their angelic wisdom as well for each one of you here on Zoom, here on YouTube, or later on the replay. So let's all take a refreshing, new, fresh breath in, gently exhaling out as we land in strongly present here in this beautiful, amazing moment. And as we continue to breathe in and exhale out, dear ones, we invite the guardian angels of each one of us. We called in earlier, and if you just joined in now, we invite the guardian angels of each one of us to join us, strongly present, and to envelop us in a beam of your powerful white light, beaming it down upon our heads, rippling it out throughout our entire body, mind, spirit, and auras, down to the tips of our fingers, to the tips of our toes, with their light, with their love, and with their beautiful, pristine, healing energy. And as we all continue our divine breaths in and exhaling out, thank you, dear angels, dear divine messengers of God, our guardian angels, for being so strongly present with each and every one of us here this afternoon or whatever time it is worldwide. We call in as well into this divine moment of tapping into angelic wisdom and guidance. We call in Archangel Gabriel, our divine archangel of clear divine messages, of clear divine communication. Thank you, Gabriel, for joining each one of us and for unfolding and enveloping us now and continuously in your beautiful golden copper lights. So, dear ones, I invite you as you continue to breathe in and exhale out to feel yourself fully supported on the surface where you are, allowing your angels and Gabriel right now to envelop you with their light, with their love, and with their blessings. And as we continue to breathe in and out, as I call in more archangels, I invite you, dear ones, to consciously breathe in the healing, light, love, reassurance that your angels, the archangels, are beaming down upon you. And as you exhale out, I invite you to exhale out fear, exhaling out any stress or worries that may be on your mind, symbolically breathing in their essence and their light, and exhaling out any and all energies that do not serve you, letting them all go, breath by breath, step by step with each breath. And as we all take a new energetic, fresh breath in and exhaling out, we call in next Archangel Uriel, our divine archangel of divine knowing. Thank you, Uriel, for enveloping each one of us in your luminescent yellow lights. We are so grateful, beaming down your lights, Uriel, into our crown chakras, rippling them out throughout our entire chakras in our bodies and our entire body, minds, and spirits, all the way down to our cells and DNA. And as we continue our beautiful and healing breaths in and out, dear ones, we call in next Archangel Michael, Archangel of protection, Archangel of divine guidance, Archangel here to support us with our life purpose, to help us to feel safer in this world. Thank you, Archangel Michael, for enveloping each one of us in your beautiful royal blue and purple lights. Breathing in and out, dear ones, feeling the essence, feeling the light, feeling the divine healing energies as Michael envelops us in his light, in his love, in his pristine energy. Continuing to breathe in and out as we call in our fourth archangel for this experience, along with our guardian angels, and that is Archangel Raphael. Thank you, Archangel Raphael, for joining us in this moment, for joining us at this time with your light, with your love, and with your blessings, as Raphael brings in for us, dear ones, his emerald green healing lights. So as we continue to breathe in and exhale out, continuing that cycle of breathing in their angelic light and exhaling out any and all other energies that are not serving you, we're going to do 4 more conscious clearing breaths, and we're going to tap into our divine message that is meant for us here today. Continuing to breathe in and exhale out, breathing in their essence and the light at 4, exhaling out anything else that is not serving you, that's ready to be healed, letting that go. 3, angelic breath in, exhaling out. 2, breath in, exhaling out, and at 1, breathing in again, dear ones, more powerfully, and exhaling out any and all other energies that are not serving you. We thank you, dear divine angels, Archangel Michael, for taking all the energies you've just cleared from each one of us up to God, up to the light, for cleansing, for purification, and for transmutation. And as we take an angelic new fresh breath in and exhale out, feeling held, loved, more grounded center as Raphael enfolds you in his emerald green healing light, dear ones. And with your next breaths in and out, as Michael returns by our side with this purple light of guidance, of reassurance, we are now lining into what message we are meant to receive in this divine moment. The next few minutes here of this beautiful meditation of clearing, of healing, and tapping into angelic wisdom. Dear angels, dear archangels, for each person that is here now, live or on the replay, we invite you in this moment to bring forward what is your divine message for each dear soul here now. What do you want us to know, dear God and dear angels, dear archangels, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, and Michael? What do you want each dear soul here to know? Breathing in and out, dear ones, receiving the divine angelic message that's for you right now. Whether you receive it through feeling, knowing, vision, or hearing, tapping into what is the message for you today, for you to receive angelic guidance and wisdom. Let's breathe in and out for another minute or two here to get this download, to get this message for you, all in perfect divine timing. Continuing your breaths in and out, being open to what comes. Let go of any ego thoughts that might be thinking, oh, I don't know if that was a divine message. Just being open to what is coming through. You can even imagine what's coming through. Let's just open our channel and let it come in. That message for you right now. Beautiful. So we take it in a collective new fresh breath in. And exhale out, dear ones, allowing the rest of that message to come through to you, knowing you can tap more into this angelic wisdom and guidance at any time through your permission, through your decision to receive it, to receive these messages. Beautiful. With your next breath in, dear ones, and exhale out. Thank you, archangels, Gabriel, Uriel, Michael, Raphael, our guardian angels, for this time of tapping into angelic wisdom. We are so grateful. We are so grateful. And we know with our intention, with our power of choice, we can tap into your divine knowing at any time we desire, and that you always come through. So with your next breath in, dear ones, and exhale out, we're going to do a slow count from 4 to 1 to bring you back into this moment. At 4, with your next breath in, dear ones, and exhale out, feeling yourself supported on the surface where you are. Let's thank our angels and the archangels through either saying it out loud or thinking in your mind. Thank you, angels. Thank you, archangels. I'm so grateful. At 3, breath in, exhaling out, feeling yourself again supported on the surface where you are. You're welcome, Olivia. Gently moving your fingers, gently moving your toes. At 2, breath in, exhaling out. Let's do a little stretch, coming back more present into our physical bodies. At 1, breath in, exhaling out. Thank you, angels. Thank you, archangels, for this healing time of tapping into your divine angelic wisdom. We are so grateful. May all the blessings we each have received, dear ones, not only bless you, but ripple out to bless all sentient beings here on earth and beyond. We are so grateful, and we are so grateful to all be here at WisdomCon this weekend by divine appointment. So it all is. Congratulations, dear ones, for listening to your guidance, for being here right now, for being here at WisdomCon this weekend. You're here all by divine appointments. And so it is. Amen. Blessed be. So I am open. You're welcome, dear ones. I'm seeing your comments coming through. Please let me know. We do have a few minutes for any questions. If you have any questions, and also I will be in my Zoom virtual room after as well. But just wanted to tap into Geraldine. If we have any questions, I'm seeing thank yous, but just like to open that up.
Yeah, let me just take a look and see if we have some questions here.
Thank you so much.
I believe we did have a question about connecting with the archangels. Let me just see.
Great, great. Or if any new ones are coming in, please feel free to pop them in. Yes. Feels so good to tap into this angelic wisdom and guidance, doesn't it? I'm like feeling buzzed myself. You're welcome, Vladdy.
How do we discern what angels we should connect to, or are there certain angels that are better for us than others?
Okay, so how do we decipher which angels to connect with? That's the question, right? So really, there's different ways to answer this. But when it comes down to it, asking for the angels to help us, that number one is so important, because remember we talked about the power, free will, power of choice. It's so important to activate it. So you can just be angels in general, or you can dial in more specifically. You can be like maybe you want to connect more with your own dear guardian angels. You can ask them to be with you and to bring forward their messages. And also the archangels all have specialties. So it could be that maybe you're wanting to feel more protected. And that archangel is Archangel Michael. So you can dial into their specialties and what you're needing. And that's how I'd answer that question, to know who to call upon. And I'm a resource for you as well.
Nice.
Yes.
And do we each have our own guardian angels?
Yes.
Lauren asks.
Yes. We each have our own guardian angels here with us for our entire lives. Whether or not you've been aware of that before, they are by your side. And we all have 2 or more guardian angels with us. What a blessing.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Rachel. And if you want to connect with Rachel, please go to wisdomcon.com, where you will be able to connect with her at her booth. She will be available for readings as well.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us, Rachel.
Oh, you're so welcome. And I just want to
lovely.
share that as soon as we're done with my presentation, which we're about to, I will go over to my virtual Zoom room. So if anyone wants to connect or has any more questions, feel free to go to that virtual vendor rooms, and you can connect to me in my Zoom room. I'm here to support you, dear ones. I'm doing angel readings this weekend as well, and I'm offering them at half off for WisdomCon. So we have that link there too at my virtual booth.
That's so awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. And if you want to connect with her, either on the front page next to her name, you will find a little house icon, or on the vendors page, find Rachel Coley. Thank you so much, Rachel.
Oh, you're so welcome, Geraldine. Thank you again for bringing us all together for WisdomCon this weekend. It's awesome. And thank you to my beautiful audience and to our beautiful audience for WisdomCon. What a blessing. Mwah. Angel blessings to all.
Beautiful. Thank you. Very good. So up next, I have a very dear friend of mine, Andrew Rodowitz. And let me just bring up what he's going to be discussing with us. Psychic abilities activated through CE5 and meditation. So let me just bring in Andrew. Andrew?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Andrew.
Geraldine, how you doing?
So good to see you. Welcome.
Yes.
Very good. Well, we're so excited for your presentation. I'll let you take it away.
Okay, cool. I just want to thank Geraldine and everyone involved with this. I know this takes a lot of work to get together and coordinate a conference. It can be very stressful, especially with the times we're going through today. This is just great that we have this amazing space and we can still connect through, virtual reality right here. And just, you turn on your iPhone or your computer and bang, we're just right here. It's like we're in the same room together. So yeah, today's topic was psychic abilities that were activated through CE5 or through meditation. So I'll just give a brief little story here of myself and how this all applied for me and how this actually unfolded over time. I've heard the saying that you're born psychic or you're born with all these abilities. They're deeply enfolded within us. I believe that. And my story was that as time went on, these abilities started to come more and more to the surface. As I kept looking deeper and deeper inside, they started reflecting externally. So my internal work would always result in external work on the outside. In 1995, I remember sitting at home with my grandmother. We were watching the TV show Unsolved Mysteries, and they had a show on about ghosts, UFOs, angels. And I looked at my grandmother and I said, Gram, I said, when you pass away and you go up to heaven with Grandpa, I said, can you please come back to me and let me know that you're okay? And she looked at me and said, I promise I will. Well, that was in 1995. We never mentioned that again. We never brought that up again. You fast forward all the way into 2010, and my grandmother passes away. And I had kind of forgotten about that moment because it was so long ago. And after my grandmother passed away, the next month, I walked into a restaurant in town with my mom in a town called Floral Park, where I grew up, Floral Park, New York. Walk into a restaurant, and a man walks up to my mother and me, guy with long gray hair, bunch of earrings in, and his name is Robert Hansen. And he comes up to me and my mother and he goes, which one of you was born on Easter Sunday? And my mother was born on Easter Sunday, but in the 1950s. Now, I didn't know who this person was at this point. I said, how could this person have known that? And the person was a psychic medium, it turned out. And he kept validating things and saying things to us like, he said, I see a fire truck. He said, and it's around Christmas time, and there's Santa Claus on a fire truck, and there's photos. And I said, no, that doesn't make sense. I am a New York City firefighter. I was a New York City firefighter at the moment. I said, but I don't remember any photos of Santa Claus around a fire truck. It doesn't make sense involving my grandmother. Well, after the hour that I was with this person, I went home to my mom's house, and my mom and I were looking through some old photographs from my late teens. And there was a photograph of myself with my grandmother by a fire truck and Santa Claus at Christmas time. So a lot of times when I talk about readings, or I even do a psychic reading for people, sometimes in the moment we forget things, but they unfold as we go on. So that's a big storyline with what I'm going to be talking about here. Just to backtrack a little bit, in 1999, I was in the U.S. Coast Guard, and I had a encounter with a couple of UFOs. I saw a couple silver objects in the sky. They had come together, and when they merged together, they formed into one, and then they vanished. And at the moment, I thought I was just in the right place at the right time, or the wrong place in the wrong time. Maybe it was just a matter of circumstance. And fast forward a couple years later, I had heard of a guy named Dr. Stephen Greer, who claimed that he could proactively communicate with extraterrestrials through a method called CE5, the close encounter of the fifth kind, which is human initiated contact with extraterrestrials. So I didn't believe that that was possible. But when I saw all of the ex-military people that Dr. Greer claimed that he had as witnesses, that got my attention, being that I was ex-military as well. I said, well, maybe I could talk to some of the military people through Dr. Greer, and then, maybe we've seen the same things. Maybe we saw the same sighting. So I flew out to California in 2011, met Dr. Greer in person, and spent a week in the desert. And I remember the first night, nothing happened. So whatever point you're at in your journey, whether it's your first day,